Yo, yo, what's up, everybody? Ayo, ayo, this doesn't sound right. Ay. Holy shit. Did I drink enough last night to make it into the Guinness Book of World Records, or what? I don't know, did I? Oh my god, okay, yo, check this out. Good morning, everybody. Tony G, first one here, 20K to you. Thank you, sir. Landon, 10K to you. Thank you both for being here. Two people with pink. Hers, I gotta get it. To get pink. Okay. Hey. There it is. All right, we got a little sassiness first thing here on the stream. I have it backtracked. I caught that sassiness landing, and I paused that shit. I rolled it back. I heard what she was saying in the back seat. I was like, "What? Hold up, what just happened?" Because I was getting shit ready, and she was like, "I hope they heard it." I was like, "Oh, you do you?" I'm gonna roll that back and see what the heck just happened then. So this is what just happened. They pulled off of the side of the road to go to a dollar store, Dollar General thing action here, and Pam is getting a little snooty about the stream being on. It's starting. She doesn't like the stream being on. You have to listen carefully, but she says something to the effect where she's not talking because the stream's on. She's not even going to go, well, you'll see. But it's pretty short. But it's the beginning.
Do use the bathroom? Pam?
What?
Good Lord. I said,
I'm not talking because you're on that.
Okay. Do you need to use the restroom?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know why you're so angry about me being on there with the viewers.
Because that's the thing for you?
That's the thing for me?
Yeah.
Okay, then. I don't understand, but whatever. Well, I assure you one thing. Even if you don't love them, they love you. Yeah, right. Yeah, I believe they do. All right, I'll be right back, then.
I agree. They just want to leave us in the car. And I hope you all hear this.
What did she just say, though? That's what I can't figure out.
Want to leave us in the car. I agree.
I agree.
They just want to leave us in the car.
Maybe it's why something's sitting in the car.
I agree. They just want to leave us in the car. And I hope you all hear this.
And I hope y'all hear this. I can't. Maybe it's why what? Maybe that's all we do is sit in the car.
I agree. They just want to leave us in the car. And I hope you all hear this.
You wanted us to hear it. Dude, remember? We always liked Pam until that day on the couch when she got a little jerky with the kid. Remember when he was falling off the couch or something? And she was like, "What are you doing?" Or was some shit, and we were like, "Hold up, whoa, Pam getting a little crazy." Hey, shout out to It's Nicety. We got hey, you got a check mark. Verified official account. What the heck does that mean? Yo, he did the lurk. He did exclamation lurk. What is happening right now? Yo, who are you, bro? Crashed, so we were fresh. Famo, much love. What crashed? Oh shit, what, the Kick crashed? Is it down? I got hit up by an official on Kick, bro. It's official. I gotta give him a heart, bro. You got a heart. Should we figure this out? How official are you? Following since March 18th. Interesting. That's all he said, though. I don't really know what that means. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get us back alive. They should be back in the car now. Actually, let me just. How long were they gone? She might have said something. Damn, he's been gone for 12 minutes. They've already come back. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this on double right now.
What are you doing?
Oh, is that what she said? Maybe. Go faster. I wish I could put this on quadruple speed. He comes in humming. Oh, this is gonna get crazy, dude. After a couple of days, he's gonna start getting really pissed off about this shit. Pam didn't play, she's gonna start getting snooty, dude. Oh, I drank too much last night, dude. My head hurts.
So, to my viewers, can y'all give Pam a little encouragement today? Can y'all tell her you love her?
Oh, really? It's so okay. So
on their TV and they mute the TV, so they don't always hear everything I say. But we'll see.
I got it. So I guess the kick is broken.
Oh.
The screen is not very bright for some reason. Oh, I don't quite understand that, but whatever.
Yeah, it didn't even announce it.
It's cool. It's excellent stuff.
Kick is
Yeah.
broke.
Oh yeah? Well, hi, YouTube. Community exit.
He wants his mom. I want mama.
That was his choice whether to eat breakfast or not.
He said, I want mama.
Really? We gotta keep him on a diet. Kids with Down syndrome are very, very prone to obesity. Well, that was his choice.
I think you're right. I think she might be eating in the back, and that's why, like, she was trying to feed him something right now. So he has
or not. Where's let me see. Where's his phone at?
It's down.
Well, I understand that. Where's it at?
Good. No reception.
Because we haven't seen them eating anywhere yet at a place.
Get going on that either.
Okay. There's a will, there's a way. Okay.
She's probably pissed off. She probably wants to go have some eat some food and sit down.
What you need? Yes, thank you very much. Oh,
You know, he promised that this was going to be a fun trip and shit. He's making it.
Okay.
He's making it all about himself, and as usual. And there's literally no one in. Oh, now he got y'all in his chat. Oh my god.
So I'm going to make this thing. Okay. Now, try this again. See if I get a charge on my son's phone. You can watch some Cocomelon or something.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Get out of there.
It really completely did. So I'm going to let that charge for a while. And, yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. We're back on.
Dude, can you buy cigarettes from the dollar store? Dollar Tree? Oh god, dude, stop humming. I got a headache. Okay. Whiskey, wine to beer, you might have a headache the next day. God dang.
Mom, dear Mom, I was talking to myself in GPS.
I'm sorry, GPS is telling you I'm not.
No.
I forget sometimes I talk to GPS. I mean, sorry.
I was psychic.
There's a motel I can stay at.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Wine Motel.
I was psychic yesterday.
Yeah, I do believe, that is it. They've added something in the garage is new. That was never there. And something's missing. I think they must, because the building I stayed in doesn't even look like it's there anymore. Because there was, like, if I remember right, 2 sections to that. Huh. I think they must have sold that other section to whoever has the garage or repurposed that section or something. Anyway. Alrighty.
Pam still ain't really talking, dude. Pam's steaming, dude. He doesn't give a shit, man. This is the same as before. He does not give a shit about what Pam wants. Dude, you know he promised that this was going to be a cool trip. Come on, Pam's going to be great. Now that they're like hundreds of miles away from home, he's trying to treat her like shit. It'd be like okay, I guess, if he was a regular dude, but he tries to be a ministry.
Good to see all of you in here this morning.
This guy's a ministry, dude. Let's not forget, he's a preacher. He's supposed to help you get closer to God. doesn't even give a shit that Pam is miserable. Jesus is all that matters, Pam. Shut the fuck up. Jesus took the wheel back in Missouri. Fuck up, Pam. Kidding, Pam. Just kidding. You know, sometimes Pam be coming through here. She was the one that caught us last time. Got some Frenchies. They were wanting me to. They want me to cover Paris
says we love you,
today.
man. 3 hearts.
Aw, really? Oh, that's sweet. Do you hear that, Pam?
Oh, there's somebody that's been with us.
Yeah.
That's right with us.
You got 3 hearts today.
Oh, I missed one there.
I figured I'd scratch it.
What did you do, little patriot? They said, we love you, Pam. With 3 hearts.
Fucking metal on here. What am I doing with the metal on the
Yes, Pam is the
desk?
best, Marlene says.
Oh my god.
She's grumpy, but I see her smirk.
Idiot. Good morning, Manuel. You're up early. This is early? Very early.
This reminds me of Buster Guy in Wisconsin. All these trees and everything.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing about Illinois. Got a lot of these areas where the trees kind of hover over the road from both sides, kind of almost connecting with each other.
But I don't want to cover
I love
Paris.
that.
You know why?
I wish there was a lot of that in Oklahoma. In areas like Roberts Cave State Park, I think.
But they don't speak
Outside those,
English.
really just-
That's why.
Is that the one that's about 10 miles south of us or so?
No, it's over.
It's just not fun.
You go out towards Clinton and then up.
Simon's eating a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably about.
He's not in
about
there
15 minute
anymore.
drive from this one.
I think there's a place like that, maybe not as much, but I'm about 15 minutes from us.
Well, yeah, there's some state parks and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's pleasant.
yeah, out there off of, or, you know, Texas Road.
You went back out there to-
Texas Road,
Oh,
Texas Road, make a right.
why does that,
Walk out
dude?
one direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a left. And if you make a left, though, it goes to some sort of state highway, and that state highway is what those state parks are off of.
I think that's time or two we take it that way to Tulsa.
Yeah, probably so.
I think that's what I would do.
Yeah, I don't really take that direction very often. Every once in a while we do.
Well, it's more scenic, it takes a little longer, I think.
Yeah. They may need to do that road.
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, I'm doing this because people, what are you doing here? I guess I'm waiting fast. Lake State Recreation Area. I got peeing already. Shut off. Oh, we leave the lights and stuff out.
That looks like the size of the house I grew up in Grandma.
Oh, yeah.
So there several types of houses that size.
This highway is about due for overhaul.
Oh, yeah.
4:30. Wow. Oh, I wake up around then, I just toss and turn. Dude, I toss and turn all night long, actually. I'm so used to it now. I'm supposed to wear one of them snoring machines. I forget what it's called.
Chestnut. That's the name of that one.
Those things suck, dude. You ever tried putting one of those on and sleeping with it? It's blowing all kinds of air up in your face and shit.
Right across from me was, I don't know, a field like this, you know?
Yeah.
Boy, I just loved it at night, man. The whole field, I mean, just the entire field would just light up with lightning bugs. Just the most gorgeous.
I don't know how people sleep with that shit on. You got all these hoses and stuff.
I tell you what, I wish, part of me wishes I had never given up the house just for that reason. It was so beautiful.
Are you
Living out there. I mean, yeah, I was paying back then about $450 a month, I think, on rent, plus my utilities. But, and the reason I moved was because I owned that place in Oklahoma, and I couldn't justify keep selling out money I'd never see again. You know, when I could be putting that same money in my own place.
Yeah.
And so I moved for that reason.
We're almost caught up.
That was about the best place that I could have personally ever had in my life.
I just need to make sure that they didn't get another fight.
I went there for the country.
Oh, yeah, my little area, yeah.
Compared to when I first come.
Yeah,
Just notice how Pam is completely quiet.
Got all that activity going on, commotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still in looking out the window, pissed, dude.
I just don't see Lord ever. I don't know if the Lord ever really will let me move from there, but it should be nice.
As always, him and his mom are just chatting it all up like everything's fucking good. Nobody gives a shit about Pam, dude. Why do they treat her like shit? Dude, it irritates me the same as it did last year.
Really don't even know one another.
I think that's where my grandma always lived.
They're just, I mean, you can tell that Pam is pissed, but they're just like, yeah, whatever, it's Pam. Who cares?
Kinfolk or, you know, close friends and stuff.
I mean, a lot of you live somewhere, eventually you're going to get to know your neighbors. You know, even if your neighbors are a mile down the road.
Yeah.
But it's far enough apart, though, that, you know, you're not making enemies.
Pretty much, he's probably the babysitter the whole time.
One another ain't bothering each other, barking dogs and loud trucks. I mean, like, you know, neighbors, they don't care for me where I'm at because of that demo truck. But they don't like me a bit of that. But, you know, I got to get work done. I can't let life stall out just because people get upset.
Hey, Gran, good morning. Say, whoa, sweet. Trippy man. I want to see Pam drive. She might have a driver's license. Tony. Woo! I'm about to clean this thing soon. It's getting nasty up in there, man. I got enough reclaim up in there to get high for a week, probably. I mean, probably not.
Some sort of oversized load or something. No, rope.
Probably not.
I guess you better slow it
lot,
down
though.
for a minute. One lane road ahead. Okay.
They are working on the road.
Yeah.
Patty in the house. Hey, Patty. How you doing? Hey, did you ever get that thing figured out up there? Are you all good? Are you still working on that? Is it still a... When was
Bridge, I think.
the deadline?
What's wrong, baby boy? Are you not getting your way?
I think you need some diaper change.
That could be too. I was thinking that.
She had diarrhea.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well.
So apparently Pam smells diarrhea, and he might need a diaper change. We'll see how long that'll take before they do that.
See if I can find a place to pull off at. I actually mentioned I thought I was smelling something a little bit ago. That was so many times though. It's just a hooter.
I think he pretty well lets us know anymore if he's done something. If he wants to. Not the kitchen.
Yeah, I think more
A hooter, is that another name for a fart?
than anything is her phone. He's wanting her to put something on her phone. Yeah. So that was convenient. Mention it. Here's Casey's right out in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Oh, well, I need to get gas, I suppose, anyway. I don't know about getting it here.
I don't know if it'll be any better if they're no destination or not. Who knows?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. But being out here, there's no competition, so it's going to be worse out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Is everybody going in? What are y'all doing?
Are they allowed to?
I'm going to go
You
in.
need to change him or?
I'm going to go in first and see if there's a diaper changing room
Okay,
in the men's
good.
bathroom.
Okay.
If there's not, then I'll have to have one of y'all do it.
Okay.
I will have to have one of y'all do it. Why? You don't know how to change your kid's diaper?
Look stupid.
Well, once in a while they have it in both, but I don't know.
Yeah, Probably not out here in the middle of nowhere, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what I mean. Because the female bathroom sometimes has it, and the male one doesn't, I guess.
Huh?
Here,
I
I
highly
can,
doubt they're going to have a diaper changing station.
I can take him.
And I just filled the diaper bag full of diapers, so.
I don't think that's it. It's
Oh, you
not
don't
even
think
wet.
that's it? Let me look.
Not even wet.
All right. Did you look in his diaper? Oh, come here, baby boy. Come here.
Oh, yeah, I better check it.
I think more than anything,
Just
I
did.
think it was he wasn't getting his way about the phone, and so he was driving. Nah, he's fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's not got.
What the fuck? All right, did you notice what just happened? Pam checked his diaper, says, "Oh, looks like he didn't poop after all," and he was like, "Whoa, I better check." And then Pam goes, "I just did."
Got a dirty diaper.
Okay.
What's one thing after another? They're trying to piss Pam off, aren't they? Both of them. It's like a fucking tag team of let's beat up Pam. It's just like bully Pam.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it, and I was just saying I needed to use it again anyway. So
They treat
I'll
her
just
like
do
she's
that.
special needs or
The
something,
diaper's
dude.
fine. I'll tell you what. You want to sit back here with him for a few minutes, let him just kind of breathe.
Sure, I'll
That
stay
way I
back
don't
with
have
him.
to
Sure,
strap him in
sure,
just yet.
sure.
All right, I'll be right back.
There, boo. Here. You want to share this? Here. Oh, you want to practice doing that? Okay. Well, where you? No. There. There it is. Oh. Okay. You want to practice, huh? Okay. Almost. Push, push, push. Oh, you got it if you just push the... Wait. Your shirt was stuck in it. There, now go. There you go, see? You did it. Your shirt was stuck in it, though. Oh, you want to snap it in yourself. Okay. Okay. Well, it's upside down, but... Yep, you do it.
Hey, Stir Simon's. Oh, wait.
That's it. You're getting it down there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're getting it. You're real close. Real close. Yeah, you got this one right here. Yeah. Yeah, you got it right here. There. Yeah. It goes right there like that. Yeah, right like that. Yeah. Just push it in. There you go. There you go. Push, 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 push. There you go. A little bit harder. It should go right. No, not that slap. This one over here. Yep, that one over there. There you go. There you go. You just gotta push hard. Push hard and you'll get it. Push, 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 push.
Why did they even have to go in if they didn't have to change the diaper? What's going on now? Is this really a liquor store?
It's there. See, it's right. It's right. It's a little twisted though, but it's there. Yeah, it's a little twisted. Yeah, a little bit twisted. There we go. There. There we go. There. There. There you go. Push it in.
Oh, she's giving me a
Push
headache.
it in the hole.
Stop saying the same thing over and over. Please.
There you go.
There you go. Push it in. There you go. Push it in. There you go. Push it in. There you go. Push it in.
So much for freedom. He wants to learn how to fasten himself in.
Can I get another there you go, please?
He snapped the one. He's looking on the other.
Fine.
Brian
You
didn't snap
got
him
me
in.
spoiled.
Brian didn't snap him
No,
in.
he said he could have his freedom for me to sit back there so he could have his freedom. But no, he wanted to snap himself back in. He wants to try. He snapped the one. I had to get his shirt out of the way, but other than that, he did the top one himself.
Can't
He's
buy
working,
anything if you don't got cash.
and he's working on the bottom. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Man.
That's what it says right on the door.
Wow.
Damn. What the heck? A cash-only store.
The world? Where'd my map quest get off?
I know that was making fun. Well, did you want something, Pam?
No, okay.
She
She
didn't.
said you have to have cash in there, and
She definitely
Yeah.
wants
Benjamin's trying to hook
something.
himself up.
She says I want
upset that he
you
hooked
buying
him
it
up, I
for her
think.
because she knows that you'll be a bitch about it probably later.
Yeah, it was just going to
You'll
take you a
use
little
it
too
against
long,
her
I think.
later probably.
I
Well,
don't
Pam,
want
we
to
bought
do
you the candy bar
Twisted up.
Well,
earlier.
He was working on it, so he could have done that.
Now go change the diaper.
Stop. I got this.
Black Rock is swarm, but really? Oh, that's cool. Hopefully crypto finally tanks again. Damn it. So let's go back down to 12.
And up there.
Everything is gonna pop up from here. Y'all crazy. It's gonna go to 35. It's gonna go to a million. Ah.
Okay.
Who's gonna buy it
Yeah,
up
they
there?
had a
Who's gonna buy it at 100? Who's gonna buy it at
picture in
50?
the bathroom
Nobody.
there.
Unless you're
Little
stupid.
farmhouse.
At least right now, this ain't the time for that shit. I'm about to go to war, man.
Farmhouse on a snowy, wintry day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
know what you want.
I'd love to have that picture.
It was different when everybody had time to trade because they were at home due to COVID. They were taking all their savings and playing with
I've
it.
stopped at this Casey's before now that I think about it.
People don't have time to
So I
watch
have
their
been down
crypto
this
like
road.
that. You know, if you don't have time to watch their crypto like that, and you have to when you have a lot of money in, otherwise you'll go crazy thinking it's just gonna dump while you're at work and you'll be down $10,000 or some shit. You gotta watch it constantly. COVID allowed that to happen. Don't get stupid out there.
I've stopped at this Casey's before now that I think about it. So I have been down this road.
Head east on
Okay.
110 East, toward North Highway Avenue, County Road 525 East.
This highway.
BlackRock used to have a lot of Bitcoin investment. What's going on out there? When they the black
Cash
the
only OMG. Yeah, they had a paper, just a plain piece of white paper on the door, and it said cash only written in a marker. So I'm guessing their credit card machine was down or something.
14 trillion earthquake. Fidelity and BlackRock are quietly laying the groundwork for the next Bitcoin, Ethereum, and crypto price bull run. This is in March 21st, 2023. Now what happened though?
What's that?
I told you earlier.
What, food?
Yes.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Well, I'm hungry.
Oh boy.
He had a chance to come and get it.
I guess he just has a certain routine. It was too early for him earlier. He didn't want to eat.
That ain't what it is. What it is the phone thing. He don't have the phone. That's what it is.
Okay, now they're arguing of whether or not he wants to eat or he wants to play with a phone. Right? That's what it sounds like.
A while ago, and he still started crying.
But the other thing that it is when we're in a bad mood, a negative mood, that affects him too.
So there it is. They're all in a bad mood. $12, Grant. I'm glad you're still with us, man. Stay strong, brother. Oh, I'm gonna stir Simon's food up. That's what it looks looks like right now. It gets all flattened out. He doesn't want it as much. The scent doesn't come off of it as well or something. His spit, you can smell his spit or something. I keep hearing I want my mama. The holy hymns make everything better. Is Down syndrome the same thing as autism? Well, it's different. Or is it like a form of it? They're not the same, but they can occur together. Oh, so he might be also autistic? 20% of people with Down syndrome are also autistic.
We must remember that things are not as they appear. So many times in life, we judge on appearance and not on facts.
Yeah.
We judge on what we can see and hear, but not on reality.
It's like a horror movie. I feel like he's gonna end up stabbing somebody in the chest with a cross one day. That righteous anger. The Lord told me to do it. He's one of those dudes. Like they made movies about people like that are like religiously motivated to be serial killers. God told me I had to do it. It's one with Bill Paxton. He even has his kids helping him and shit. But didn't they like tell him to kill his kid or some shit at the end? I forget now. And he was like, okay, and then the other kid had to save his one of his kids had to kill him to save the other kid or something. Cause he got like ultra crazy with it. I don't know if you're right. That's why I've been doing my jelly bean thumbnail without Rittenhouse on it. Because Biden searched up jelly beans in his ear. It's Easter time. I even think we had an Easter stream with Outlaw last year. Like, him and Jay, I think we had a little... Possibly. But Jay for sure, because I still have the thumbnail for it, the Thursday Jay Easter stream. Marlene. Praise the Lord. You said praise the Lord to Waffle House sounding. Oh, maybe she's praising the Lord to him singing. Dude, y'all ask him to sing louder so you can sing with him, because it's hard to hear him. Like, could you sing louder, please? It's hard to hear you. I'd like to sing with you. That would really piss Spam off, dude, if he does it louder. $18.99 in the house. I do appreciate you coming to being here with us all these years. One of the longest running. I think you're actually the longest running Twitch. I wish you had the first next to your name, man. I wish I could get that for you. Can you sing louder? There you go, Marlene. I look at him going. Best to read it. He's deep into the Holy Spirit right now. He can't read chat. I think he's singing in tongues right now. I think he's just making up some religious song right now. Man, I wish we could see him doing this with their faces and everything as they're just sitting there. All three of them are just sitting there while this guy is making up a song. And all you can see is field. Okay, Pink, tell him it's hard to hear him. I can't hear the lyrics, man. Just be like straight up. We can't hear the lyrics. Could you we really need to hear the lyrics. Could be a horror movie. That's why I wasn't like. It's True Crime Thursday, right? Because if he goes off all of a sudden, I'm just going to start playing true crime stuff. But at the same time, this could be a true crime type situation. Like, who knows what's about to happen. Barbara in the house. There we go, Barbara. You got it, I think. Good morning. How you doing? Good to see you. That's better, Barbara. You did it, I think. Oh my god, Simon almost made me fucking squash him right now. Either that or fall. I handled it though. Definitely glad to hear that, Barbara. Oh my gosh, I forgot that dang. There's a bear waiting for me from Agnes. Barbara just reminded me of it because she's the OG yarner. The original gangster of the yarn line. Carson.
Those with ears will hear, shall be saved.
What do you mean those that can hear will hear? Not if you don't speak up. Doesn't he have belief in his skills here? And his beautiful voice? I know I do in mine. Y'all get a taste of it every day. Oh yeah. Be singing later. It's always when I'm drunk. That's why I get extra singing. He ate a little bit more. Somebody cut my grass.
my name in place of my shout. I will shout unto the nations. I will shout. Victory belongs to the King. Alright folks, this is where for security reasons I have to end this video. Much love y'all, and I will be back on in about roughly about 4 or 5 hours.
Motherfucker. How crazy is this getting right now? Whoa! Okay, it's getting kind of crazy in France. Jeez, the rocks. Oh, they fucked the store up. Look at that. They pulled the boards down and they started beating the store up.
Coucou les journalistes, écartez-vous. On a de l'humour en plus, hein.
Well, I guess I could switch over shit to Paris. Since he's gonna be gone for 4 hours. What a pain in the ass. Oh shit! He got away!
Ils viennent de rater une interpellation là. Manifestant qui a réussi à s'enfuir, à se libérer des bras des CRS. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous sur Civicio. N'hésitez pas à partager massivement ce direct autour de vous. On est boulevard Auguste Blanqui à proximité du métro Glaciaire et ça tourne à l'affrontement là depuis tout à l'heure. Encore une fois, après que la caisse d'épargne a été vandalisée. L'utilisation là du gaz lacrymogène, là juste derrière, sur l'autre côté du boulevard. Plusieurs interpellations qui viennent d'être réalisées. Et parmi ces interpellations, il y en a une qui a été ratée puisque l'un des manifestants a réussi à s'enfuir. Donc n'hésitez pas à partager les amis, à mettre un pouce, à vous abonner massivement sur Civicio. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous en direct de cette 11e ou 12e, je ne sais plus, mobilisation contre la réforme des retraites. Journée encore une fois. Xavier, tu peux envoyer un message à Cédric, lui dire que pour l'instant on est toujours dans le cortège classique, s'il te plaît. Donc les amis, je vous rappelle que vous êtes sur Civicio, une chaîne d'information indépendante, on compte sur vous pour nous soutenir. Les liens des plateformes de financement de la chaîne sont épinglés dans les commentaires, on a eu très peu de soutien depuis le début de ce live. Donc on compte sur vous pour bombarder. Vous êtes quasiment 10 000, si ce n'est plus, à nous suivre actuellement. On compte sur vous pour faire un geste, pour nous soutenir à part.
No, now it's boring again. So I'm glad I didn't switch anything. Alright. It was just because they were trying to take that store and they pushed them away from even on one store. It's not really a big deal, dude. Nothing happened. Nothing happened here, man. That'll be alright. Oh. What are these people just throwing random rocks at over here? The cops? Oh, they're picking up big ass rocks and just chunking them at them while they're over here on the side right now. Jeez, dude, the rocks are landing in the midst of them. This guy doesn't have a helmet on. Dude, you have to have a helmet on out there because the amount of rocks falling out of this guy. This guy's crazy. This guy was holding his head. Did you see that? He was like, fuck it, I don't have a helmet. It's the best I can do. Just put my hand on top of my head. Crazy early tonight. This guy has a street sign. Yo, they're taking apart the street signs. It looks like a street sign. And everybody has like short circuit Johnny Five is Alive style fucking streaming setups out there. What is this? Look at this thing. Does it turn into a car? Oh shit. I gotta put this fire out, homie. No, maybe not. I just went for a little jog. Why is this guy covering everything? Are they gonna come get him? Yes, yes, everybody get your phones out. Hog up the bandwidth. Hurry, 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 hurry. Oh shit.
Allez, on se prend les coups.
Dude, these streamers gotta piss the cops off because they get in the fucking way, dude. Like the way he's right up in front of them right now. They gotta want to bonk the shit out of him right now. But because he has a camera, they're not allowed to. Look at all these cameras. Like everybody here is like pretty much got a camera, don't they? So the cops got to be like, get the fuck out of the way! That's why I think they're going to make legislation against it eventually. Because this is getting out of control. With everybody trying to be a fucking streamer. Stop. It's my right. Maybe like this actually. Not for long, buddy. What? Especially the Democrats keep having their way, taking our fucking rights. They're going to be useful idiots for the Democrats to take away our rights to live stream as much as we do.
Excuse-moi.
That's what Antifa does. They help get our rights taken away by pushing the issue.
Les amis, j'ai mon masque hein, pour l'instant, je commande pas trop. N'hésitez pas à partager, à rejoindre le live. À mettre des pouces, bienvenue à toutes et à tous sur Civicio les amis. C'est l'anarchie là. Et ils ont gazé encore et encore là sur le boulevard Auguste Blanqui. C'est saturé en gaz lacrymogène depuis tout à l'heure là. Ils sont en train de tirer là. Ils viennent de tirer là. Il y a un blessé là. Il y a un blessé. Ça tire au LBD, il y a un blessé là. Nouvelle utilisation du gaz lacrymogène. Oh putain. LBD, ils ont le LBD dans la main là.
Why aren't more of them affected by the tear gas, though?
Comment elles vont les petites gazelles? Ah, ça a été dur là. Ça a été dur.
Poster 7? What is that? Hey Nick, new car.
Voilà, faut dire que ça tire au LBD là. Ça tire au LBD. Il y a déjà une personne qui a été blessée là, suite à un tir de LBD. Sur le boulevard, il y a quelques mètres. Ils font usage là, massif du gaz lacrymogène. Ah putain. Ça, j'ai pas envie. Ah, ils arrêtent pas d'utiliser le LBD les amis hein. On n'arrête pas là. Ils se sont réfugiés là dans la rue Le Dantec. Ah, repli! Ouais, bah je crois qu'on a tous un petit peu. Hein. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous sur Civicio les amis. On compte sur vous pour partager, vous abonner, mettre un pouce. Bienvenue en direct de cette 11e mobilisation contre la réforme des retraites à Paris. Je compte sur vous pour partager ce direct autour de vous. Et n'oubliez pas non plus de nous soutenir. Je vous rappelle que vous êtes sur Civicio, chaîne d'information indépendante. Les liens des plateformes de financement sont épinglés dans les commentaires et permettent de nous soutenir à partir d'1 €. Donc on compte sur vous pour participer, donner 1 € comme 10, comme plus, chacun fait ce qu'il peut comme il peut avec ses moyens. Pour celles et ceux qui se poseraient la question, on a fait une transition de plateforme. Alors attendez, il y a encore du gaz là. On est passé sur une nouvelle plateforme parce que notre plateforme Utip a fermé les amis. Donc on compte sur vous pour participer. Utip a fermé, donc toutes celles et ceux qui faisaient un don mensuel, tout a été arrêté depuis le 4 avril. Donc il faut que vous alliez vous réinscrire sur notre nouvelle plateforme de financement participatif qui permet de nous soutenir à partir de 1 € mensuellement. On compte sur vous. Désolé pour toutes celles et ceux qui s'étaient inscrits, vous étiez presque 150 je crois, si ce n'est même un petit peu plus. Donc il faut que vous fassiez la démarche de vous réinscrire sur KissKissBankBank. Les liens sont épinglés dans les commentaires ou dans la description du live. Et vous inquiétez pas, tout ce que vous avez donné jusqu'au 4 avril a bien été encaissé, mais il n'y a plus rien qui passe suite à la fermeture de la plateforme, suite à un conflit avec son prestataire de paiement. Donc ne vous inquiétez pas, rien n'a été perdu. Et toutes celles et ceux qui s'étaient inscrits mensuellement, eh bien il faut que vous refassiez la démarche, car tous les paiements sont bloqués depuis le 4 avril. Donc voilà, et puis pour celles et ceux qui découvrent, bah évidemment n'hésitez pas à nous soutenir, hein, vraiment, il faut que tout le monde le fasse. On a très peu eu de soutien, je crois, depuis le début de ce live. Ça fait 3 heures qu'on est en live. Encore une fois, c'est la bagarre. C'est la bagarre, on est sur le boulevard Auguste Blanqui.
Elle était floue ma photo.
Ah bah c'est pas grave.
Elle était belle mais floue.
Tu vas bien? Bah, c'est pas grave. C'est comme ça. Ouais bah on va y arriver hein. Ouais. C'est vachement jeune ouais. C'est de plus en plus jeune j'ai l'impression en effet.
Ouais, maintenant il faut qu'ils comprennent qu'il faut qu'ils réécrivent la Constitution.
Ouais, il y a du boulot là.
Ils ne demandent pas qu'ils le fassent.
Ouais. Ouais, bah là je crois qu'on est arrivé de toute façon au bout du système, hein. Ils ont tout a été essayé donc je vois pas trop bah, ça changerait, ouais, ils vont. Ouais, surtout qu'en plus dans le fond ça va, enfin il n'y a rien à attendre.
C'est ça.
Là c'est une échéance psychologique de se dire bon.
On saura les syndicats après.
Ouais bah
non, c'est justement.
de toute façon à ce tarif là ils vont les voir toutes les semaines pour se dire bonjour, au revoir.
La petite minette à la CGT elle est formidable quoi.
Ouais.
Génial.
Bah.
Queen Binet aujourd'hui on l'appelle. Le hashtag c'est Queen Binet, c'est génial.
Mais elle divise la manifestation en deux. les gens qui viennent de rejoindre ce live, je vous informe que plusieurs choses. La pétition sur le site de l'Assemblée nationale pour la dissolution de la Bravem a été stoppée. Ils en ont vite parlé en commission pour éviter que les pétitions en fait montent trop vite. Et ça a été rejeté évidemment. C'est pas maintenant qu'ils vont dissoudre un décor de police. Un peu plus sur le budget de la Ligue des droits de l'homme. Alors je veux bien qu'on me dise mais il ne faut pas exagérer en parlant de dictature, etc. Mais toutes les dictatures totales commencent comme ça. En voulant dissoudre les ligues d'observation des droits humains, en renforçant la police, en ne respectant pas leur propre Assemblée nationale. Donc voilà. On est à 2 ou 3 doigts de virer vers un autre régime que la démocratie. Certains diront qu'on n'est déjà plus en démocratie. Et d'ailleurs, ce qui est par contre hallucinant, c'est le silence des autres pays soumis à la France, et évidemment soumis à la France. Pour ça, la France, elle est forte en Europe. On dit, les dirigeants disent « Ah, mais vous savez, on n'est pas tout seul, l'Europe machin, on est obligé, la concurrence, on est obligé de baisser les salaires parce que la concurrence, on est obligé de machin parce que les traités. » Mais par contre, quand elle violente son peuple, là, il n'y a plus personne qui ose dire « Ah bah, écoutez, chers camarades français, vous êtes un petit peu... vous abusez un petit peu avec votre police. » Non. Ça, que la police utilise des armes de guerre, j'aimerais bien que mon propre gouvernement de Belgique se positionne là-dessus. D'ailleurs, il y a un député qui s'appelle Raoul Edebau qui a questionné justement, le gouvernement belge sur l'état de la démocratie en France. Et évidemment, c'est le PS qui a répondu en disant je vois pas, la France est un pays tout à fait démocratique. De toute façon, la Belgique est complètement soumise, mais on dit que c'est Bruxelles qui fait les règles. Non, hein. Si, Bruxelles en tant qu'institution, mais clairement, quand la France prend une mesure, on l'a vu pendant le Covid, quand la France prenait une mesure, la Belgique immédiatement la copiait. Et en plus, le pire, je vais vous dire, parce qu'ici, on sait que Macron et tout ça, c'est des bâtards, mais en Belgique, le pire, c'est qu'ils se font passer. Vous avez des socialistes en manifestation qui sont au gouvernement. Ils sont au gouvernement et font les faux culs et après en fait ils appliquent une politique à peine moins pire que celle de Macron. D'ailleurs j'ai même un de mes contacts qui avait dit c'est incroyable, ça déteint même sur les révolutionnaires en Belgique. J'ai un de mes contacts qui avait dit oui, mais bon, en Belgique, le PS et les colons n'ont pas commis autant de traîtrises qu'en France. Pardon, mais excuse-moi, ils appliquent exactement la même politique. D'ailleurs, en termes de régression sociale, la Belgique est en avance, avec la pension à 67 ans.
Et là-dessus, c'est pas les copains socialistes qui sont au pouvoir qui vont revenir. Hein. Pourtant, c'est peut-être le moment hein, d'en discuter. Bon, désolé, je parle un peu de la Belgique, mais je compare en même temps les deux, parce que je vois les deux États. Et je peux vous dire que par contre, ici, c'est clairement pas... La France n'est pas une démocratie. Ça, c'est pas une démocratie. Voilà, et il sert direct hein, cette fois. Ça, se laisser tranquillement. Ça, c'est limite dire allez, servez-vous les gars. Allez, faut pas nous prendre pour des cons. Hein. Il y a tout un tas. Allez, mais c'est vraiment. Il y a des centaines de projectiles là. Et genre ils n'ont pas vu qu'il y avait ça. Et après il y aura des policiers blessés, puis après pour augmenter la répression en disant bah regardez.
Just being Lionel Doe. Dude, are they trapped in there? Are they surrounded by people? Damn! One of them was up in there.
C'est en train de péter sur eux en fait. Ils sont dans les lacrymos.
What's
Voilà,
right,
donc là ils vont prendre cher.
Ooh, yo! They fucked the shit out of them. God dang, they felt that one. Dude. Okay, that stuff's good. It works. They just gotta throw enough of them.
des armes, baissez votre bouclier et vos matraques. Vous voyez pas qu'on vous a foutu dans la merde là?
Bravo les ordres! Les ordres qui vous ont fait dire! Le commandement est à la rue! Comment on a pu vous mettre? Vous êtes nassés!
C'est pas comme ça que vous allez retrouver le calme, les gars! C'est pas comme ça que vous allez retrouver le calme! Hein.
Voilà, ils sont en train de se faire étouffer par leur propre gaz. Ils sont en train d'étouffer. Et les gens sur TikTok mettent un maximum de likes, likez et partagez. Donc ici il y a un gendarme à terre, il bouge plus et il n'arrête pas de tirer du lacrymo, mais ça retourne contre eux.
paint all over him. He had to wipe his goggles shit off. Oh, yeah. They got the tranny paint on them, pink and baby blue. There's been a tranny attack! Oh. And there's the white to complete the tranny flag. The baby blue, the pink, and the white. That's weird. Those are the only three colors of paint I've seen. Splatters. They trannying this shit up out there. Paris is getting tranny-tastic. They're calling all trannies, calling all trannies. Make your way to Paris. They need you. That's what Antifa does, or they need people.
C'est à Paris. Nous sommes à Paris.
Yeah, they got more intense early, which is why I switched the title over. We got about 4 hours for Outlaw's gonna be live again. They'll probably be done by then. But I got to cover the fact that Pam is starting to get pissed. The story is coming to fruition. What we thought would happen. It's slowly happening. Pam is starting to talk to the camera when he's not around, saying, and I hope you heard that, you know, she's starting to rat stuff out. And now we're on Paris. And shout out to the person on Facebook that told me this morning. Somebody hit me up.
En fait, ils vont nous lasser et vont nous repousser vers les stations métro.
Oh, I should probably change the title over there.
Voilà. Et là, ils vont juste gazer, s'amuser, matraquer, et puis petit à petit, les gens.
Point de rassemblement au milieu de la place, ça ne sait pas encore.
Non, parce qu'ils vont. Oui, mais vu qu'ils vont lasser, on fera rendez-vous au métro.
Une fois que ça s'est terminé,
ouais. Rendez-vous au métro, c'est mieux en fait. Là-bas. Ils vont lasser, ils vont envoyer les gens.
Got you, Facebook.
Ouais, c'est là. Ouais.
Et si vous admirable, je peux dire pareil.
Ouais, ok.
Si vous envoyez un message sur le avec un téléphone de quelqu'un.
Tu lui as envoyé?
J'ai essayé d'envoyer, mais en fait, il y a seulement ses amis sur TikTok qui peuvent lui envoyer des messages. Donc, je peux lui envoyer un message aussi. Et en soi,
ouais.
Ça va, t'as pas faim? T'as besoin d'un truc à
Non, ça va. Alors, on est place d'Italie. En face de la mairie. Ouais, non, elle a répondu, j'ai vu. Attends. Comment ça va?
Cheapest paint, maybe. You might be right there. Roger.
Non, moi, j'ai pas faim avec
Ruga's in the house. Roger.
Je vais pas dormir 2 jours en fait, à cause d'eux. Non, c'est normal.
Là, ça aide de pas savoir quelle heure il est, où on est en fait.
Now it is baguette time.
Adrénaline, mais en fait, eux, après, je sais pas si t'es souvent devant.
Ça dépend. Je crois que la dernière fois que j'étais devant.
Ils sont où les mecs?
On matraque à la tête.
Ouais. Bah alors tu connais l'adrénaline. Parce que en fait tu deviens accro à un moment donné à l'adrénaline, c'est voilà, je te le dis. Hein.
C'est pour ça dès que je me
I might have been drunk last night.
Ah, t'es carrément.
Alors non, pas immédiatement, c'est plutôt 15 minutes plus tard, en fait j'avais une hémorragie dans le cerveau.
Ah, vas-y Didier, tu peux l'expliquer?
Ouais, ok.
Putain, parce que tu peux retirer.
Du coup, vite fait, c'était en 2020, j'étais à une manif, l'acte 68, je crois que c'était, des Gilets jaunes.
Ouais.
C'était à Gare de l'Est, il me semble. Il y a un moment où ils ont arrêté, la manif s'est arrêtée. Ils ont essayé de en fait, non, ce qu'ils ont fait, c'est qu'ils ont essayé de rediriger la manif dans une petite ruelle. Et là, ils ont massé. Ouais. Et du coup, il y a eu un mouvement de foule qui a fait que la manif essayait de reprendre sur le trajet qui était prévu, la grosse avenue. Et il y avait des lignes de CRS ou 2 lignes de CRS en bas, plus bas dans la rue, qui ont chargé. Et je me suis pris un coup de matraque à la tête. Juste là, il y a toujours le creux, tu sens le creux. Donc il m'a matraqué un mec qui était à côté de moi, qui lui est tombé direct au sol d'après la vidéo. Moi je me souviens de rien en fait, ça c'est. Ah ouais. Je me souviens de rien, mais j'ai vu la vidéo parce que j'ai porté plainte à l'IGPN, blablabla. Et
je suppose que ça a rien donné.
Ça a rien donné. Donc moi après j'ai pris un coup de matraque aussi. Il a aussi mis un coup de matraque au dos de quelqu'un d'autre qui courait en passant. Il a eu son sac à dos donc lui il a eu de la chance. Et en fait un morceau d'os avait sectionné une veine dans ma tête. Et pendant 15 minutes du coup ça saignait. Moi je me rendais pas compte, je suis tombé dans les pommes 15 minutes plus tard. J'ai fait 3 crises d'épilepsie le temps que l'ambulance arrive. Parce que bon forcément avec les cordons policiers ils ont pris 40 minutes à arriver. Arrivé aux urgences et du coup pour l'adrénaline quand j'ai repris connaissance j'avais juste une envie, c'était de retourner à la manif même s'il était tard quoi. Ça c'était l'adrénaline justement. Et bon après les médecins m'ont expliqué que j'avais de la chance d'être vivant parce que si j'avais été un peu plus vieux, si j'avais bu de l'alcool, si j'étais fumeur, je serais mort avant d'arriver à l'hôpital. Voilà, et donc quand j'ai porté plainte, j'ai essayé de m'accuser de participer à une agression collective envers un CRS parce que j'avais saisi un mec et que je tirais sur lui et pendant que je tirais sur lui, à un moment il s'est agrippé 5 secondes à la matraque d'un CRS et il a lâché et là du coup moi j'étais accusé de c'était clairement de la merde, genre leur argument je l'ai démonté en 5 secondes, j'étais tellement énervé mais aussi c'est en mode vous connaissez ce manifestant? Non. Vous trouvez pas votre comportement particulier? Genre aider quelqu'un, c'est particulier pour la police. Donc là, on voit vraiment l'image pour la police de ce que c'est de rendre service aux gens. C'est pas de éviter qu'ils soient en danger, c'est au contraire, c'est bizarre pour l'IGPN en tout cas. Et du coup, ça a été classé sans suite.
Ah, c'est clairement l'IGPN qui t'a remis en cause de toi.
Oui. Mais je suis allé me plaindre, c'était le commissaire en cours de l'enquête. Et la vidéo, bizarrement, ils n'ont pas voulu me donner une copie, bizarrement. C'est une vidéo d'un balcon au-dessus, donc on voyait très bien que. Et aussi, ils ont dit ça arrive que les CRS ils balaient pour créer un périmètre de sécurité. Sauf qu'on avait déjà reculé de 5-6 bons mètres et que c'était un CRS qui a chargé et qui faisait comme ça, pas comme ça. Et vraiment, leur argument il tenait pas la route, quoi. C'était du coup, j'ai mangé le judiciaire, il est toujours vide, quoi. Mais en gros, c'était juste pour mettre la pression. Genre, maintenant, quand on t'accuse toi, on retourne une table sur toi. L'IGPN, c'est que ça, c'est non seulement une protection des flics et acteurs, mais aussi essayer de, au contraire, faire de la victime le coupable, en fait, d'un crime. Justifier les actes de la police.
Attends,
du coup, c'est à la fin de l'histoire, là.
Mais en France, il n'y a rien qui va. Chaque chose que j'entends.
C'est pire que ça. Actuellement, en tout cas, j'avais entendu le mois dernier qu'à l'IGPN, ils ne peuvent plus porter plainte parce que les deux il y a 2 commissaires qui gèrent les affaires de plainte et ils sont pas dit. Il y en a un qui est en arrêt et l'autre, je sais pas ce qu'il fout. Et du coup, ils ne peuvent plus porter plainte. En tout cas, le mois dernier, j'avais vu. C'est impossible de porter plainte à l'IGPN en ce moment.
Non, mais franchement, il n'y a rien.
C'est vraiment n'importe quoi l'IGPN.
Quand je te dis que moi j'aime pas rester sur Paris, c'est pas pour rien. Après, oui, non, mais même quand je vois la police, je sais pas, en rue, c'est. Tu vois, en Belgique, il y en a qui ont le sourire, quoi. Alors je dis pas tous, hein. Évidemment, dans les quartiers populaires, je connais pas, donc on m'a rattrapé, tu vois, j'ai comparé une fois la police belge avec la police française et on m'a dit, mec, dans les quartiers, c'est comme en France, partout.
J'ai entendu une histoire il y a quelques années, il y a un an ou deux, à Anderlecht, je crois que c'était.
Anderlecht
C'était où il y avait un jeune
civil qui est décédé suite à un contrôle sanitaire. En fait, là, moi, quand on me sortait comme argument, bon, le Covid, ça touche d'abord les plus pauvres, surtout en termes de répression. Parce que les premiers qui ont subi la répression, directement, c'est dans les quartiers. Moi, à ce moment-là, je traînais, un peu après, près des quartiers populaires et clairement, c'est eux qui se faisaient...
c'est pareil, on pense ça.
Oui.
Alors, il y avait des vidéos, je sais pas si vous avez vu, du CRS qui met du place un petit peu sur les affaires des SDN.
Ah, mais ça récemment, hein.
La police en Belgique, en France, même si en Belgique elle a une réputation comme si violente dans cette police française, dans les faits, c'est la même chose.
Oui. C'est-à-dire qu'en fait, en Belgique, la police peut avoir... peut maintenir l'ordre entre guillemets et le lendemain la circulation, tu vois. Il n'y a pas de corps spécifique. Donc voilà, en général la police fédérale, oui, et surtout à Bruxelles, c'est pas des enfants de cœur. À Bruxelles, en fait, tu avais une brigade qui a été heureusement dissoute. C'était un peu la brave. C'était la brigade E-nœud. Et en fait, eux, il n'y avait que des problèmes avec eux. Mais attends, mais en plus dans le quartier, devinez-nous, dans le quartier français.
Oh putain, non. Ah mais s'il y avait un quartier à pas choisir pour aller chercher les gens, c'était le quartier français, quoi. Les syndicats, je ne les ai pas encore vus. Il y a CFDT là. Pour être sûr de ne pas tout rater. Alors là, il y a bien avec
Enough talking, mate. They're burning stuff over here. Damn, I gotta return this to this PlayStation stuff soon. shit, this is a politician. This is a politician in the middle of it. What's he doing there? Is it real?
C'est qu'on n'a pas fait d'immersion au sein de la Brave, on a fait une immersion dans la manifestation pour suivre la Brave. Donc on l'a fait vers la fin de manif, on les avait trouvés tout à l'heure quand il y a eu le point de crispation à Raspail. On n'avait pas compris ce qui s'est passé, il y a eu un blessé. Bon. Et puis après quand la voiture a brûlé, la voiture de Locke, etc., donc on les a suivis. Après,
multiple politics. I guess they're getting out of work right now.
Se gère le maintien de l'ordre. La Brave, visiblement, ils sont en retrait, je les ai pas revus là pour l'instant. Ils sont derrière, mais et donc la surprise, c'est qu'on va les suivre toute la soirée. Voilà.
Oui, mais les expliquer ce qui se passe.
Mais faut pas que les sortes se mettent dehors.
Ce qui s'est passé au niveau de la commission suite à la pétition de dissolution de la Brave.
Eh ben oui. Quelle est la question?
La commission a voté non, elle a coupé court alors que la pétition était toujours en cours.
Exactement. En fait, normalement, le règlement, comme il est imprécis sur les pétitions, parce que c'est un truc qu'ils ont mis, en vrai, ils ont mis en place le machin de pétition pour dire, regardez, on fait de la démocratie participative. Mais ils s'en foutent, c'est pas leur sujet. Donc du coup, fais gaffe quand même aux cailloux. Des cailloux sur nous, on n'a rien. Donc en fait, la procédure leur permet, à partir du moment où le seuil de 5000 est dépassé, ce qu'on a décidé en interne à l'Assemblée, d'examiner une pétition. Et une fois qu'elle est examinée, il désigne un type de la majorité qui donne son avis sur la pétition. Or, la plupart des pétitions, elles ne sont pas dans le sens du gouvernement, en principe. Non, ils demandent d'autres trucs, voilà. Sinon, ils ne demanderaient pas de pétition, ils seraient contents qu'Emmanuel Macron soit élu, quoi. Tu vois, par définition. Et à partir de là, ils peuvent décider de la classer. Et s'ils la classent, ça clôt les signatures. Alors que normalement, quand on dépose une pétition sur le site de l'Assemblée, il est indiqué qu'on a 6 mois pour récolter, pour dépasser les différents seuils, le seuil de 5000, mais aussi le seuil d'abonnement qui aurait été balancé derrière.
Ça pique les yeux, hein. Sur les yeux qui piquent aussi.
Oh, damn! He smashed him in the face with that shield, dude. Why do they have this short-ass female in the front? To make her feel like, is it like this special needs program or something? You know, you get like the special needs kid out for that one, at one point for the basketball game, and you make them feel like you did something, whatever. Yeah, there, you did something, little French lady. You were in the front. Yeah, you were in the very front.
Lancer de farine aussi là.
Is it so they can see over them?
Vole, hein.
The shortest person in the front so they can see over him. That's whack. Don't worry, we'll be here for you, buddy. They're all ducking behind him. Party, man. I'd be out there just dancing. I would just dance everywhere I went. I mean, you know, it's a dude in France and all he does is dance at all the fucking protests. I'd be like, yeah! I'd have like glow sticks hanging off of me and shit at night. I feel my fingers, I'd be like, what the fuck? Hey, the dancer's back. Get in here. Yeah, they love you. Just like the Wells Waldo dude, everybody loves him too. Like, hey, there's the Wells Waldo guy. You gotta find your thing, and you gotta go with it with these things. If one of these happens near you, find your niche, stick with it, and you'll be known on the internet as that person. Yo, look, it's Taco Joe. He's got his vest on. Yo, this dude just patted the cop on the back. He's trying to get smacked in the mouth with something, I feel. Oh, we gotta go back over here. Oh my gosh, there's too many of them. Alright, let's go to this one over here. God, they're copyrighting me again. I like how that one dude, that dude's dead by the way. Remember the guy that would always dress up in a tutu in Portland?
Est-ce que t'as mis le passage du policier de sa chute spectaculaire sur le boulevard Raspail, côté de du Crédit Agricole? Tu l'as ou je peux pas celle-ci là? Quand il commence à charger là.
Floating off to some island where he was gonna camp out there or some shit. He hasn't been seen since. I think he died. He had the curly hair. He would travel too. He wouldn't just in Portland. He traveled once all the way out to Kentucky. As a drummer boy.
Ils arrêtent au pif, et voilà, arrestation au pifomètre.
When in fact went to the Kentucky Derby.
Ah mais là vraiment c'est un scandale ce qui est en train de se passer là. Anthony!
What's her name? In fact, all those black dudes, their leader ended up getting locked up for pointing a gun up at a SWAT member, I think, that day. He didn't get charged with that, going to prison. Damn! Some of those rocks are close. Where's the water cannon truck? Where is... Where are all the rubber bullets?
Fait mal apparemment.
Why don't they have rubber rounds? They're just gonna be like... They could have a semi-automatic rubber round thing. They had that in Portland. They would just be like... They had one for tear gas too. It's probably the same one. You can launch either or. Oh, man down. What the fuck just happened? Oh, he just laid down.
Vous allez tuer, vous allez tuer. Elles sont où les motos pour rouler dessus là? Hein? Les motos de la Brava, elles sont où là? Putain!
He just laid down. Nothing even happened to
Les
him.
mecs sont des tarés, ils portent des armes de guerre.
That's an intimate tactic. They would act like they were having seizures and shit sometimes to get the cops to back off.
C'est pour ça que je mets un casque.
Twice they did that I saw. One of them was super blatant too. We had nurses in chat that were like, yeah, that's not a seizure.
Bah c'était courageux hein.
J'ai pas de haine contre eux en fait.
Bah non mais ils comprennent, enfin, ils ont du mal à prendre conscience
de la détermination. Ouais.
Et disons que ça devient compliqué d'être créatif et de trouver des méthodes.
Mais ça marche pas mal. Parce que du coup en fait tu crées une image pour la caméra qui tout de suite on est en défaveur. Donc par contre s'il pète un câble il t'éclate la gueule quoi.
Ouais ou ça.
Ouais.
Bon, c'est ça que j'ai eu peur.
C'est mon pire.
C'est ça que j'ai eu peur.
Dude, one day we were watching Chile, and I had one of the cameras on the side, and I noticed that
le message il est bien, ce message que
there were a few bikes that were going on around. I was like, dude, something's about to happen, man. There's a lot of bikes coming. So I put it on the big screen. Next thing you know, the entire roundabout was full of fucking bicycles, dude. They shut that shit down. No cars could get on it. It was so smart. Because what are you gonna do? What are the cops gonna do? It was such a smart. They just kept going in circles on the roundabout with their bikes.
Je peux vous poser une question ou deux ou pas?
They took that statue out of that area too, man. Remember, you used to have a statue there that they'd climb on top of. First, they tried putting fencing around it. Then they ended up just removing it because they couldn't keep the people away from it. Alright. Unless they put it back. Yeah, that was wild, man. They love that stuff. There would be so many people partying out there too.
N'hésitez pas
more than
à mettre
Francis
un petit
had.
pouce pour Xavier les amis, ça lui fera plaisir. Un petit message d'encouragement. Il est pas sur le terrain mais il est avec nous pour vous proposer un live Twitter de haute qualité. Excuse-moi. Merci. Et là, je crois qu'il a de quoi s'occuper là. Il a au moins 3 extraits d'avance là. Allez. Et restez pas là les jeunes, restez pas là, avancez, avancez. Ah bah écoute, cool, alors reste là, prends ton temps. Tranquille, c'est la street, il m'a répondu.
Dude, they called the tree on fire.
Eh, les jeunes de la nouvelle génération, c'est des fous furieux. Hein.
The fuck, man? What are they doing? They want those to catch on fire in the tree. Oh, that's awesome. Of course you have a skateboard. You're such a rebel. What the fuck, man? Why would anybody burn him? They probably the cops, though. The cops probably caught on fire with something they shot. To save the tree! You know, they've now found out that plants have, like, they can feel pain. Have you read that? Before I thought it was only broccoli. Oh my god, that's low.
Il y a un moment, je sais pas si t'as vu le téléphonique là qui s'est j'avais mon téléphone, je voulais appeler ma mère et je dis ouais maman tu es à Paris, elle peut à 2 mètres, comment ça va? Juste pour rigoler un peu. Je pense pas qu'elle aurait rigolé sur le moment, mais là par contre bonjour le petit de carbone.
Tu vois, le poumon, il va prendre. À mon avis, il y a du mouvement. Ouais, en plus, ça fait pour le
c'est parti. Non, mais sérieux, ils sont.
Le quintet plus a démarré.
Ouais, là, c'est à peu près ça, ouais.
Et là, c'est parti.
Sérieux.
C'est bon. Allez,
What the hell are they accomplishing by doing that over and over? Besides getting tired. I wonder if the ones that get hit paint are like marked targets that they try to hit more than the other ones. Like once they get the paint on them, you get all the big ass boulders coming at you. That'd be pretty wild. I mean, that would really fuck with morale, though, at the same time, man. If you knew you had the blue on, that meant that you were going to get all the rocks pretty much aimed at you. I'm trying to switch that shield out. Everybody else be like, yeah, I ain't taking your fucking shield, bro. You done do that to yourself. Wipe it off. Because all this looks unprotected. He probably has a cup on. Let me see. Like, why has he got the little bitty shield?
Il se croit dans Call of Duty, le gars, avec son LBD à la main, là. Vise avec à gauche, non mais sérieux, y a pas un compteur de points. Hein. Faut arrêter au bout d'un moment.
I tell you what, dude, I wouldn't fucking be out there with that little bitty ass shield. There's no way I'd be next to a dude with that full size shield and I'm sitting here like with a dinner plate.
Je sais pas ce qu'ils chargent, hein. Ils doivent charger le rond-point. Ils sont peut-être en désaccord avec les pavés qui sont sur la place apparemment. Je sais pas trop ce qu'ils sont en train de faire là. Je sais pas si eux-mêmes ils savent ce qu'ils sont en train de faire. Ces messieurs ont l'air
Oh,
débordés,
sweet
hein.
Lou, you're famous. Oh, he's famous. Jeez, look at this fire, dude! Whoa! It's next to a building.
Il a encore le LBD, il arrête pas lui. Hein.
Alright, now we're getting a little fucking crazy! Okay, it's not even necessarily a building. It looked like it was. They make sure not to burn any buildings down, I feel. But that's equipment, that's a water hose. Like, city property with the cones probably, maybe. I saw the other day they shut a toll booth down and they let everybody in for free through a Audubon toll booth. They're flying French flags. I didn't stream that one. But that's something, you know what I'm saying? That's something that hurts the city, the state. Taking away their money, man. That's what you gotta do. That's what Antifa did. They fucked with their money. They made them overspend on a bunch of ordnance and man hours. They were doing that all intentionally, dude. You make them overspend on man hours and ordinances, like all this tear gas and shit that they're shooting. That's hurting them. Dude, the amount that they're spending on police man hours in Paris has to be more than they have in. It's probably 10-year budget in a year. If this keeps up, 10 years worth. Because they're all getting like hazardous pay, some kind of double time probably. Plus the hours in themselves that are added on. Oh yeah, they're going to be filing for PTSD after this maybe too. That's good.
Tu rigoleras moins quand tu seras 4 ans sur le terrain, je crois que... Tu rigoleras moins après.
Oh, we got another police officer down back there on the right screen right here. Get the shot of it. I gotta turn medic down before one of you guys use it. The thing's been blaring lately. Just throw some water on it. That doesn't work. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a medic! Medic! That was so epic, dude. How it, like, man, when are those days gonna come back? Does it work? I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a medic! Medic! Those were the perfect sound commands.
On dépasse les 1000 partages, c'est vous, je compte sur vous, c'est vous qui faites le travail là. Je suis sur le terrain, mais vous faites la formation en partageant, donc partagez sur tous les...
Oh wait, is it a cop or is it a civilian?
Quelque chose comme ça, sans partage, c'est pas normal, il faut attendre sur survécu.
Looks like it's a civilian sound actually.
Voir les 1800, moi j'avais fixé comme objectif les 1800 partages. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup eu de débats sur la violence policière et il faut montrer
That's his head.
qu'elle continue. Donc les débats, même les débats télévisés ne changent change strictement rien.
Never forget.
Et continue.
CJ? No, that wasn't CJ though. That was God dang, I forget his name now. It was a Portland streamer. CJ was a Seattle streamer. But I know CJ went to Portland, but that wasn't him. It was God dang it. What was that guy's name? Do I remember?
Tout à l'heure, il y a un truc de nouveau que j'ai pas aimé. Un gars cagoulé qui m'a dit hey, tu peux me parler visage. Hein. C'était cagoulé en fait. Déjà, déjà pas mal, non? Mais non. Peut-être que tout à l'heure, le feu était face à moi, donc il y avait, j'avais les gens de face, mais j'ai bien personne cagoulée. Cagoulé, voilà, c'est bien. Protégez-vous de toute façon. Il y a des caméras partout, dans toute la ville. Les policiers ont des caméras, donc voilà, à un moment donné, faut arrêter avec les médias indépendants. D'ailleurs, pour preuve, en Belgique, il va y avoir une instauration des caméras intelligentes à reconnaissance faciale. C'est pas avec nos petites caméras qu'on va vous reconnaître en fait, c'est avec leur logiciel de reconnaissance faciale. Voilà. Et avec leur caméra directement.
White House briefing. Why is there a White House briefing?
On 9/11, and to degrade the terrorist threat to the United States from Afghanistan.
What is this?
And now,
why it doesn't even give a title. It just says White House briefing.
The most pressing challenges of our day. America is on a stronger strategic footing, more capable to support Ukraine and to meet our security commitments around the world, as well as the competition with China, because it is not fighting a ground war in Afghanistan. Of course, we continue to address terrorist threats, which, as the president accurately assessed, had migrated to other parts of the world through effective over-the-horizon operations, including those that took out the leaders of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, al-Zawahiri and Haji Abdullah, respectively. But while it was always the president's intent to end that war, it is also undeniable that decisions made and the lack of planning done by the previous administration significantly limited options available to him.
Right.
President Biden inherited a forced presence in Afghanistan with some 2,500 troops.
He had to do what he did with them,
the lowest since 2001.
Because of Trump now.
He inherited a special immigrant visa program that had been starved of resources. And he inherited a deal struck between the previous administration and the Taliban that called for the complete removal of all U.S. troops by May of 2021, or else the Taliban, which had stopped its attacks while the deal was in place, would go back to war against the United States. The president's transition team asked to see plans for that removal.
We could have squashed
them. They asked to see plans for a security transition to the Afghan government. And they asked to see plans to increase the processing of special immigrant visas. None were forthcoming. Transitions matter. That's the first lesson learned here. And the incoming administration wasn't afforded much of one. Thus, President Biden's choice was stark. Either withdraw all our forces or resume fighting with the Taliban. He chose the former. But even in so doing, secured extra time to conduct that withdrawal, stretching it out to August. And that's the second point worth making. Despite having his options curtailed, President Biden led a deliberate, rigorous, and inclusive decision-making process that was responsive to facts on the ground, focused keenly on the need for proper planning. In fact, President Biden directed his top national security leaders to begin planning for a withdrawal even before he had made the final decision to leave Afghanistan. He ordered troop reduction plans, plans to turn over bases and equipment to the Afghan government as the previous administration had negotiated, plans to draw down our diplomatic presence, and plans to evacuate both American citizens.
Why does Trump always talk about how he would have kept the airport if he wasn't about that life? You know what I mean? He was trying to keep the airport. He wasn't trying to give up the airport. Why do they act like he gave it away to him and that was part of the deal? Is he lying about that? Who's lying?
Citizens and Afghan allies alike. Indeed, evacuation planning started in spring of 2021, and the president ordered additional military forces pre-positioned in the region by midsummer in case they were ever needed. Throughout, President Biden insisted that his team plan for worst-case scenarios, such as the fall of Kabul, even though the intelligence community's assessment when he was making the decision in early 2021 was that Taliban advances would accelerate only after the withdrawal of U.S. forces. The president repeatedly requested assessments of the trajectory of the conflict from his military and his intelligence professionals. No agency predicted a Taliban takeover in 9 days. No agency predicted the rapid fleeing of President Ghani, who had indicated to us his intent to remain in Afghanistan up until he departed on the 15th of August. And no agency predicted that the more than 300,000 trained and equipped Afghan national security and defense forces would fail to fight for their country.
Bullshit! They knew they were ill-prepared.
Years of American support. In fact, the assessment was that the promotion of acting Defense Minister Bismillah Khan Mohammadi would actually strengthen their resolve to stay and fight. And so, another lesson learned was the need to plan early and extensively for low probability, high risk scenarios. I should note here that our experiences in Afghanistan informed our decision to set up a small group of experts for worst case scenario planning on Ukraine, which included simulation exercises and our ability to forcefully and plainly speak publicly about the risks we saw of a pending invasion. Now look, there's always going to be tension between highlighting warning signs that a country may collapse and undermining that same government. And that's a difficult balance to strike. But in Ukraine, and before that in Ethiopia, for that matter, we prioritized earlier drawdowns of our personnel when each of those capitals were under threat. In fact, months before Russia's invasion, we released intelligence with trusted partners, and our warnings about the invasion grew louder and more public. This aggressive approach allowed us to organize with our allies and help enable Americans in Ukraine to depart safely. And just to remind, we continue to facilitate the safe departures of Americans from Afghanistan when they tell us they are ready to leave. And we have proudly welcomed nearly 100,000 of our Afghan partners and their family members to the United States. Many of these families left Afghanistan after the withdrawal, and they continue to arrive on a regular basis. Now, I'd be remiss here if I did not also express our gratitude to the many private and nonprofit groups, including those comprising veterans of the war, who helped us identify, contact, and arrange for the safe transport of thousands of these brave Afghans. Without their help, or the incredible assistance we received from countries in Europe and the Middle East that allowed us to use their facilities as way stations, we could not have moved as many people as quickly as we did. And that's yet another lesson that we learned. This one about the power of allies, partners, and friends. Now, we know we need more help, which is why we urge Congress to assist us in improving the Special Immigrant Visa Program and by passing the Afghan Adjustment Act, both of which will make it easier for us to keep meeting our commitments to our Afghan allies. No comments, none.
Wait, hold up.
Withdrawal.
Does the Afghan Adjustment Act have anything to do with the gender study shit that we're paying for them? Is that what that is? We're helping them adjust to tranny's life?
Would be complete without mention of the deadly attack on the Abbey Gate at Hamid Karzai International Airport on the 26th of August. The president at the time made it clear to operational commanders that force protection remained his highest priority. In those tense days, when the threat was particularly high, he accepted the recommendation of his national security team to extend the timeline for evacuations only after his senior military officials confirmed that they had sufficient resources and authorities to mitigate threats, including those threats posed by ISIS-K. He trusted the best judgment of his leaders on the ground to make all operational decisions, including with regard to Abbey Gate. The President and the First Lady will always honor the sacrifices of the 13 service members who were killed in that attack, and we will never forget their families. We will mourn with them.
But the general couldn't say that he made a mistake, right?
Remember with them and support those Gold Star families. We mourn as well the loss of those Afghans killed by that suicide bomber on that day and others who lost their lives during the withdrawal. And we will always honor the bravery and selflessness of every member of the military, the foreign service, the intelligence community, and our civil service, who made possible the largest airlift evacuation in military history, and all under the constant threat of attack. The effort was certainly not without days of pain, hardship, or bloodshed, but neither was it without courage, or poise, or professionalism.
Dude, literally the only reason they're doing this is because Trump had his speech. Like, this is so weird, dude. Trump gets indicted and then afterwards has a long, drawn-out speech about a bunch of stuff that didn't even have to do with the indictment. Some of it being Afghanistan withdrawal and a lot of other shit that he's not happy about with what Biden has done. And now they're doing this? Our government is taking the time to do this? It's kind of weird, man. Like, isn't it? They're like, oh yeah, well, he said that, so we better put something together to rebuttal it. He's not even the president. Like, what are you doing? Why do they care? Why do they fucking care what he said if it's not a big deal? Apparently, he is kind of a big deal. You saw the news cameras out in New York, didn't you? Those are more news cameras I've ever seen than anybody going to their arraignment ever in the history of arraignments. He's kind of a big deal, dude. Believe it or not, you anti-Trumpers, Trump's kind of a big deal. The government is worried.
We should remember that over 20 years of war, and in its final days, these men and women saw things and did things and carry things with them that you and I will never fathom. We must make sure that they and their families know that their service mattered. We must make sure they get the help and the support that they need. We must make sure that their legacy is never forgotten. They ended our nation's longest war. That was never going to be an easy thing to do. And as the president himself has said, it was never going to be low grade or low risk or low cost. We should be humble enough to let that also be a key lesson learned from Afghanistan.
Dude, and for him to be resting on his laurels, saying, like it's like whenever someone gets exposed to a chemical agent and they don't get sick within the first year, and they're like, hey, yeah, man, it wasn't so bad after all. We did it, guys. Yeah, we did that thing. We got exposed to the chemical agent, but we didn't actually get hurt. But then 20 years later, pop, you got cancer. You're dead 40 years before you were supposed to. That's what us backing out of Afghanistan the way we did might have done. We don't know yet what's about to happen from that. For him to act like he knows that it's, okay, yeah, it's okay, look, we did it. You've seen this crazy shit that's going on over there lately? They're telling the women they got to wear the head covering now. They can't have jobs. They can't go to school. They're starting to blow shit up again. And he's acting like nothing's happening. And we just left.
I'll take some questions.
So, John, thank you for doing
it. It just started.
I think I speak on behalf of my colleagues in this room.
It was stupid for us to leave Afghanistan.
About 10 minutes before the briefing began, with little notice, and it's the very definition of a modern major holiday news dump. You're releasing this.
Should have kept the airport. It was our fucking airport. We built it with the recent technology that they didn't have. They didn't even used to have radar systems, and we gave them that.
And is this a response?
So now they can protect themselves from our fucking air target, the shit that's coming in air. Now they can see it. They didn't used to be able to do that. We gave that to them and a bunch of other shit. And for this fucking asshat to act like we did a good job and he's patting himself on the back for it because he negated some of what pitfalls that could have happened, because I don't even know what could have been worse about it. It seems like it was the worst withdrawal possible. What could have, if they would have hit us, if all of a sudden Taliban would have just attacked, full on attack, and if that would have happened, a lot of fucking Muslims would have died. Let's be real.
By the agencies, or is this considered a summary?
More Muslims would have died than Americans if that would have happened.
This is the result of months and months of work by individual agencies who are participating in the withdrawal to voluntarily review that withdrawal, which they did. They worked through that. These documents are classified. And we felt it was the responsible thing to do after those reviews were done to then run a process across the administration to take a look at those reviews ourselves, across the interagency, work our way through it, and then provide them to the relevant committees and leaders on the Hill, which we did today. We think that was the responsible thing to do, and what you're seeing today is the result and the culmination of an awful lot of work, Ed. No effort here to try to obfuscate or try to bury something. It's an effort to try to be as open, as transparent as we can be. And what you got in that document there is a pretty fair summary of our perspectives of the work over those many months and pulling and collating a lot of those lessons learned together.
All
and we're trying to
press secretaries
the key
of the White House are
learned,
professional
that,
bullshitters.
That we're able to share.
They have
more
to be to
openly
get
and
the
more
job.
publicly with you. And I'll tell you this. You got questions
dude
after
could
the
sell
briefing
you
today, I'll stay here
anything.
as long as you want. You got questions after the briefing today, you know how to get a hold of me. We'll answer whatever you have.
I got two specific ones about what's in this document after a speed read here. On page 8, the President received and accepted the unanimous advice of his top national security officials to end the evacuation on August 31st. What is the definition of a top national security official? Because we know, for example, that General McKenzie, who was then head of CENTCOM, has said he objected to aspects of this. So what's the definition of a top national security official?
I am loath to get into the individual advice that individual members of the President's team give him. That would not be appropriate for me. But I can tell you, having lived through this as well at the Pentagon, that the President specifically asked his team, should we extend past the 31st? He specifically asked them to go back and look and see what that would look like, because we had secured this additional time from the Taliban to the 31st of August. And the team did that. The team did that, Ed, not just at the highest levels of the Pentagon, from the Secretary to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs to General McKenzie, but even the operational commanders on the ground. And there were numerous flag and general officers on the ground at the airport. All of them took a fair look at the President's request and came back to him and said that it would not be advisable, given the high threat environment. Remember what also happened on the 26th, that attack at Abbey Gate? And then we had a very high temp between the 26th and the 30th, in which, of course, there was a kinetic strike taken in downtown Kabul. There was high temp. And so the advice of his senior national security team, all the way up to the senior levels of the Pentagon, advised him that the 31st was the appropriate date to end that evacuation.
There's 4 pages here of blame on the previous administration, or this White House explanation of what the last White House did regarding Afghanistan. Nowhere in here does there appear to be any expression of accountability or mistake by either the President himself or others. Is there any for what happened?
I would argue that the very fact that we voluntarily, the agencies voluntarily decided to go conduct after-action reviews. Nobody told them to do that. That wasn't legislated by Congress. They did that on their own. And the fact that they did that, and that we were now placing it on the Hill for Congress to look at, the fact that we digested and distilled some of the key points of that and gave it out in a public document, the fact that I'm up here talking to you about it, I think shows you how seriously that the President felt about learning lessons from this withdrawal. I would also point out to you that the work isn't over. So, number one, even before you got that document, some of those lessons were applied. I talked about Ethiopia. I talked about Ukraine. And number two, it's not like the work is all over. The President signed the legislation enabling the Afghan War Commission to be formed, and we're going to continue to work and cooperate with that. That's going to look at the whole 20 years. America's longest war deserves a lengthy review and lengthy study, and the President's committed to that.
Thank you. In reading this, you seem to be conceding that evacuation should have happened sooner and faster, saying we now prioritize earlier evacuations, noting that today you would message evacuations more aggressively. I understand you've made clear the president does not have any regrets about his decision to withdraw, but in hindsight, in reading this, does the president have any regrets about how this withdrawal was carried out?
The president's very proud of the manner in which the men and women of the military, the Foreign Service, the intelligence community, I went on and on and on, conducted this withdrawal. But look, I've been around operations my entire life, and there's not a single one that ever goes perfectly according to plan. Things happen. Sometimes enemies get a vote, and you always want to learn from that. And one of the things that we learned, and I talked about it here in my opening statement as well, is that you gotta that balance of striking when do you pull out when a government is under threat, particularly a friendly government, and do so in a way that doesn't undermine the very government you're trying to support. That's a tough balance to strike, and it's different in every single case. And as I said, we learned from Afghanistan, and we applied that lesson in Ukraine and Ethiopia, that being aggressive in the information space and being willing to move a little sooner may be the best thing.
But does he wish he had done things differently?
The president, I think everything is laid out here in this document about the main takeaways, the main lessons that we learned, and again, the president's enormously proud of the men and women who conducted this withdrawal.
And just one last thing, on the last page here, you note that the speed and ease with which the Taliban took control of Afghanistan suggests that there was no scenario except a permanent and significantly expanded U.S. military presence that would have changed the trajectory. I wonder, what is your message to the veterans, to the families of the fallen, who may read that and wonder, what was the point?
The president said many times that the mission that we originally were sent in to Afghanistan for was accomplished a long, long time ago. Remember, they were ordered in under President Bush to avenge the 9/11 attacks and to go specifically after Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. And decimating and degrading Al-Qaeda's capability in Afghanistan was a mission that we accomplished a long, long time ago. And over time, the president has talked about this, the mission in Afghanistan morphed into something it wasn't intended to originally be. That doesn't, just because the mission changed over time under previous administrations and leadership and scenarios, doesn't mean that anybody who served in Afghanistan doesn't have something to be proud of, doesn't have service to this country that they can take with them the rest of their lives. And feel honorable about it. They didn't make those decisions. They signed up. They raised their right hand, all volunteers at a time of war, to say, yeah, put me in. I'm going to go fight. And some of them didn't make it back. And everybody that made it back a little bit different than when they left. And the president and the first lady understand that and respect that. And they should know that they'll always have the commitment of the commander-in-chief and the respect of the country for doing that.
Mandita, and then we're going to get around to it.
Thanks, Corinne. The report says the Trump administration's 4 years of neglect, including deliberate degradation, left Afghanistan operations in despair. Could you be specific about deliberate degradation? What are you specifically referring to?
There are many aspects if you look at the Doha Agreement and what led up to that. When President Trump took office, there was more than 10,000 American troops in Afghanistan. He took it down to 2,500. He negotiated the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners that were being held by the Afghani government without consultation with the Afghani government. He negotiated the Doha Agreement with the Taliban without the Afghani government in the room. And he all but froze the special immigrant visa program, which had been providing opportunities for some of our Afghan allies to get out of the country and to come back. So it was a general sense of degradation and neglect there that the president inherited. And do not underestimate the effect that that Doha Agreement had on the morale and the willingness to fight on the Afghan National Security and Defense Forces. It had a very corrosive effect on their willingness to continue to fight for their country. Now, we didn't see that. We didn't see that. And part of the reason we didn't see that is because we couldn't see the plans that the previous administration allegedly worked on during the transition. No, as I said in my opening statement, none of those plans were forthcoming.
So would you say that the points that you just listed especially were the ones that made this transition?
Those were some of the key ones.
And a quick follow-up on what the report says about the administration not broadcasting loudly about any potential worst-case scenarios out of concern. It would signal lack of confidence in the Afghan government's position. We obviously ended up seeing Ghani flee the country.
Yeah.
And so, was that a well-thought-out decision?
What was what a well-thought-out decision? His decision to flee?
Not broadcasting loudly any concerns about the lack of confidence in the Afghan government.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, as I said, it's a difficult balance to strike, and we were having internal conversations. In fact, we had conversations with the Ghani government about our concerns over what was happening in the countryside throughout Afghanistan there in early August, and where we came down on was not calling for an evacuation sooner because we didn't want the Ghani government to collapse. And we had every assurance made by President Ghani that he wasn't going anywhere, that he was still in charge, that he still had a viable administration. And so, you know,
for the Ghani government?
When do you make that call? And it's difficult. It's tough to do it in the moment. And nobody can predict the future. Again, as I said, we learned from that experience and we applied a more aggressive approach, if you will, in Ethiopia and in Ukraine. But every instance is different. Every capital that's under threat is under a different kind of threat, and you have to evaluate it.
Am I the only one?
Before the withdrawal, there was a dissent channel cable that was written by 23 State Department officials there at the Kabul embassy, warning that the administration, in their view, was not prepared at that moment for the withdrawal. I'm curious, did this review take that dissent cable into account?
You'll have to talk to the State Department. The State Department conducted an after-action review, and so did the DOD, and that's a question better put to them.
And then one specifically, then for the president and this administration, I'm curious if there was a moment during the Afghanistan withdrawal that the president lost confidence in the assessments that were given to him by the intelligence community and lost confidence in the intelligence community itself, given that they failed to foresee how quickly the Taliban would advance and Kabul would fall.
The president knows how hard people work across the administration to try to give him the best information that they can. But it didn't stop him from asking. Throughout the entire withdrawal, he was constantly pulsing the national security team about this or that assessment and constantly challenging the thinking, constantly looking for ways to better understand what was going on the ground. Some of the assessments that was produced, as I put in my opening statement, were proved out to be not correct. But he, again, this was an honest effort by everybody to try to get at the right outcome.
No one doubts that they weren't working hard, but their assessment was flawed and they failed in that assessment. Has anyone been held accountable for giving the president a wrong view of how things are turning out on the ground?
I don't know how much intelligence you read or you get to look at every day, but let me tell you something. It's a mosaic. It's really hard. And I've yet to see
is it too hard? You're fired.
An intelligence assessment that ever was 110% certain about something. They get paid to do the best
we
they
should
can.
have the best intelligence in the
weaving
world.
in multiple sources of information,
You know what
sometimes
I mean? It
in real
shouldn't
time,
be fucking
without
wrong.
even a lot of time to process. And they do the best they can. Do they always get it right? They'll be the first ones if they were up here to tell you they don't always get it right. And clearly we didn't get things
They're
right here in
fired.
Afghanistan.
Find people that
How
will
fast
always
the
get it
Taliban
right.
were moving across the country. I don't think
You
we
don't
fully
give the
anticipated
president
the degree to
intel
which
that's
they were
incorrect, dude.
constructing these deals in the hinterlands that kind of fell like dominoes. We didn't anticipate how fast the Afghan National Security Forces were going to fold. We're not going to fight for their country, particularly
They're
after
passing
we
the
had,
buck,
as I said,
as they
dedicated
usually
20
do.
years
It's always
trained
someone
and
else's
equipped them.
fucking fault. With all
I don't
politicians,
think we,
by the
fully
way.
appreciated the degree of corruption that was in the officer ranks in the military. I could go on and on and on. But it doesn't mean that people weren't trying and doing their best effort to understand that. But intelligence, getting it right every single time, man, that's a tough
Well, when it's the longest fucking war we've ever been at, I say you make sure that intelligence is precise, because it's kind of important. We've spent a lot of time, man hours, deaths, you know, a lot of shit's happened in Afghanistan. Maybe make sure we get that perfect before we do anything. But no, they didn't. That's the problem.
It's like page after page, this places the blame on the previous administration, starting with page 1. President Biden's choices for how to execute a withdrawal from Afghanistan were severely constrained by conditions created by his predecessor.
Yeah.
Let me just follow up with you on something that Ed was asking, which is, does the president take responsibility for the withdrawal and everything that happened thereafter?
He's the commander-in-chief, and he absolutely has responsibility for the operations that our men and women can.
He didn't say he takes responsibility. He's blaming responsibility on him, but he's not saying he's taking the responsibility.
Conduct and the orders that he gives, and he
So, there's
continues
that.
to believe that the order to withdraw from Afghanistan was the right one.
See, he doesn't take any responsibility. He told him he should, but he still says he believes that he did the right thing.
What's happened since we pulled out of Afghanistan, and see what the United States military has been better able to do on behalf of the American people, I think there's only one conclusion you can come to, and that it was the right decision.
And as you list the things that could have
But
been...
wait, before I answer, but you need to remember, and I get the question about, you know, the previous administration. You got to look at when he came into office, what he was walking into. He didn't negotiate with the Taliban. He didn't invite the Taliban to Camp David.
But he could
didn't
have.
release 5,000 prisoners.
But he
didn't
could
reduce
have.
force levels in Afghanistan to
You
2,500.
motherfucker. He could have
And he didn't have an arrangement with the Taliban that they weren't attack our troops. He came in with a certain set of circumstances. He had no ability to.
Why? Why does the president of our country and our government not have the ability to renegotiate with the fucking Taliban, a bunch of people living in mud huts and shit? You telling me? Dude, our government came to America and they negotiated with the natives of this country, and we didn't even know the fucking language. How hard was that? You know what I mean? They know the language. We got people that can speak to them and shit, and they couldn't renegotiate something and be like, okay, we're reneging a little bit. We can do that. We're fucking America. We're going to stay longer than we were. We're going to take longer to get out, and if you don't fucking like it, you're going to have to deal with us, and we're going to come in full force this time. You know, it could have been fucking renegotiated.
Change. He had to deal with it based on what he inherited.
Bullshit.
8 months to plan, did he not?
He had to take 8 months to plan because whatever plans there might have been done by the previous administration, we didn't see, and it was not apparent that there was a lot of planning done. So yes, he took some time to work through that. I don't think he could be blamed for that. In fact, he enabled and was able to secure from the Taliban extra time on the clock, because by May 1st, you might remember, they were going to come in guns a-blazing. Hang on a second. I'll get to you. They were going to come in guns a-blazing on May 1st. He got us till the end of August so that we could do, I mentioned that in my opening statement, proper planning that accounted for high-risk scenarios and probabilities that we hadn't thought of before, so that he could get military forces pre-positioned in the region, so that if we had to go in and conduct an evacuation, they could do that. And you know how fast they got there? 48 hours when we ordered a NEO, a non-combatant evacuation, because he put them there and he had to have time to do that.
What does the president believe?
Also, sometimes it bothers me. He's always smiling a little bit while he's talking, like to try to garner the acceptance of the people he's talking to. A little bit of an uptick there. No matter what he's talking about.
Mistakes does the president believe he made?
I'm not going to speak for the president on that score. What I can tell you is that, again, we've done a good faith effort here to work through the lessons learned of this withdrawal. And we've already started to apply those lessons. The president ran a very inclusive, very rigorous, very flexible process that was responsive, as I said, to the views of operational commanders on the ground. He repeatedly asked for and received assessments almost every day about what was going on, and acted in accordance with the best judgment of his advisors, particularly military advisors, as things were unfolding.
John, just finally, given the enormity of this report, given the American lives that were lost, why are we not hearing directly from the president?
We are putting this forth for you and for Congress today, and I think you've heard from the president. He has talked many times about his decision to withdraw from Afghanistan, his belief that it was the right decision. He has talked publicly about the withdrawal before and about the courage and sacrifice and the professionalism, and he has been, he and the First Lady have been very open and honest.
Why
and
are
about,
you
about the sorrow that they feel
here?
for those that lost their lives.
Why is it happening?
Thanks. John, who's going to get fired over this?
Peter, the purpose of the document that we're putting out today is to sort of collate the chief reviews and findings of the agencies that did after-action reviews. It's not, the purpose of it is not accountability. It's the purpose of it is
Military leaders.
Purpose of it is to study lesson
learned. You
learned.
admit that the intel was bad. So how can President Biden ever trust when they come into the Oval Office with the PDB that anything in there is legit?
What I said was
that intelligence is a mosaic. What if the mosaic, all the pieces are incorrect?
What I said was intelligence is hard business, and they get it right a lot too. There were some pieces here that weren't accurate, and we're being nothing but honest with you and the American people about what those inaccuracies were and how they shaped some of the decision making that was laid before the president and the questions that he asked. This document and this effort isn't about accountability today. It's about understanding. And I would also add that as I said to Ed, the review process isn't over. This is the next muscle movement in what will be a long process to better understand and comprehend and adjust to what we learned and what we did in Afghanistan.
But it doesn't seem like after the country has had a couple months to review this, and as the government has, people don't have an issue with the decision to order troops out of Afghanistan. It is with the way that this president ordered it done. There were children being killed. There were people hanging off of Air Force jets that were leaving, and you're saying that you guys are proud of the way that this mission was conducted?
Wild. I forgot about
Does it mean
they were falling off
proud of the fact that we got more than 124,000 people safely out of Afghanistan? You bet. Proud of the fact that American troops were able to seize control of a defunct airport and get it operational in 48 hours? You bet. Proud of the fact that we now have about 100,000 Afghans, our former allies and partners, living in this country and working towards citizenship? You bet. Does that mean that everything went perfect in that evacuation? Of course not. I've talked about it from a different podium. The after-action reviews are now being reviewed by members of Congress, which will lay out things that could have gone better. Nobody's saying that everything was perfect. But there was a lot that went right. And a lot of Afghans are now living better lives in this country and other countries around the world because of the sacrifices and the work of so many American government officials. So yeah, there's a lot to be proud of, Peter.
Is that what we were there for? To liberate the Afghan nationals from their country?
The previous administration. Specifically, how is the Trump administration responsible for the disorganized and chaotic process of evacuation and determining who gets to board these evacuation flights? I mean, you mentioned that there's a review in terms of the lessons learned. Can you share some of those lessons learned, just specifically in terms of who gets to board evacuation flights?
I'm not going to go beyond the review, the document that you have today, or my comments today. But I'm actually glad for the question. Because I remember going through all that. And those first few days were very, very tough. They were very hectic because we didn't have a force presence at Karzai International Airport. We were still in the process of taking those pre-positioned forces and getting them onto the field. And we got them there within 48 hours. And about 72 hours after that, that airport was basically, for all intents and purposes, American property, surrounded by the Taliban and ISIS-K. So they not only had to run an airport, get the radars up and going, do air traffic control, get planes coming in and getting them loaded, have medical screening, have security vetting, have diplomatic presence on the ground to make sure that we're putting the right people on planes, but also defend that airport from external threats. That's pretty remarkable.
Why is he downplaying how good our fucking military is? That's what it sounds like to me. Other people here, and it's like they're getting an award for barely getting us out of there when, like, we need to be striving to be better as American military, not being like, hey man, they did all right, didn't they? Come on.
And so for all this talk of chaos, I just didn't see it. Not from my
We should be best in the world. We spend the most on it.
Full of people, Americans and Afghans alike, every 48 minutes. And not one single mission was missed. So I'm sorry, I just won't buy the whole argument of chaos. It was tough in the first few hours. You would expect it to be. There was nobody at the airport. Certainly no Americans. It took time to get in there.
Is there anything in the review that addresses the problem of who was in charge at that time? I think there's a lot of analysis that questions whether it should have been the military who's in charge of the evacuation versus the State Department. And that is partly the problem of the confusion. And I understand your point about planes leaving full of people, but there are also planes who left empty and people falling off planes.
I actually don't accept the premise of your question that there was some sort of confusion over who runs. It was a non-combatant evacuation operation once it was called, and the military leads those. It's pretty clear. Now, we needed the support of the State Department because you had to have diplomatic officers, consular officers, people trained in the vetting of individuals coming in. We needed that help for sure. There was a lot of interagency coordination, and some of it had to be developed in the moment because we'd never done something like this before. But it was very clearly what we call a NEO, a non-combatant evacuation operation.
Weren't they using the Taliban?
Let me tell you something else. Non-combatant evacuation operations are probably some of the most difficult, not probably, they are, some of the most difficult operations for any military to conduct.
Can I just follow up on the women's rights issue, John, since you're there? Since the withdrawal, Afghan women have suffered massively under the Taliban, and they have recently banned Afghan women from working as UN staff. Some believe that this is a tactic, a pressure tactic by the Taliban to secure a seat at the UN, Afghanistan's seat at the UN. Do you believe that this is a tactic that will work? Under what circumstances would the U.S. even consider allowing the Taliban have the Afghanistan seat at the UN?
Again, I think we've talked about this. I mean, we certainly condemn this approach by the Taliban. It is, and we're certainly not going to be compliant with it. If the Taliban wants international legitimacy, in whatever form, then they should answer up to the commitments they made in the Doha Agreement and in other agreements, and in this case, to be respectful of the rights of women and girls, and they haven't. And so until they do, they're going to be continuing to struggle to gain some sort of sense of legitimacy or assistance from the rest of the world.
Kareem, thank you very much. Admiral, thank you. I have two questions about this report. First question is about the intelligence angle. I think we can safely agree that anytime the assets of the intelligence community are harnessed to an assessment of a life and death matter, and the community gets that wrong, and death ensues, that qualifies as an intelligence failure. First question here is whether, since you have acknowledged, essentially, without calling it as such, an intelligence failure in this case, do we know why the intelligence communities got it wrong? What was it cultural? Was it specific? Was it analytical? What was the problem with the intelligence community here?
The intelligence community also conducted after-action reviews, and I'd let them speak to that. I'm not going to do that from here.
Second question. We in this room hear you saying, and the American people hear you saying, that President Biden inherited bad policies from President Trump.
No. Bad outcomes, bad conditions on the ground. That's what I said.
Well, you said you reduced the force to 2,500. You're characterizing that as a bad policy, yes?
I'm characterizing that as a fact.
Okay. What we hear you saying, let me finish my question, please, and what the American people hear you saying is President Biden inherited flawed policies from his predecessor. President Biden was deprived of the requisite transition papers he should have received from his predecessor, and President Biden was deprived of accurate information from President Ghani, about his intentions, and President Biden was deprived of accurate assessments from the intelligence community. The depiction of the commander-in-chief that you present, or this commander-in-chief, is of a figure almost helpless and shaped and buffeted by individuals and forces and entities that are beyond his control, when he had every option to increase the troop size there during his 8 months in office. He had every option to intensify attacks on the 5,000 Taliban fighters and so on.
Yeah,
so I just don't understand why you're willing to depict your boss, the commander-in-chief, as so helpless in this instance.
The president was anything but helpless.
You could be sniping those
drove
fuckers
a very,
away
as
from
I
the
said,
airport.
A deliberate and inclusive decision-making process. He was able to secure some extra time for us to be able to conduct a withdrawal and do so effectively. He repeatedly, as I said in my opening statement, throughout the entire withdrawal, pulsed his national security team and senior military leaders about the conditions on the ground, asking tough questions and getting answers and getting responses. And he acted on the best military judgment and the best assessments from the intelligence community as he could, as he made these decisions going forward. And some of those assessments turned out to be wrong. But it wasn't for a lack of alacrity and energy and interest by the president in pulsing and questioning and analyzing all the way through. And this was difficult. As I said at the very end of my opening statement, ending a war, any war, is not an easy endeavor, certainly not after 20 years. And the president said himself there was no way in that process that it was going to be low grade, low cost, low risk. There was going to be risks. There were going to be costs. He knew that. The team knew that. And everybody tried the best they could to develop the best answers, the best responses, the best assessments that they could. The president relied on that judgment, but he kept challenging it all the way through. He kept challenging it. He kept asking questions.
Given the conditions, your position is everything went about as well as it possibly could have.
It's not my position, James. I would encourage you to take some time and look through the document, and you'll see that some of the key lessons learned that we took away are that you've got to really work hard at planning. You got to really work hard at interagency coordination. You got to be willing to revisit the idea of communications, crisis communications with respect to evacuations, and maybe be willing to move sooner than what some of your instincts might be. I mean, there's a lot in there, so I encourage you to take a look at that.
Why did the administration choose not to make this an independent review?
These were independent reviews. The after action, the after action reviews that were done by the Defense Department and at the State Department, they're the two prime ones that we're talking about here. They were done completely independently. You'll see that.
Well, they're still fundamentally his cabinet agencies, his cabinet leaders conducting the agency or conducting the reviews of his actions. Why not an outside commission, outside independent person to review what the administration did?
Each of these agencies voluntarily conducted these reviews. The president didn't dictate to them how they were going to conduct those reviews. They each did it independently, differently, in a different way. But both state and DOD, did their reviews using independent entities, and then that was pushed up to back inside the lifelines at the State Department and the Defense Department. Both Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin had a chance to digest it, look at them, review them, analyze those reviews, and then, of course, we once we did that, those reviews entered an interagency process where it was they were looked at in conjunction here at the National Security Council and across the interagency by multiple agencies to take a look at the work that the State Department and the Defense Department did and fashion together some even broader lessons learned, some of which we shared in that document that we gave you.
And I know you were asked earlier about releasing more beyond the 12-page report, and you talked about information just being very highly classified, but the president can obviously declassify anything that he wants, so would he do so in the interest of transparency, in the interest of the public knowing more about what happened with the withdrawal beyond the 12-page perspective of the NSC?
So again, a couple of things to remember. This is an ongoing process here. We also look forward to cooperating with the Afghan War Commission, which will take a look at the 20 years of war. These documents are sensitive and classified. We are taking an extraordinary step here to share them with members of Congress, the relevant committees and leaders. Usually with after actions, there's no requirement to do that. You don't have to do that. But the president has taken that extraordinary step to share these classified AARs, these after action reviews with members of Congress. And we believe that the real value in them lies in the fact that we can be sensitive to the information in them. And so that's why we're doing it this way.
Thanks. You had said earlier this was about understanding and not accountability. I just don't know, how is this process and document not about accountability? You assign so much accountability to the Trump administration and very little comparatively to your own.
After action reviews are done it's very common practice. They are not investigations. They're not criminal proceedings. They are
proceedings.
They are studying the conduct and the execution of operations or policy. And in this case, both state and DOD have now conducted these in a classified way. The idea is to learn from them, to apply those lessons learned as needed. And as I've said, we didn't wait for these reviews to be complete before we started using some of the lessons in Ethiopia, in Ukraine. That's the purpose here. The work is about understanding what happened, what went well, what could have gone better, and then learning from that so that we don't make some of those same mistakes in the future. That's what it is. It's not hunting for heads.
Just a second one, if I could. You said the president, earlier somebody asked if the president takes responsibility for this withdrawal and what happened after. You answered and said he has responsibility. Does he take responsibility, and have you heard him say that?
The president's the commander-in-chief. And just by dint of being the commander-in-chief, he assumes responsibility for the orders he gives, the men and women who execute those operations, and in this case, it's not just the military, and he stands by that.
Way in the back. Thank you, Corinne. Thank you, John. Since the withdrawal, China has increased its economic ties with Taliban. First signing oil deal in January, and now eyeing mineral contracts. Is the White House concerned about these growing economic ties between China and Taliban? And can you share some comments about it?
We look, our view, every country's got to take their own view here of how they're going to relate to the Taliban. We don't recognize them as an official government in Afghanistan. And as I've said before, if they want to be so recognized, at least by the United States, if they want to be seen as legitimate, then they need to own up to the promises they made about how they were going to govern that country and how they were going to treat their own people, including women and girls.
Just follow? Yeah, thanks, John. Just sort of distilling some of the questions you've been asked about accountability. I appreciate the fact that lessons have been learned. And I assume that the president still has full confidence in his national security team that gave him the advice, which is pointed out in this summary. Why should the American people have confidence in all of those national security advisors, given what this report lays out?
The president does have trust and confidence in his national security team. And he did ask a lot of questions. And there was some assessments passed to him that proved faulty, that proved to be wrong, that proved to not shake out the way he had been given to understand that they would. But in the aggregate, as he looks across all the work that the national security team continues to do, before and since the withdrawal from Afghanistan, he continues to conclude that this is an extraordinarily talented group of leaders. And as you know, as I said in my opening statement, as painful at times as the withdrawal was, it wasn't without its moments of courage and poise, and it doesn't mean that it wasn't worth doing, ending that war in Afghanistan, because if you just take a look at what we've been able to do for Ukraine and how we've been able to really step up in the competition against China and deal with some of the tensions in the Indo-Pacific, it's difficult to say that we would have been able to do all that we did over the last year or so if we were still dragged down on the ground in Afghanistan. In fact, Putin she probably would like nothing better than for us to still be bogged down in a ground war in Afghanistan.
Sorry, if I could just follow up. Crispin asked a question earlier. This report, this summary of your perspectives came out as the president was on his way to the Camp David retreat for the Easter weekend. When should we anticipate an opportunity for the president to stand for our questions about the findings and stuff?
I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to.
John, I have two questions. One will be on a different topic. I'll start with that one. The president's leaving for Northern Ireland fairly soon. Yeah. Are there any plans for him to meet with representatives of Sinn Féin and the DUP to try and resolve the impasse that's kept a functioning devolved government from being in place?
Yeah, I tell you, we're going to have, as Karine said at the top, we'll have more to talk about in terms of the specific agenda items on Monday before we leave.
Okay, and on Afghanistan, this document says there was no such plans for withdrawal in place when President Biden came into office. No plans were shared during the transition. Were there any attempts to speak with former Trump officials about whether there were plans? And does the lack of plans in place indicate that they deliberately sabotaged the incoming administration by not continuing to plan, dropping plans that were in place, or they might have been working on, or is there a possibility that they didn't intend on following through with the agreement that the former president made to be out by May?
I can't speak for leaders in the previous administration, and I certainly can't speak for whatever plans they did or did not draw up. I can tell you with confidence that the transition team of the incoming administration asked repeatedly to see plans for withdrawal, for retrograde, as we say it in the military, for the special immigrant visa program, for the turnover of equipment and bases to the Afghan National Security Defense Forces. And as I said in my opening statement, none were forthcoming. It wasn't for lack of trying. They weren't sharing. And so one of the reasons why, to Kristen's earlier question about the length of time that it took to conduct a review, was because we were almost starting from scratch. There was no visibility into what they had done. In fact, we spent quite a bit of time after coming into office, and I remember this quite clearly, trying to get our hands around the Doha Agreement and really understanding all its articles and what it meant and how it was being interpreted by the Taliban. There just wasn't any of that fingertip feel or granular awareness that we had.
The sitting administration can access documents from the prior administration. Was there any attempt to find out if they even started to plan? What was there ever a plan?
There were multiple attempts to try to gain insight into what the previous what the previous team had been doing. And as I said earlier, and as is indicated in that document, none of those plans were forthcoming.
All right, it's been about an hour, guys. We're trying to get a couple more minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Carlene, and thank you, John. I have two questions on South Korea and China. At the summit meeting between President Biden and South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol this month, what agenda are you going to be discussed this meeting?
You're way ahead of me today, Janie. I don't have any agenda items to talk about today, but certainly in due course we will.
I have the China, please. The U.S. integrated country strategy includes a new policy toward China. What tools can the United States use for China to help deter North Korea's missile and nuclear provocation?
We know that China has influence in Pyongyang, and we have long urged them to use that influence to get Mr. Kim to do the right thing and to be willing to sit down with us, as we have said we are, without preconditions, to diplomatically try to deal with a denuclearization of the peninsula.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for taking a lot of time answering our questions. I have a question. What message do you have for the people around the world who don't look which administration made mistakes or failed, but lost some confidence in the United States' ability to deal with such difficult situations as in Afghanistan?
I would encourage them to look at what we have been able to achieve in the 2+ years of this administration across the board. And as I said, even in Afghanistan, because ending that war was the right thing to do for this country and our national security interests. We are on a stronger strategic footing. We are better able to deal with the most pressing challenges of the day, which are not quite, by the way, emanating out of Afghanistan. Certainly not anymore, because we are no longer in Afghanistan. And take a look at the incredible leadership of the United States in support for Ukraine. Take a look at the NATO alliance, which now just got a new member. Take a look at the strengthening of alliances and partnerships in the Indo-Pacific, the new AUKUS deal with Australia and the UK, and the ability for them to, the Australians now, to get a nuclear power submarine. I could go on and on and on. The president has prioritized alliances and partnerships, many of whom were left in the wake of the previous administration and denigrated. We're revitalizing them, we're bringing them back, we're reinforcing them, and America's footing on the global stage is a lot stronger now.
Yeah, thank you, Karine. Thank you, John. So one on this and one on China, if I could. In looking through this, it doesn't seem to address the $7 billion in military hardware and technology that was left in Afghanistan for the Taliban. You know, the president took office in January. The withdrawal happened in August. Does the president take responsibility for leaving all or some of that?
You know who was responsible for that equipment? The Afghans. Because you know why? It was their equipment. First of all, I don't believe the number is accurate, but let's put the number aside, the $7 billion. There was very little, and I mean very little, U.S.-owned equipment or U.S.-operated equipment that we left when we left Afghanistan. I'm talking like some forklifts at the airport, and some ladder vehicles, some fire trucks that we were using at the airport. But the helicopters that we left there, all disabled, so the Taliban couldn't get them flying again. Whatever ground vehicles like
what is this list
Humvees,
then?
they were all disabled at the airport. Everything else outside of that airport, the stuff that's at Bagram or you pick the base in Afghanistan, was all turned over in according with a very elaborate, deliberate, retrograde plan that the U.S. military put in place to turn over all that stuff to the Afghan military. And the Afghan military, as I said in my opening statement, decided they weren't going to fight for their country, that they were just going to leave it behind. So it is the Afghans who were responsible for the turnover of all that equipment.
And on China, quickly, so you can run down a list of how China is helping Russia. Russia became China's largest importer of oil at the beginning of this year. China's moved its credit card in to help Russia transactions. China's made a deal now with Saudi Arabia for oil transactions. They're making a deal. They're working with Brazil to move off the U.S. dollar. At what point does the president stand up and more loudly tell China to A, cut it out, or B, counter some of China's anti-U.S. actions?
Taliban and their tactical equipment, by the way.
And we have
This
made
is
it
right
clear
after
to
we
Chinese
left.
officials that we don't think this is a time
This
for anybody
motherfucker has
to be supporting in
night
one of the
vision.
cases you had, Mr. Putin's ability
Night
to profit
vision.
off
Night
off
vision,
of
night
oil on the
vision.
market, so
Night
they can
vision.
continue to kill more Ukrainians.
Those aren't cheap.
One of the reasons why the president sat down with President Xi in Bali was to deliver some of those messages. We believe it is a competition, and we believe the United States is well poised to win that competition. We don't seek conflict with China, but we are not at all unabashed, or we are unabashed and unafraid to make it clear to the Chinese that we're going to do what we have to do to protect our national security interests. And again, this is no time to be in partnership with Vladimir Putin.
Go ahead, yeah, thanks. And we'll, just wanted to clarify what Andrew was asking about. After January 20th, 2021, there was no ability to find plans for withdrawal and orderly withdrawal. Is that what I'm inferring, what you said about the previous administration's plans?
Well, once you come in, you do the best you can to, because now you own things. You can look and see what was done, and you can study it.
Was there anything done after, not talking about the transition, but after you came into office?
Well, look, for one example I can give you for sure is that one of the early trips of 2021 that Secretary Austin made was to Kabul, and he sat down there with the ISAF commander, General Miller, and General Miller walked him through some of the retrograde plans that he had already formed up, and that acted as a basis for what we eventually executed on. But it doesn't mean that we didn't order or look for amendments and changes and that kind of thing. That's one example. I can't speak about every agency and what plans they may or may not have fallen in on. The problem is there was no visibility on that in the transition. You have a very brief period of time between election night and inauguration. And Afghanistan was one of the chief foreign policy concerns the president had coming in. And the team desperately wanted to understand the Doha agreement, wanted to talk to experts, wanted to talk to planners, wanted to see what had been done, because the president had already made a commitment that he wanted to end that war, but he wanted to do it responsibly. We couldn't find out exactly what the previous administration had done on paper. And that's difficult. So you say, okay, well, January 20th, it's all available to you, but he shouldn't have had to wait until January 20th to get access to that. It would have been better, wouldn't it, I think, for everybody, if we could come in, you know, with deck running there right on the 20th.
On the former president has now been saying several times that, number one, China is actually running background now, and it was $85 billion in brand new equipment better than we actually have. Can you address that, please?
I don't get the last claim. What?
I'm just asking.
I can't address. I don't understand it. I'm gonna go back to the answer before. It's important because this is getting well misunderstood out there. There was a retrograde plan working towards withdrawal, where bases that we were operating out of and equipment that we had that we believed the Afghans could and should keep were turned over to them in a very thoughtful, orderly way, all the way from spring well into summer. Once you turn it over, it's just like what we're doing in Ukraine. We give Ukraine artillery ammunition, Stinger anti-air missiles, Javelin anti-tank. It's their stuff at that point, not the Americans. It's their stuff. That stuff belonged to the Afghans. And so this idea, this argument is just ludicrous, that we left millions of dollars of stuff in Afghanistan. We didn't. We turned it over, as the previous administration would have done too, because part of their thinking was they were going to have to turn this material over. It was turned over appropriately and carefully and deliberately with the Afghan National Security Defense Forces.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions on the Wall Street Journal. Do you have any insight into why the Russians are refusing him consular access, and do you have any updates on efforts by the
I wish we did. I wish we did, Sabrina. We still haven't been able to get consular access, and that's an issue that we continually bring up through our embassy in Moscow with the Russians. I wish I had a good answer for that, because it's inexcusable. We need to get consular access to Evan.
At what point would the administration explore a potential prisoner swap with Russia?
I won't get ahead of where we are, and I think you can understand why we would certainly want to talk about potential negotiations here from the podium. We're at a very early stage here. Main goal is to get consular access to him so we can have that contact and that connectivity. We're doing what we can to keep his employer and the family informed. Our focus is squarely on that right now.
Two really quickly on Afghanistan and then Israel. When did President Biden get the after-action report, and has he read through the entire thing?
The president has been fully briefed on both after-action reports, and he certainly has been briefed and had input on the document that you see before you today. And then on the when, I would tell you that, to Ed's question, I mean, this is a process, and he has stayed in touch with the State Department and the Defense Department as they have worked through their after-action reviews.
And then are there plans to release each of the department's reports to their respective workforces? I mean, there's people who worked on this withdrawal who want to learn the findings.
These are classified reports. I do not anticipate any release of them publicly or in a more broad fashion, but that's a better question put to the agencies.
And then on the situation in Israel, how concerned is the White House that this could escalate into a
Very
greater
concerned.
situation and conflict?
Yeah, we're very concerned about the violence there. We see now it increased more attacks in the last 24 hours. We're deeply concerned about that, and we call on all sides to de-escalate, reduce the violence.
Thanks. In February 2022, the Pentagon, about the Abbey Gate bombing, gave a very detailed, minute-by-minute account, very graphic nature of what happened. Why not do something more like that about this? That was very public. Why not give more details about what had happened leading up to Afghanistan, as well as the withdrawal, as well as all the chaos that happened?
You're talking about an event on a single day that that the military investigated and reviewed the investigation of, and yes, they made public not everything about that investigation, but as much as they possibly could. That's different than taking a look at a withdrawal that took place over 2 weeks and involved multiple agencies. And again, I remind you that these agencies voluntarily decided on their own to do these after-action reviews with the president's, of course, full support, because he wanted to know as well. And the result coming back are sensitive classified documents. And there's no obligation to even share those with members of Congress, but we're doing that.
Jake Sullivan promised a hot wash, I think is the word he used, to describe what would come out of that. And it certainly sounded like a very detailed accounting. And you say this is not about accountability, but how does the American people trust that the United States has learned from the mistakes that were made if they do not see those mistakes and see the administration acknowledging them, being public with them, and how they're going to address them?
I think that's what I'm doing today. And I think that's the document you got in front of you. I think it's also, hang on a second, it's also the fact that those after-action reviews are on Capitol Hill voluntarily so that relevant committees and relevant senior members of Congress can look at them. They are sensitive and they are classified. And we also have a responsibility to the American people to protect some information so that it doesn't get out there, so that we can continue to apply some of those lessons in future operations. The last thing I'll say to your question is, there's an Afghan War Commission that's been legislated. The president signed that legislation. It will look at the whole war, and that will have a very public dimension to it. And this administration and every agency in it will actively and with appropriate energy participate in that.
I know you said you'll have more on the trip, but I had a quick question. We have a story out today that the UK is seeking to restart trade talks with the U.S. With Prime Minister Sunak. Does the U.S. have any interest in restarting trade talks with the UK, and will President Biden meet with the Prime Minister when he's in Northern Ireland?
I haven't seen that report, so I'd rather not comment on that right now. And as for the agenda, I think you just got to give us till Monday. We'll have much more detail on the agenda, who he's meeting with, and under what context on Monday.
The free trade question has been hanging in the air for quite some time,
I understand.
including the previous premier. Has the administration's position changed? You all seem pretty cool to the idea.
I understand. I have nothing for you on that.
Thank you.
All right, just a couple more. Two questions on Ukraine. Thank you, John. According to the Financial Times, a high-ranking advisor of President Zelensky signaled that it might not be longer a precondition to get Crimea back to start negotiations. Is that a development the White House would applaud?
First of all, I don't know that the Zelensky administration has spoken to that, and we certainly wouldn't get ahead of them. What I would tell you is, and we've said this from the very beginning, that only President Zelensky can determine if and when he's ready to negotiate and in what context and over what. We believe that nothing should be negotiated about Ukraine without Ukraine. Nothing should be done or said or moved on without President Zelensky's full approval. That's where we are.
Thank you so much. One on China, where tensions are flaring up again, especially on Taiwan, with warships being deployed, etc. Can you update us of what channels of communication are currently open between the administration and China? Is there a functional military channel in case of tensions arising? What's the state of communication between
The lines of communication with China remain open. We have communicated to China privately. We've certainly done it publicly here with y'all, that there's no reason for them to overreact to this transit. It's not uncommon for these transits to happen. They're private, they're unofficial. We would urge China not to overreact.
Just two more.
So Biden ended the humanitarian parole for Afghans starting after October 1st, and benefits end later this summer. What's going to happen to them?
I think I'd have to, let me take that question, but I'll also, while I do that, I'm going to refer you to the State Department. They'll have more details on that.
And a second question, there was reporting about secret annexes to the agreement, the peace agreement that contributed to the Afghan offenses in 2021. Did the Biden administration review those annexes? What did they contain?
I'm not going to talk about what they contain, but
Will the administration release them?
I'm not going to talk about things that are classified. But we had an opportunity after coming into office to review in more detail the Doha Agreement and all the associated articles and pieces of it. And I would just go back to what I said before, that I think it would be difficult to overstate the impact of that Doha Agreement on the Afghans' willingness to trust us, on their willingness to stay and fight for their country, and on the general morale of the Afghan people once the deal, became publicly known. It was a clear sign that America was heading for the exits and doing so in a hurry, and it had a dramatic effect on the Afghan National Security Forces.
Thanks, thank you. You said that this was just, on the withdrawal, you said that this was just one step, this report, in a better understanding, better comprehending the withdrawal, and the adjustments made accordingly afterwards. Are there any additional steps that you guys are taking? Is this the absolute final report?
No, there's an Afghan War Commission.
But in addition, or any additional final report aside from this that we can expect to see?
These are the after-action reports of the agencies that were most heavily involved in the withdrawal. I know of no additional after-action reviews that are being done or planned to being done. Again, they were fed into a larger administration process that the National Security Council worked to sort of coalesce these lessons learned, and the result of that extra work by the interagency is what you see before you today.
And if I could ask just one more on a separate matter. State Department Secretary Blinken said that he has no doubt that Evan Gershkovich was wrongfully detained. Related to that, Mark Fogel's sister told NewsHour last night that her family is angered by what they consider, quote, favoritism by the administration. Fogel's sister told us that the family has not heard from President Biden or Secretary Blinken. So when will Fogel be designated as wrongfully detained, and are there any ongoing conversations with
I
him?
can't speak to that from from here. The State Department would have to deal with that.
They
They're
got the
ones that
basketball
make,
player out, though.
determinations about wrongful detention. I would remind that each
They
determination
got the
is
gay
done on an
black
individual
basketball
case-by-case
player out,
basis.
though.
You gotta wrap this up.
Why can't they get
You have the last question.
the reporter out
Thank
for
you.
the Washington
About
Post,
the
wherever it
document,
was?
just to clarify, it says, and I quote,
He doesn't
national
make enough
security
money.
leaders met on
He's not
August
famous
9
enough.
and concluded
He's not
conditions
black.
on the ground
He's not gay.
did not support triggering the evacuation operation. Then it says that on August 14th, President Biden formally initiated this operation. Can you explain to us what happened between those two dates and between those two assessments?
Many things happen in that, in that 5 days. I don't have all my notes in front of me from then, but we continue to see, particularly over that week, the Taliban achieving more and more success in the hinterland, particularly out west and to the north, taking over district by district, province by province. And so there was this sort of rolling momentum that they had, and the danger to Kabul got more acute over the course of that 4 or 5 days. And again, as I said earlier, first of all, non-combatant evacuations are some of the most difficult operations, and choosing when you're going to go there, I mean, that's a State Department gets to call that, but the military executes and leads it. And finding that exact moment to do it it can be difficult, particularly when you're dealing with a government who we wanted to see succeed, wanted to see stay in power. And so you got to be careful about when you go ahead and call for a NEO, so that you're not undermining the very outcome you're trying to keep in persistence.
About China, if I may. Recently, in a congressional hearing in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, a congresswoman from Florida said that countries in Latin America, such as Venezuela and Bolivia, are allowing China to gain foothold in the region. So how would you characterize its Chinese presence in Latin America, and how big is it a security challenge for the United States?
Just in general, we see the Chinese continue to try to gain influence in Latin America, but also in Africa. And they do this in a pretty ham-fisted way with high-interest loans that some countries then end up can't not being able to pay back and suffer the consequences to their own economic growth and development for that. We're not asking countries to choose between the United States and China or the West and China, but we do think it's important for them to understand that in accepting Chinese help, that they are potentially putting their own economic livelihoods at greater risk.
Last question. Yeah, John, the attack on the worshippers in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, I mean, this is a holy time for all Abrahamic faiths right now. You say you're concerned. Is that it? I mean, some of these people were worshiping, and some of them were even sleeping when they were attacked. Isn't this time to condemn?
We have.
You
We
said
have.
you were concerned just now.
Well, yes, I said we're concerned, but we have in the previous few days condemned, used that verb, we have condemned that violence. Of course we have. And you're right, people should be able to worship freely and safely, and we still stand by the status quo on the Temple Mount. That has not changed. Our policies have not changed. We urgently urge all sides to reduce this violence.
All-sides situation. I mean, right now, this was Israeli forces attacking Muslim worshippers during Ramadan.
We urge all sides to de-escalate and to reduce the violence.
But does that mean then that this is the White House taking sides? The fact that you're not willing to single out the Israeli forces attacking Muslim worshippers?
The side we're taking on is safety and security. The side we're taking on is the status quo. The side that we're taking is one of peaceful worship. That's the side we're taking. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Admiral. It's over an hour. Okay. I guess if you guys still want to stick around, I'll take a couple more questions. Or if not, we can wrap this up right here, and I'll see you guys on Monday.
Okay, we can take a couple.
All right. Okay. Go, Sungmin. Just kick us off.
Yes, I just have one. There was a report.
Sungmin's like, yes, I have a question, so we can take a couple questions.
Well, there's a report in ProPublica this morning that talked about Justice Clarence Thomas taking all of these luxury trips from a Republican mega donor, appearing not to disclose those gifts as required by law. So does the White House believe that this is a violation of ethical standards that a justice should be held to? And does the president want a more rigorous code of conduct for Supreme Court justices?
I'm not going to comment from here. There are other bodies of government that should be dealing with this. I'm just not going to comment from here. All right, Peter.
You got this Ireland trip next week.
Oh boy.
How does
The dramatics.
How does a Biden trip to Ireland help counter China or end the war in Ukraine?
So let me just say a couple of things. The president is certainly looking forward to taking this trip to Northern Ireland and also the UK. He'll be heading out on Tuesday. We certainly will have more to share on this trip coming in the upcoming days, as my colleague just said on Monday. But I also want to lay out here the important the important history between U.S. and Ireland, right? When you think about the waves of Irish immigrants who help shape America's spirit of freedom, that's incredibly important as well. And I think telling that story, the president going there and being able to touch on his own family story and the stories of many of Americans here, Irish Americans here, as you think about how this country was created and built and put together by immigrants, I think that's important. I think that's something that's important to highlight. And the president looking forward to that.
Corinne, any update on the debt limit talks? Are there any plans underway? And I know we asked you this.
I know.
For President Biden to meet with or speak with Speaker McCarthy.
Honestly, when it comes to asking me about what are the plans, I would ask the Republicans in the House. It is their constitutional duty, as we have said over and over again in the last 3 times in the last administration, Democrats met with and joined Republicans to get this done, to get something that is so critical to the American people, to taxpayers, to veterans, to seniors. And so that's actually a question for House Republicans to answer.
Given that it's so critical, Corinne, why are you letting the clock tick down an inch closer to this deadline?
I want to be very clear. I just definitely disagree with the question, Kristen, here, because it is not us, it is them. The onus is on Congress to get this done. This is their responsibility, their constitutional responsibility to get this done. Republicans in the House cannot and should not be holding, our nation's debt. hostage. They should not be doing that. We've been very, very clear. They did it three times in the last administration.
That the U.S. won't default?
That is for House Republicans to answer. That truly is for them to deal with this situation that we have said, again, it is their responsibility, their constitutional responsibility. I can't say that enough. This should be done without negotiations. This should be done without conditions. And it has been done many times before. And they should just take this seriously. Okay.
Corinne, I know we all have to write stories, but I just want to ask you, because so many people in the country have been talking about it. And this came up in yesterday's briefing. LSU says that the team certainly will come, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to address some of the emotions that have been aired by some of the players, in particular Angel Reese. And what she said this week is that the shoe were on the other foot. If Iowa had won, the First Lady wouldn't have said, LSU come. Can you respond to that?
Look, first of all, as you know, the president put out a statement days ago saying how he and the First Lady are welcome and looking forward to celebrating LSU Tigers and the University of Connecticut. Clearly, the men's team, the Huskies, and that is something that is tradition here, continuing that tradition from here and celebrating the champions. And that is something that both of them are looking forward to. Look, the First Lady was honored to attend the championship game. As we know, it was a historic game. 9.9 million people watched that game. It was the LSU Tigers. That win was historic. It set a record, and we could not be more proud of them. Again, a great game and a wonderful moment for women's sports in history, something both the First Lady and, as you know, the President have talked about. They feel very passionate about that, and it was truly a remarkable and important moment. And again, the First Lady was honored to be part of that. And so I will say, as I've said yesterday, and I'll say again, she and the president are truly looking forward to welcoming LSU Tigers here to celebrate them as champions, to celebrate their history victory, and we're looking forward to welcoming them. And so I'll just leave it there. Go ahead, Josh.
Just on the debt ceiling issue, there's a plan reportedly coming together with the Problem Solvers Caucus on some sort of strategy to raise the debt ceiling. Is the White House involved in those talks at all? And are you open to those sorts of plans, or do you need a budget from McCarthy's
So look, we
office
haven't.
and Republicans?
So I'll touch on both. Look, we haven't spoken to the problem solvers about that. We've made our position very clear. You heard me go back and forth with Kristen here. The debt ceiling in our economy should not be held hostage. We've been very clear about that. Republican threats of chaos and catastrophic potential outcome. That's not going to work. That is not what that is not what they should be doing as their constitutional duty. So we've been very clear on that. As far as the budget, the president put out his budget on March 9th. We have been very clear about that. If they want to have a conversation about the budget, if they want to show the American people what they value, what they think their fiscal responsibility is, we're happy to have that conversation. We're happy to have to sit down. The president would love to sit down and negotiate and talk through that. But they haven't been able to do that. All they do is present, excuses. That's what we've been seeing. So the budget, we'll have a negotiation on that. If they present something, they haven't done that yet. The debt ceiling, it should be done without negotiation. It should be done without conditions.
And very quickly on our favorite topic, the Fed Vice Chair. I'm very interested.
Bloomberg caring about the Vice Chair. I'm the Fed and the Vice Chair. Just surprising to me.
Today is 6 weeks since you said it would be announced in the near future. What changed, or what's the status?
It is definitely a priority for the president. I know, we understand how important this is, clearly, and so once we have a decision that is made by the president, certainly we will be sharing that. I just don't have anything to share at this time.
Do you have any message to Senator Menendez, who's called for a Latino candidate?
I don't have a message. We are going to follow the process that we always do when we nominate critical candidates, important candidates. We do this in a way that's clearly looking at qualified, diverse candidates. But I'm just not going to get into specifics on his particular question or ask, I should say. All right, Mandita.
Thanks, Phil. I know you don't want to comment on the Clarence Thomas report specifically, but broadly, do you think the White House, broadly, do you think the Supreme Court, needs to impose ethics rules that lower federal courts are subjected to?
That's something for the Supreme Court to speak to. I'm just not going to comment on this at this time.
Do you think Congress needs to act?
That is something for Congress to discuss. I'm just not going to comment on this at this this time. All right, I'll take one more. We haven't called it.
Hi, thank you so much. So we've just seen the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO. We're 3 months away from the NATO Leaders Summit in July. President Zelensky and some Eastern member states would like to see Ukraine presented with a path to citizenship, to NATO membership. Is President Biden opposed to that idea? And what causes the administration's hesitation? Is it, if that exists, is it a fear of provoking Russia, or is it apprehension that U.S. troops would have to deploy if Ukraine joins NATO before Russia leaves?
So we've spoken to this a couple of times. Look, our position is pretty clear when it comes to a NATO accession, and for decades we support an open door policy for NATO. Any decision on membership is between NATO allies and countries aspiring to join NATO, and right now we're focused on supporting Ukraine's efforts, and we're focusing on making sure that the Ukrainian people have what they need to fight for their freedom. And so you've seen us do that. You've seen us announce security assistance for Ukraine this past year. We have been leading in that effort. We have been also really holding NATO together, holding the West, making sure that they are aligned. And you've seen that throughout this year. And so we're going to continue to make sure that they have the economic and security assistance needed to continue to fight bravely this aggression from Russia that we have seen for over a year now. But again, this is something for between NATO allies and NATO countries to decide.
The U.S. is a NATO ally and has been the leader in those efforts for Ukraine and uniting the world. They have a lot of say over whether Ukraine will be presented with this path to possible membership. What is the U.S.'s position on it?
Again, been very clear for decades. For decades, we have been pretty consistent on this. We support an open door policy for NATO, and I'm just going to leave it there. It's been like this for decades now. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting the pull here. All right. I'll see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend and happy Easter.
Thank you, Train.
Une parodie? Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Putain, je viens de... Hein? T'as vu? On va dire ça, ouais. On va dire ça, ouais. Je suis en train de monter légèrement en pression, en fait. On va faire un petit tour, tu sais, ça bougeait un peu de ton côté, les gens ils se sont rassemblés ou pas? Apparemment, tu sais, le nom du métro aérien là. Je sais pas si tu vois un petit peu où c'est. Non. C'est le chemin qu'on a fait là, tu sais, sur le long de la ligne 6, là où il y a le boulevard. Tu connais la route? Ouais, bah en fait, en gros, faut tuer, il mettait la vie de personne en danger. C'était un gamin qui s'est pris une grenade dans la capuche. Bah, j'ai été, ouais. Ah ouais, c'est pas vrai? Bah, c'est vrai, attends, c'est pas vrai.
Parce qu'on avait vraiment fait
gens méchants. Si vous voulez faire du mal aux gens, vous l'aurez fait.
Flash Bull, il est là. 2 Flash Bull. 2 beaux Flash Bull. Ça descend mais doucement. Eh ben une de plus encore, manif. Une de plus.
Tammy now.
Il me pousse. Ah, on entend le loup, il est là encore dedans. Le loup est là.
Three Tennessee Democrats faced expulsion after being a part of an anti-gun violence protest.
Dans des temps antérieurs, dans les années 60, il y avait eu des problèmes à la station du métro Charonne. Métro Charonne. Il y a quelqu'un d'allongé là. Il y a quelqu'un d'allongé là. Juste derrière.
Mais c'est vous qui provoquez les gens. C'est vous qui provoquez les gens. Laissez-les partir.
Ah, c'est garde à vue, c'est garde à... Ils ont mis les bracelets. Je vois derrière en dessous comme ça. Bracelet. C'est les bracelets. Garde à vue. Et là, on dirait que ça part tout dans la même direction. doit y avoir quelque chose ailleurs. À mon avis, ça part ailleurs, dans le centre, vers Châtelet par là-bas, ou Bastille, ou je sais pas où, mais il y a quelque chose. Vous suivrez ça sur les réseaux, moi, j'ai pas de moteur à ma trottinette. J'ai pas de moteur. De Playmobil en plastique. J'ai des Playmobil en plastique. Pardon. Un peu chaud la descente des escaliers. Ah non, là, ceux-là, ils ne repartent pas vers le centre, ils repartent vers le périph'. Port d'Italie, ça veut dire qu'ils rentrent au bercail. Quand ils repartent à droite, là-bas, c'est le centre. Et là, Port d'Italie, autoroute A3, non. A6, A6A, A6B. Ils rentrent dans le bercail. Pardon, excusez-moi.
Non.
La dame, elle a des journalistes.
C'était un citoyen.
Elle a la dame là.
Je reste là.
Le chef est là. Le commandant. On descend tout doucement. Nicolas Sol. Monsieur Buzine, il est toujours là, Monsieur Buzine. Grazie mille. Scusi, prego. Sì, italiano, parla poco italiano. Sì, parla francese pure, perché internazionale. ça y est, j'ai une cache la vue. Bon, bah, vous voyez ce que ça donne.
Eh, Nicolas! Nicolas!
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez prendre le métro. Nous allons pousser. Reçu, je filme gentiment. Scusi, prego. Qui résistent trop, ils sont embarqués. Attention mon ami, prego. J'étais là avant, j'ai loué ma place par la FNAC billetterie. Voilà, c'est non, là-bas c'est partir en garde à vue. Donc vous voyez, il y en a qui veulent les images toujours. C'est italien, c'est pas des choses.
Excusez-moi, on veut juste prendre la ligne.
De l'autre côté, tu peux prendre la ligne.
Ouais, on saute direct. Qu'est-ce que t'en penses? Vas-y, laisse-moi. Je saute, vas-y, je saute. Ouais, je vais mettre un tactique. Ouais, je saute sur un condé aujourd'hui.
Déconne pas, qu'est-ce que tu fais toi? Tu vas te faire embarquer.
Attends.
Tu vas te faire embarquer. Il a voulu jouer.
Pour une fois qu'on les met, c'est bon.
Faut pas rigoler.
La manifestation est terminée. La déclaration prévoyait jusqu'à 19h. Vous pouvez prendre le métro, merci. Nous allons pousser quoi qu'il arrive. Mesdames et messieurs, la manifestation est terminée. Veuillez prendre le métro.
J'ai remis la perche. Je relance mon live.
Mesdames et messieurs, la manifestation est terminée. Veuillez prendre le métro, merci. Mesdames et messieurs, la manifestation est terminée. Veuillez prendre le métro.
T'arrives pas à avancer.
C'est bloqué, monsieur.
C'est bloqué? Ah oui.
Ils ont fermé? Pardon? Ah oui. Mesdames et messieurs, la manifestation est terminée.
Je lance le live, on sera après la fin.
Ça c'est Darmanin.
Et d'abord la police, je vous aime pas.
Jamais je me sens pas bien, je vais rentrer là.
Après c'est dans un
Laissez passer les mariés. Erin, non, j'ai oublié son prénom, c'est Erin. Non, pas Erin. Erin, j'ai oublié son nom, c'est quoi? Son prénom, j'ai oublié. Laissez passer les mariés. Laissez passer la mariée avec son mari. Laissez passer la mariée. Je commence à avoir la tête qui tourne et je crois que je vais vomir là. Et comme j'ai rien mangé, c'est Keren, ouais, voilà, Keren. Aïe. Laisse-le. Mais laisse-le, elle veut peut-être elle veut se marier, laisse-le. Elle cherche une femme. Le flic il cherche une femme peut-être, laisse-le. Voilà, elle cherche une femme, laisse-le. Mais c'est pas la meilleure manière de draguer. Hein. La fille ne lâche pas l'affaire. Hein. La fille ne lâche pas l'affaire. Hein.
Dude, she should start tickling him. No, he'd probably put her on her ass if she did.
Pas mal, allez, mets le coudoir là.
Après tu reprends. Moi je laisse les faire leur
Elle est coriace la fille, la blonde. Hein. Elle laisse pas faire. Hein.
Il y a une sortie piétonne. Une sortie là.
Elle veut se marier, qu'est-ce que tu veux? Laisse-le. Hey, donne-lui ton 06. Hey, donne-lui ton 06.
Allez, laisse-le tranquille.
Donne-lui ton 06, il va te lâcher après.
Dans leur pays.
Donne-lui ton 06, il veut ton 06. Voilà, c'est bon. Elle pousse tout le monde, lui, hein. Il est un peu chaud, le mec, hein. Il pousse tout le monde, hein. On dirait un pointeur dans un bus, là.
Bonjour.
Ah oui, vous avez raison, hein, il pose que les femmes. Hein. Le policier ne pose que les femmes. Là, il va poser la chinoise, là. Ah si, il pose un mec. Hein. T'as raison, il pose que les femmes. Hein.
Vous êtes des criminels. Vous êtes tous des criminels, la police. Vous êtes des criminels, les policiers. Vous êtes hors la loi.
C'est pour nous mettre dans le métro en force.
La presse la plus criminelle. Vous êtes tous des criminels. La presse la plus criminelle. Parce qu'on n'a pas envie de voir une partie des mouvements de face pour les manifestations. Vous avez ça vous pour dire que la presse est le plus criminel.
Mais ça dépend de... Ça va Alain, je rentre. Je vais rentrer, j'ai mal à la tête, j'ai rien mangé. J'ai rien mangé, je rentre.
Depuis notre arrière, il n'y a jamais de violence. Ils sont venus en 68. C'est bien la violence, jamais détruit. Dis vous jamais détruit. C'est bien déclaré. Vous faites énerver les gentils. Mais quand vous faites la vie, ma mère, vous faites plus les nerveux. Là pour l'instant, les gens sont encore gentils. Vous verrez les gars. Là pour l'instant, les gens ils ont encore à manger.
One of Macron's favorite restaurants was set on fire earlier today. This is what it looked like.
Ça sert à rien de pousser là, pourquoi il pousse?
C'est bien ce travail. C'est ça ton taf. La matraque dans la gueule. On n'a rien balancé. On n'a rien
Ah, il va lancer. On dirait qu'il a balancé un mec dedans.
C'est pareil quand vous piquez de la bœuf. Il y en a, vous êtes beau gosse, mais vous êtes...
Tu cherches un mec ou quoi, toi? Je rigole, c'est une blague. Ah, il est là son mec, pardon. Mais il cherche un deuxième mec, hein. C'est pas interdit, c'est pas... Non, mais ça la dérange pas d'avoir un autre, hein. Oh, ça la dérange pas, hein. Regarde, il drague devant toi. En plus, il drague une fille. Il y a une différence. Il drague une fille. Il y a une différence entre eux. Oh, regarde comment il le comprend, elle. Regarde comment il le prend. Enfin, ils sont jolis, petits tatouages. C'est une blague, hein, on rigole avec toi.
Alors qu'ils sont en train de nous démarrer à chaque fois.
Voilà, ouais, il faut leur parler un peu, ouais, c'est ça. Parce que si tu arrives à le faire changer de con, là, qui vient dans notre con...
Changer de bord, là, comme ça, là, ça va être difficile.
Essayez de le faire changer de con, il vient avec nous. Tu vois, il dépose le bouclier, il vient avec nous.
Arrête tes conneries.
Mesdames, Messieurs, je vous invite à remonter les escaliers et vous présenter aux policiers pour pouvoir quitter le secteur. Par le métro en descendant l'escalier, en remontant l'escalier.
He's almost eaten all of his lunch. His breakfast, I mean.
Moi je vais me présenter casse-moi si je le fais là. C'est que lui. Bon, regardez. Moi je prends la personne à lui, c'est tout. Je me sens en sécurité avec lui.
Avec lui, ouais, c'est bien ça. Ah, voilà, ils ont laissé.
Et ceux qui veulent une after de gazage, c'est à droite. Personne pour une after? Non.
Appuyez sur le point, après sur la touche 1. Donc si vous voulez être gazé, appuyez, s'il vous plaît, si vous voulez être gazé, appuyez sur la touche 1. Si vous voulez rentrer chez vous, appuyez sur la touche 2. Et si vous voulez être fouetté par Déborah, appuyez sur la touche 5. Et si vous voulez avoir une discussion avec Natalia, appuyez sur la touche 5. Et si vous voulez avoir une discussion érotique avec Samantha, appuyez sur la touche 9. Et pas de câlin devant le policier, pas de câlin. Pas de câlin devant le policier. Ouais, ça va être considéré comme un désordre. Ah, ils vont partir, allez! Bravo, ils vont partir. Allez, parti, qu'est-ce que vous attendez là? Elles vont partir, hein, bravo! On les applaudit, hein! Envoie-moi un SMS, hein! Envoyez-nous un SMS pour savoir si vous êtes arrivés. Envoie-moi un SMS, parce que je serai, voilà, comme ça, je sais que vous êtes bien arrivés. Envoyez-nous, allez, voilà! Voilà! Voilà, envoyez-nous une... Envoyez-moi un SMS. Une fois arrivé à la maison, envoyez-moi un SMS. Si... Ah ouais, bravo. La résistance. La résistance a gagné.
They won. They let him stay, dude. That's the first time.
On a gagné. On a gagné.
What the fuck?
Et voilà,
too many
il y
of
a un
them.
qui a dit qu'ils font les 35 heures. Ils sont dans les 35 heures. Ils sont dans les 35 heures. C'est normal. Ils ont fini leur boulot.
Dude, why?
Voilà, c'est vrai.
Why literally fucking seconds after I put this guy's link in chat because I want to try to promote his channel to anybody that might be here, might want to go there. Why does this asshat go? Dude. Anyway, I'm blocking this guy. I'm tired of fucking seeing him. I'm tired of seeing him fucking mention me. I'm done with him. Fuck you, asshole. With another
Je peux
account.
pas aller en sauvage avec eux.
And if he starts saying shit in here, please let me know.
Ça va toi?
I'll ban his ass. Actually, you know what?
Quelle porte?
Fuck that.
Mais non, mais c'est qu'il y avait on pourrait pas tout mettre dedans. Et les, voilà.
Idiot.
Tu vois ce que,
Is that the
mais
one?
peuvent pas,
Was
il y
that
avait
the
beaucoup
person
de
who just said
monde.
something in here?
Ouais, après, en fait, après, il y a les jeunes qui ont fait un peu leur malin. Tu vois, les jeunes, ils ont fait malin, ils ont bloqué un peu en bas.
Mais ça passait quand même.
Ça passait un peu, mais tu pourrais pas. Parce qu'après, ça bloquait vers le haut. S'il y a les gamins qui bloquent en bas, ils vont revenir là, ils vont revenir. Ils vont revenir là.
Non, c'est gentil.
Ah ouais. Ils vont revenir. Ils vont revenir là.
Nina!
Ah tiens, il y a une fille qui s'appelle Nina. Alors Nina, c'est elle? C'est toi la Nina? Ouais, elles vont tabasser quelqu'un là, c'est sûr. Ah si, il y a une fille qui s'appelle Nina, c'est la fille, la petite là, la chinoise là. Bah voilà. Il fallait pas lâcher, hein. Il fallait le faire rentrer dans dans le métro en force. Hein?
I'm working on it.
Les
I'm
yeux,
gonna
là.
fucking get rid of this
Ah, tu
guy.
te rappelles,
I'm
ouais,
tired
ouais.
of seeing him.
Ah, toi, avec toi, ouais, voilà. Ouais. Est-ce que tu peux regarder mes yeux maintenant? Regarde, est-ce que c'est bien ou pas? Là, c'est bien, merci à toi. Voilà, je viens gazer avec elle, là. En fait, t'as reçu une gaz et moi j'ai reçu la moitié. On a partagé. T'as reçu, ouais, d'accord, ouais. Oui, donc, ouais, il faut l'expliquer. Ça, c'est la police. Ouais, et ça, c'est les hommes qui ne sont pas des policiers. Voilà, c'est une question très intelligente. Voilà, et c'est pas la différence. Donc ça, c'est des policiers, ça, c'est des hommes.
Très bien.
Voilà. Il y a des blagues qui me font rire, moi. Je vous jure, le jeune, là, il a demandé est-ce que ça, c'est la police et ça, c'est les manifestants. Il n'arrive pas à différencier les manifestants de la police. Ah mince alors. Ah ouais, je dois mettre mon... Ouais, le mec qui a demandé, ça me fait rigoler ça. Aïe! Ouais, voilà, le chinois là. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Le chinois, il a demandé à son copain. Ils sont où les policiers, ils sont où les manifestants? Et c'est pas la différence entre les manifestants et les policiers. Aïe, 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 le gaz. Ah, lacrymo, ça me fait mal. Hein.
Lacrymo, oui.
Attends, tu peux me tenir ça? Tu peux me mettre le...
Ah, merci. Hein? Sim, claro. Sim, obrigado. Não, obrigado. Ah, português. Não, é português. Português.
Excusez-moi.
Estou em direto. Estou em direto do curso. Ah?
David Levinsky, ça fait plaisir de te voir. David, notre avocat, il est là, l'avocat des Gilets jaunes, il est là. L'avocat des Gilets jaunes. Ah tiens, le piano chicha. Tiens, le piano chicha, il est là. Voilà, c'est le piano chicha, il est là. Merci, le piano chicha.
Avec plaisir.
Allez, fais-nous un petit morceau, le piano chicha. Voilà, je rappelle. Hein. Ouais, ils ont fait leurs 35 heures, ils partent. Ils ont fait les 35 heures, ils partent. Ça m'a dit quelque chose, toi, ta tête. Hein. Ça m'a dit quelque chose.
I don't know. Hopefully I got him banned.
Ouais, c'est bon, ils ont fait ouais, t'as raison, hein, ils ont fait ces 35 heures.
Tired of him bugging me every time I stream French shit. He's like, nah, the doeshow. I don't even give a shit if he's giving me. I don't want the fucking publicity like that, dude. I really don't. Like, leave me the fuck alone.
Non, pas de gros mots pour les policiers. Voilà le piano chicha. Non, le sera l'humain. Merci à vous.
Manif sauvage. Manif sauvage.
Là, après, il va y avoir la brave et il va y avoir encore autre chose. Attendez, moi je vais, parce qu'avec j'ai mon truc dans la main, c'est pas bon. Je vais l'enlever. Je vais vous garder avec moi, mais je vais me mettre en dorsale. Parce que ça c'est trop. Quand vous avez la glace, le cornet dans la main là, c'est pas bon. T'inquiète, elle est baissée. Petit taxi sur YouTube aussi, cette chaîne. Gilets jaunes depuis le début. Voilà. Bon truc, j'espère. Bah oui, toujours. Moi je filme pas quand il y a de la casse ou quoi que ce soit. Gilets jaunes. Moi je filme que s'il y a des violences policières, oui. Voilà, tu comprends, contre les jeunes. Voilà, courage. Vous voyez, il y en a une dit, voilà, c'est trop. Vous avez le bâton dans la main, les gars, il y a des nerveux. Les nerveux, enlève-moi ça, enlève-moi ça. Fais-moi voir tes images. Oh là là. Je sais à peine comment il marche mon téléphone. C'est encore une gardave, une gardave. Gardave, les gars. Regardez, il est parti le costaud là, qui fait 2 mètres. 2 mètres, il mesure. Ça y est, il est parti. Là, le grand là. Regardez, tout ça pour un tout seul. Ah putain, il balance des pierres encore. Putain, il balance des pierres. Il est costaud le jeune. 2 mètres. Voilà. Voilà, je vous ai mis en dorsale. En dorsale, c'est plus safe pour moi. Parce que... Italiano, grazie mille, bonjour, ça va? Allez là, je fais un bisou quand même.
Moi je suis la petite fille invalide. Hein.
Ah oui, invalide aussi, comment? Ça filme, fais attention. Ah bon? T'es à la maison, hein? T'es à la maison, t'es chez toi là?
Ouais, ah oui, tu...
Je filme toujours moi.
Ouais. Bonsoir les gens. C'est chaud. Mais moi, je lutte contre ces choses. Regardez.
Et samedi, tu sais ce que c'est? Il y a une belle manif, ça part de la Tour Eiffel à Panthéon.
Ouais.
On n'a jamais fini au Panthéon. Hein.
Écoutez, c'est chaud. Ils viennent de casser une fille. Ils ont cassé ta vie.
Oui.
Ils ont cassé son nez. Le chef, il a eu, espèce de connard, a dit qu'elle est tombée. Mais on a filmé. Il faut porter plainte. Moi, il ne voulait pas me laisser sortir.
C'est vrai, et c'était pas son copain, là, le costaud? Non,
non, c'est une fille qui est là-bas.
Une autre fille, une autre fille. Oh là là.
Normalement, il ne voulait pas me laisser sortir du métro. Quand je dis j'habite à côté, j'allais appeler j'ai un avocat, parce que j'ai un avocat. J'ai dit que j'allais appeler. Le chef est venu me chercher, il m'a fait sortir de la NAS.
Ah ouais, bah ça va.
Ouais, je l'ai dit ça.
Attention.
Je l'ai dit ça. Il m'a dit, madame, venez.
Prenez-en de la graine, hein. On peut dire ton âge.
Hein?
On peut dire ton âge.
J'ai 68 ans cette année, je vais voir 69 ans, mais je suis chaude, plus chaud que lacrymo.
Obrigado, merci beaucoup.
Ah, j'ai insulté en italien.
Cap-verdien, voilà, le Cap-Vert.
Voilà. Je suis née en Angola, mère portugaise, et mère capverdienne et père portugais.
Voilà.
Et grand-mère indienne. J'ai une...
Triple.
Ouais.
Voilà.
C'est pour ça un sang chaud. Parce que les capverdiens, ils sont très chauds. Hein.
Bravo.
Je ne sais pas si tu connais les capverdiens.
Si, je te l'ai dit l'autre fois, César Vora.
Ah oui, César.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle chantait la chanson très connue? Comment c'était?
Attends, je te dis comment tu dis.
Ça y est, t'as fini? Tu rentres?
J'ai fini, j'ai plus de batterie.
T'as plus de batterie, moi il me reste.
Soldat, dessinateurs à bougé.
T'as vu, il y a une fille qui s'est fait casser. Écoute la chanson.
Si vous esquecez, monta esquecer. A te dia que não voltar. César Evora.
T'as vu, il y a une fille qui s'est fait casser le nez là.
Oui, là aussi.
Une fille.
Plein de sang. Là, on était là, parce qu'ils voulaient nous pousser, elle était devant. La police est venue en black, la police black, c'est les
maman, elle se fait casser le nez, avec
le nez là aussi,
devant.
Il était en pleine sang. Il y a un jeune qui s'est fait amener.
Voilà, oui, ça fait amener, ouais.
Là, ils étaient en train.
Ça y est, ils sont revenus, Elle est partie. Tiens, là-bas, il y a un bazar là-bas encore. Là-bas, il y a de la lumière. Faut pas se faire écraser, les gars. Parce que trop de petits taxis...
C'est mal logé. Il y a trop de solutions pour vivre avec des Macron. Et maintenant, hop, on embarque. On va chercher les pédophiles et les trafiquants de femmes et d'enfants. Il y a une augmentation de 15% en Europe. C'est pas normal parce qu'il y a beaucoup trop de police pour que normalement ça puisse augmenter. Et hop, on embarque et on va travailler, les gars. Hop, on vous paye pour travailler, pas pour ceci, pas pour de la paranoïacité de l'un et que l'autre soit aussi prêt à se combattre. Il n'y a pas de combat ici. Rentrez, il n'y a que de la vérité. Et si vous n'aimez pas, ben, allez la chercher. Ça va vous faire du bien. Oui, allez hop, hop. Vraiment, on embarque. Allez, vraiment, et embarquez-moi.
T'es belge ou non? T'es belge?
Et notre roi vous vole
elle est belge.
chaque année. Ok? Il y en a marre des rois pédophiles. Dégagez-les.
Vive là-bas, vive toi. Elle est belge, vous voyez, je savais qu'elle était belge. Il y avait les pompiers belges aujourd'hui.
Ah, mais je les ai loupés. Je les ai beaucoup contactés, ils ne sont pas venus assez souvent. Ils auraient pu faire des
Bruxelles, t'es de Bruxelles?
Je suis de Leuve.
De Leuve?
Ouais, je suis flamand.
Ah, les flamands, les flamands. Jacques Brel.
J'aime pas trop Jacques Brel.
T'aimes pas Brel? Il était wallon, il était quoi?
Ouais, mais il était wallon parisien.
Ah oui, parisien, ah bah ça.
Ok, mais non, mais il a une bonne chanson, c'est la valse à 3 temps, je pense. C'est tout, mais oui! T'as compris!
Bravo, mademoiselle, bon courage, bon courage. de Belgique. Vous voyez? Mais ils nous ont tous carottés, les Européens. Ils nous ont américanisés, chinoisisés. C'est ça le problème. Là, ça part un peu en sauvage. Moi, je repars par là, c'est ma route. Mais un peu de derrière parce que nassage, gazage à tous les étages. Donc moi, là, on repart vers la banlieue. Voilà, ça va. Il va y avoir du... Bon. C'est pas... Ça repart vers Paris, vers la banlieue. Hein. Ça remet les casques. Moi, vous allez rester avec moi jusqu'au tramway. 10 heures, docteur. On sent un peu le gaz. Ça pue le gaz. Ça va? Oui, toi? Ouais, vas-y. Je peux pas te prendre, hein. Il y a des trous dans la piste cyclable, je vous dis pas. Je vais me mettre sur le pote. Eh ben, bonjour à tous les amis. Mettez des petits pouces. Mettez des pouces. Et puis si vous pouvez, abonnez-vous, ça fera toujours plaisir. Il y a des retraités qui aident les jeunes. Je suis à la retraite et je suis là. Depuis le début avec les gilets jaunes. Rôti taxi. TT, tout terrain. Ça y est, ça rapplique. On mange tranquille, là, au restaurant, tranquille. Moi, je sais qu'à la maison, j'ai une petite tomate farcie qui m'attend. Ça fait du bien. C'est quoi ça? Alors voilà. Oh là là, oh là là. Oh là là.
They're making a mess again.
Sauvage, sauvage.
Why did the cops leave, man? They left just enough people to make a mess.
C'est par là, c'est mort là, regarde, ils ont mis.
Ils ont barré là-bas.
Oh my god. It sounds awesome. Oh, the cops are there. Nope. No, they're not. Yeah, they are. No, they're not. Yeah, they are.
Attention les amis. Ça revient en fond. Bon, reste avec moi, je vous emmène jusqu'au tramway. Le tramway. Putain, ça court dans les petits trucs. Ça court. Ça court. Chasse à court, chasse à court. Mike Rambo, toujours sur le terre-terre. Mike Rambo.
Tu veux aller là?
Voilà, ouais.
Encore une barricade au fond. Barricade. Vous voulez pas
C'est gentil. Oui, mais je vais pas être. On va s'en prendre là-bas, non?
Ils vont pas vous attaquer.
Bon courage.
Si c'est une bonne idée, hein, d'aller là-bas.
Bon.
Je serai vous, j'essaierai d'esquiver.
Merci, monsieur.
On sait jamais quoi.
Courage. Là, ils allaient me sourire quand même. Hein. Et ils m'ont dit, je serai vous. Oh là là, il gueule au fait là-haut. Ne pas se faire écraser par un camion non plus, les gars. Monsieur Dufresne, il est là. Violence policière, toujours. Ah bon. Là-bas, c'est des petites rues, ça va se...
Nicolas?
Shut the fuck up, Unbreakable. You don't never interact with chat. Fuck you. Go away. You wanted to get fucking gone off on. Fuck out of here. Making shit all about you all of a sudden. Because you showed up, I gotta fucking talk to you. Shit's happening. Can't you just watch? I don't need to fucking talk. Do you see other people? They continue to talk to them. They're actually trying to talk to you. And you're like, no, that's not good enough. I need to make him talk to me because I need to know how I control. I'm fucking this close to banning you. Fuck with me again on another stream. That's the second time you fucked with me. Trying to make me know. I do it every time I come in here. I do it every time. You don't pay attention to me. Go fucking get your mom's titty, put it in your mouth, and get some milk because you need some. What's supposed to do? If I commented to everybody that said anything, everything in chat, you wouldn't be able to ever hear shit on the stream. If I was constantly fucking comment, oh, you said that, my turn to talk now, I'd be like Destiny's ass, a mile a minute up here. Is that what y'all want?
Voilà, c'est une dispersion. Dispersion.
Appreciate you, Unbreakable. I swear y'all.
Cet après-midi, j'en ai vu un ou deux qui
intentionally trying to make me go off for content.
Les petits jeunes, jamais ils savent pas ce qu'ils font, ils jettent des pierres sur les manifestants. Pour se donner un frisson, quoi. Bon. Eh ben, j'aurais fait ce que je pouvais.
I think the second person this week that's like, why does he talk to me? You're not memorable enough. That's why.
Merci d'être là, les amis. Abonnez-vous. Abonnez-vous, abonnez-vous. Nous sommes en d'Italie en direction de la porte d'Italie. Porte d'Italie et on va après, c'est le Kremlin Bicêtre.
You know how I remember? People that donate, those always get commented back to.
National 7.
And it can be as little as $1 or something. Whatever you can put in your message, guess what? I'll see it for sure. You know, some other time I'll comment? When you put it at the No Show next to it, not just fucking commenting in chat expecting me to talk to you. If you don't actually speak to me, how the fuck do I know you're talking to me?
Il s'est pris quelque chose sur la tête, voilà.
Just because you're talking about me, usually I'm not gonna just fucking, I don't have to talk to you, dude. come here to talk to me, fuck off!
Une bouteille, il s'est pris un...
I'm only talking to him,
journaliste
though.
indépendant s'est pris une bouteille sur la tête. C'est ça le problème. C'est ce que je vous disais. Tu balances les bouteilles n'importe comment. C'est pas facile.
Because I remember having zero meaningful conversations with you until you fixed that. There's that.
Brésil, madame, Brésil. Brésil.
I'm such an asshole, dude. I'm too big of an asshole for my own good. Yeah, I know it. The Lord knows it.
Un petit peu, léger. Colle le mouchoir, léger. Colle le mouchoir, c'est léger. Toute la journée, colle le mouchoir.
Il avait le casque, il n'a pas mis le casque.
Moi, je suis dans la rue, cousin.
C'est Jérôme, ceux qui le connaissent, les gilets jaunes.
I don't know how to have
Là où il y a tous les
friends.
camions de keuf.
Well, I only know how to push people away.
Franchement,
Damn good at it.
Je vais demander une troupe de secours. Là.
Voilà, c'est ce qu'il disait.
Forcément dans les camions.
J'en ai rien à foutre. J'ai pris le cache-cou. Aujourd'hui, il va rien avoir de ça.
Ah oui. Non, mais là, il est en bas de place. C'est surtout l'hosto le plus près, moi je suis taxi. L'hosto le plus près, c'est Kremlin-Bicêtre là.
Non, mais c'est surtout gros. Si ça s'infecte. Oh, Jérôme, si ça s'infecte, avec toute la merde, le gaz et tout, c'est vraiment pas.
Ah oui, la pitié aussi. La pitié à droite.
Tu l'emmènes, moi, il y a à côté de chez moi aussi. Juste à côté de chez moi, il y a la Croix-Rouge. Ouais, voilà, ils feront. Ils vont dire.
C'est rien, des points de
Au moins,
suture,
ils
ça
vont
y
te
est.
nettoyer déjà, regarde s'il n'y a pas même des bouts de verre dans la peau. Voilà, à l'hôpital, Jérôme. Il faut pas dégueuler.
Jérôme des Ardennes.
C'est pas une grille, c'est parce que tu es sur la gueule la semaine dernière. Il se fait recouvrir. Ça, Jérôme, ses amis, à bientôt. C'est bon. Non, non, correct.
Too good at it, man.
À la porte
Too
d'Italie.
good at it.
Kremlin 17.
That's why I don't have many friends.
C'est pas mal. Moi je suis un banlieusard, donc je pense en banlieusard.
Là il y a un flashball il y a 2 semaines et là il y a la grenade blanche.
Là tu t'es pris quoi là?
Une grenade du coup.
Aujourd'hui?
Alors ça c'était il y a 2 semaines le flashball et ça c'est la grenade aujourd'hui, ouais.
Putain. Ah oui, quand tu traverses la place d'Italie?
Ouais, place vite, ouais.
Ouais, bah, c'est un flashball.
Non, c'est pas ça.
C'est une grenade.
Oh,
Premier
can
wheel,
something
deuxième,
else
c'est une
come
grenade
on? I'm
avec le
tired
terre
of
entre mes jambes,
listening
avec
to
la
him.
terre.
I don't go watch him. Go over there and watch it. There's no chat, by the way, but I'm not listening to them speak French anymore. I'm tired of it. Here, you want the link? All you French heads that are in here, they don't want to hear a bunch of French shit over and over and over because you know the language and you think it's beautiful. I don't. It sounds like shit. Bye. Bye bye, Miss American Pie. You drove a Chevy off the levee and you're gonna die. I just made that up. That's pretty good. I'll say so myself. It just doesn't. It's not pleasant to listen to. And the repetitive songs that they do are not what I want to be watching either. I'd rather be listening to Outlaw Reform Ministries sing us spiritual songs to us. Where's he at? He's supposed to be getting back on. Oreo is talking about something. He's talking about.
That better? FAFO.
Yeah.
Now it's on the right side. I just switched seats really
Leave
quick.
those up there. Nothing's happening here anymore right now. So.
Yeah, I traveled to Europe. I flew through Europe to Europe overnight.
Let's see what's going on. Dude, sorry, I'm unbreakable. I'm sorry, man. I go off on you at least once a month, right? It's you gotta meet the quota. If you don't put in so many hours, you have to be gone off on. It's one or the other. Ted knows how it works. Why do you think he's here all the time? You ever see me going off on Ted? It's pretty rare. You can't leave is the thing. If you leave, I'm gonna go off on you next time.
Yeah, well, I didn't
Never
get enough
leave.
in donations.
That's rule number one about the dojo. If you leave, I'm gonna go off on you sometimes.
Didn't get enough in
If you're always here,
go to Africa.
You gotta make, man.
We're gonna go back into DC. I gotta run one more errand, and then
I went off on Ted back in the day, though. I forget what it was for. I remember now. They were cool now. He sent me the Danes, man. He proved himself.
This evening.
Sent me the Danes.
It's 4:15 here. That van's all over the road.
Jeez, dude. It was kind of a little squirrely. Jeez. You can check in, but you can't check out.
I don't know if that KG
of the dojo.
I don't know if the press secretary thing is just a hoax or what.
I shred your clock out card out. Your what is it? I shred your time card after you sign it.
Catholic Church.
Yes, give me that.
Sick bastard. You know what? Doing what I do and being and going to these rallies, I'll tell you what, there needs to be severe punishment for people that abuse children, sexually abuse children, because most of the people that we see out here acting a fool, they all have a history of that. It does something to them mentally that they don't get the help they need.
What?
They just become some of these people that we run into all the time.
Children abusers?
Just
Simon, what are you licking on, man?
Become unproductive members of society, to say it the polite way. Karen Sweet says, yes, it was true, not a hoax. I wonder what's going to happen. I'll have to check on that. Did I get the 50,000 give, sing, go? It's a $50,000 give, sing, go. I say, yeah, Matt, I did. We blew it. We blew it last night. Me and Chud flew over to Vegas. What's up, party Bonza? Hang 'em high, Clint Eastwood. Gave me a rental that drives on the wrong side. Yeah, I know, right? That's what you get for $30 a day. Well, the rental was $30 a day, and then the service fee was $39 a day. It equaled out to like 84 bucks a day. Magga Cliff says, you and I knows what needs to be done to those folks that sexually assault the children. Yes.
I believe the children are the future. Alright, where's Outlaw at?
Doushow and Grandma, anyone else watching what is happening in my state of Tennessee? What is going on there? I haven't been able to follow any news. I'll be following the news on the plane home tomorrow night.
I appreciate you and Breakable coming through and saying Dojo for life and all that, dude. I get weird when the protests are on though. Especially when they're in French. Now I gotta figure out what to do. Oh my gosh.
Who they are, and because of the police.
Even on our side, everybody wants a leadership role. I don't get involved in I mean, I'm involved in
Well,
pay
oh,
traders,
what
don't
is
get me
this?
wrong,
Hold up.
but not like the lead.
Look at this guy.
Ça, il est parti, lui.
Oh, weird.
The city. The city oversight efforts that have happened in the past, whether it's the civilian review or others, have absolutely failed miserably. Miserably. And this consent decree calls for accountability. That accountability has to actually mean something. There actually has to be accountability for these police officers. It calls for immediate investigations into these incidents. It also, we're asking for people to believe us. Because I think there's a complete lack of trust in any system today in the city of Minneapolis. How can our community trust the system when in the past they've failed every single minute? And that is why we're calling on for a strong monitoring work group, and we'll work on developing a group that we will present forward that will bring expertise from here locally, but also nationally, to make sure that we get the best consent decree that has ever been in the United States, because we have a community that is demanding it, and we have leadership from the mayor's office and the city council that wants to make sure.
Bro, why they do it in that fucking building? It's hard to hear that, dude. There's too much reverb. It sucks. They're like, let's do it in the fucking building. It'll be awesome. Yeah, with the statue. Or the reverb. It'll be amazing. Yeah, it'll sound epic. It sounds like shit, dude. Fucking idiots. Who gives a shit about Minneapolis anyway? I didn't even know what Minneapolis was before George Floyd. I didn't know if it was a city or a state. I don't know, I probably did, but it's
yeah,
like
Homer B, definitely come
Minnesota. Who goes to Minnesota?
The greatest food you ever had.
Ever? Do you ever go there? I don't ever go there. There's no reason to go there unless you're stupid. I mean, right?
In California. Oh man.
Oh, that's stupid.
Don't forget the Capri Suns.
There's nothing to do in Minnesota that I would care to do. I don't know anybody there. Most people don't know anybody there. Can we just let them do their own thing? Let's just have them block their whole territory off, and they can be George Floyd land.
I don't drink. I don't have to deal with any of it. That's what I was saying the other day. Everybody was throwing away their Bud Light for Coors Light. No difference there. No difference. They've all caved to the moronic left.
Kenosha, all those places that like were hotbeds of activity. Well, I mean, some of they were in Atlanta too. Atlanta popped off crazy.
I wonder if there's a place that has fresh brewed tea.
A lot of those places nobody even heard of until they had like riots popping out.
They're going to vote today soon in Tennessee.
Those people are just lonely. They want the world to know where they are, that they exist. We're Kenosans. We're Minnesotans.
Oh, AP sister Dylan has a gig with Olay, huh? Olay.
Oh man, Tennessee is
Sweet says,
heated
spend your
right
money
now.
on supplies, not booze. Someday soon, you'll be glad you did. Yes.
I am humiliated. I'm embarrassed. Look at the rules of procedure, the ethic rules. The purpose of this is to hold the respect and confidence of the people. Representatives should avoid conduct that even appears to violate the trust the people have placed in them. What are we doing? Call them the question.
Probably titties.
Ladies and gentlemen, point of order is, if you don't want to sit here and have this discussion, withdraw the resolution. Let's move on to the people's business and actually address the issue that created what made you uncomfortable. The loss of life, not just those 6 losses of lives. People in every community across
he's
the
a
state that continue to
Democrat.
get killed
Shut
by
up.
gun violence.
Hey, Chairman Clemens, it's a point of order. I understand you're upset by the call of the question. If somebody have a point of order where we
You
are,
can hear people outside screaming.
Speech on the floor, but we're at a point of order if that's where you're wanting to go. The question's been called. It was put on the board as objection. The rule prevailed to take the vote. Question about point of order, we'll be happy to.
I love it when the noise gate breaks like that.
No. Representative Hakeem?
Hear them? You can hear them
Thank you, Mr.
protesting
Speaker.
outside.
There were a number of us who had their names on the list to speak. And I think it would be totally disrespectful not to allow us an opportunity to make necessary comments. One of the problems that we have is that the cutting off of debate. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're talking about it being messy. We're talking about getting things done. We're talking about coming to a consensus. How can we do that if we don't hear the voices of more than ourselves, so to speak?
All right. Yeah, is that a question for Mr. Clerk about calling the question? Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you read the rule, please?
Mr. Speaker, previous questions shall only be admitted when demanded by 2/3 of the members present.
Previous question's been called. Anybody can call it at any time, and we all know that that's a possibility. Leader Camper.
Thank you,
Point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we reconsider our actions on that. Is that appropriate? Or we ask that members reconsider their actions and withdraw your motion, allow us to continue the debate.
Hang on one second.
So if previous question prevails, we're voting on the legislation.
The previous question has prevailed, so therefore we move to vote. That cuts off all motions according, is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Yeah, Representative Jones still has his 5 minutes. Point of order, Representative Hardaway? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And would a reconsideration be proper at this time?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no, it would not, as previous questions prevailed by 2/3 of the members present.
Representative Hardaway.
Mr. Clerk. The only right that does not cut off is the right of the opponent to close. And as the motion that was made earlier in the rule suspension, the representative in the well will have 5 minutes to close, even though previous question prevailed.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. It's just in my mind, and I don't know whether the clerk is quoting our rules or Robert's rules, but we have a motion that can't be reconsidered.
Mr. Clerk.
An action, rather, that can't be reconsidered.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the only opportunity to even be recognized once previous question has prevailed is as you have for a point of order or a parliamentary inquiry. So there's no opportunity to present a motion to reconsider.
Representative Hardaway.
Speaker, I disagree. However, we're going to move on.
Representative Thompson.
However,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it possible, or is there a rule that we have to vote on each member one at a time versus waiting to the end of these hearings and vote one for all three after that time, or is that a rule, or is that at the speaker's discretion?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, these are being taken up one at a time. The only
However,
resolution before the body right now is House Resolution 65. So that's the only one of the 3 resolutions that the body will now be voting on.
Any further point of orders? All right, we are voting. Oh, 5 minutes. I keep forgetting. My bad. My bad. I got it. My apologies. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What's he wearing, bro?
To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I want to say that you have the power, you have the votes to do what you're going to do today. But I want to let you know that when I came to this well, I was fighting for your children and grandchildren too. To those who here will cast a vote for expulsion, I was fighting for your children too.
You fucked up, buddy.
To live free from the terror of school shootings and mass shootings. When I walked up to this well on last Thursday, I was thinking about the thousands of students who were outside demanding that we do something. In fact, many of their signs said, do something. Do something. Do something. That was their only ask of us, is to respond to their grief, to respond to a traumatized community. But in response to that, the first action of this body is to expel members for calling for common sense gun legislation. We were calling for a ban of assault weapons, and the response of this body is to assault democracy. This is a historic day for Tennessee, but it may mark a very dark day for Tennessee, because it will signal to the nation that there is no democracy in this state.
Okay.
It will signal to the nation that if it can happen here in Tennessee, it's coming to your state next. And that is why the nation is watching us, what we do here.
You're not allowed to be a protester,
My prayer to
are you, as a legislator?
Is that even if you expel me, that you still act to address the crisis of mass shootings. Because if I'm expelled from here, I'll be back out there with the people every week demanding that you act.
You can hear them, right?
If you expel me, I'll continue to show up because this issue is too important. I talked to too many students and mothers in tears this week who said, thank you for doing something. And so if you expel me, I recognize that it's not just about expelling me, but it's about expelling the people. But your action will do the exact opposite. It will galvanize them to see what is happening in this state.
What are they going to do?
Sustained
Are they
action.
going to shoot people?
And so
Probably.
I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, regardless of what you decide to do to me,
Because the shooter was a
this is
Democrat.
not about me, but this is about those young people who are asking us to use our position and to uphold our oath.
You're cut off, buddy. Fuck out of here. Oh, no.
To protest and dissent from any
got another
action
one.
or legislation that is injurious to the people. I pray that we uphold our oath on this floor.
I was prepared.
Because, colleagues, the world is watching.
All right, we are voting on House
They're all
Resolution
cheering
65.
outside, dude.
All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote
You're
no.
done, bud.
Has every member voted? Does
They're
any
gonna-
member
they're
wish
gonna-
to change their vote?
They're going to press the button. Wait, are they pressing it as they're doing it? Because this has changed colors.
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
Yeah, it's
Having
green
received
as
the
shit
concurrence
over
of
here.
2/3 of the members to which the House is
You're
entitled
outta
under the
here!
Constitution of the
Mr.
State of
Clerk.
Tennessee, House Resolution 65 is hereby adopted.
Aye, 72, 25 nays.
Having received the concurrence of 2/3 of the members to which the House is entitled under Constitution of the State of Tennessee, House Resolution 65 is hereby adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled.
Well, give us an update. What does that mean? It means he's fired, right? Yeah, he's fired.
Oh.
Or they have to
Pursuant
vote
to Article
again.
2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin Jones of the 57th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 113th Assembly of the State of Tennessee.
Woo! Damn, they just kicked a Democrat
Historic
out.
day here in Tennessee and possibly
crazy,
across the
dog.
country here. You just watched the Tennessee House vote to expel Representative
Man,
Justin
they ain't never
Jones,
gonna legalize
one of
weed
three
now.
Democrats there, representatives, who last week
not this year,
was using their voice in the chamber there to speak against gun
love you,
control,
buddy. I'm
against
sorry.
protocol and procedures there on the chamber floor. Gun control supporters had packed the gallery. Jones had taken a bullhorn inside and spoke outside of protocol there. That protest took place, and this is where all of this stems from. Just days after 6 people, including 3 kids, were fatally shot at the Covenant School in Nashville. Wow, were emotions high today, listening to both Jones defending himself. Each of these 3 will get 20 minutes to defend themselves. So we've only gotten through Jones here since 2 o'clock this afternoon. 20 minutes to defend himself and then questions and answers. He is about to leave the chamber. We are going to dip back into that as soon as that happens. Jones officially ousted from being a representative there for Tennessee and his 68,000 constituents here in Nashville, in his district.
Oh,
so much still awaits here because there are 2 other representatives who will be taking a stand. So we're waiting for him to walk out. We're going to try to get a word from him, and we will certainly have our microphone there. We have multiple crews out covering this as we have here since 2 o'clock. So you have been watching this live
Nashville
here
is
on
going to be
WSMV4.
legislated.
Tennessee's GOP-dominated House
If it gets
voting
filled
to
in by a Republican,
the
how does
first
this work?
of 3
Who fills
Democratic
in the
members
spot?
for their role in that demonstration calling for gun control.
The person
after
that ran
the
against
Nashville
him?
school
Or the
shooting there at the
previous
Covenant
person
School.
that had the position?
Representatives Gloria Johnson and Representative Justin Pearson will be next here, but as of right now at 3:36, Representative Justin Jones is former Representative Justin Jones, voted to be expelled. This is an act and procedures that have only been used a handful of times since the Civil War. So first time it's ever been used for breaking a rule. That is what was discussed here today. Jones, very eloquent on the stand.
Is so
he has
strict.
quite a history of as an activist and was voted to be an activist.
Look at their uniforms.
By his constituents. He has been arrested multiple times in
Military,
fighting for
perfect.
rights. And one of them you may remember here, I believe it was 2021, getting the bust. That bust removed from the Capitol. A very controversial decision. Eventually it was of a very
Tennessee
controversial
state troopers
figure
are
here.
some of the scariest
From the
police
bust
to
of
get
his
pulled over
being presented
by.
there in the Capitol. It was there for Sherman to Bedford
That's
Forest,
what
there
these
for
are.
years and years and years, and had that finally removed. Governor Bill Lee removing that after a series of actions. So this is what we're watching here. If you're just joining us here at 3:37, we have been on the air since about 2 o'clock.
like,
These
yep, I'm
hearings
about
for
to get a
these
ticket.
Tennessee 3, as
They
they
don't
have
let
been
too
called,
many
the 3
people off.
representatives, Democratic representatives, in a GOP-dominated House here in the Capitol, downtown Nashville. That House voting to expel Justin Jones, and I did not do the math as to seeing the exact number, but it pretty much seemed to follow along party lines, this vote. It was extremely passionate discourse here. At one point, you saw John Ray Clemens even yelling here in the last few minutes, just irate that
the party is that split that oh, look at him, he's shaking everybody's hand and shit.
Representative Justin Jones shaking
God
hands and
damn
saying
it.
goodbye. He's
There.
the man in the white suit. So
I really don't want to hear her talk anymore.
State of Tennessee and this body for Representative Johnson to relinquish her seat as a member of the House of Representatives. And whereas Representative Johnson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Gloria Johnson from her seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 90th Representative District for disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, right? And declares the 90th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Gloria Johnson, the legislative body of Knox County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the State of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Johnson, you are recognized in the well
now she gets
with
to
your
say
attorneys.
what the hell she was doing there and try to just keep her job.
All three of you have 20 minutes for
That's when she
comments.
gets to walk
Whoever
out.
wishes to go first. You're recognized, Mr. Wendell.
Mr. Speaker and members, as a believer, I must recognize that today is Maundy Thursday,
believer?
the day of betrayal. Let's go straight to the charging instrument. I'd like to direct each of your attention to the next to last paragraph on the first page of House Resolution 64. At approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Johnson and her colleagues, having gathered at her desk, moved in unison and began shouting without recognition. I challenge the author of this document to come to this well and to tell Tennessee and America
They
that
were
that's
doing
a
the
true
Paris
statement.
thing outside.
It is an absolute
you hear it?
falsehood that has been perpetrated on this body. This woman did not shout, and that's the first particular that they charged her with. So if the author of this document can come up here, I'll yield the well. Please explain to this woman and to America why you committed a falsehood.
So that's our
Representative
lawyer.
Wendell, you can't ask people that, but who else would like to talk?
Yeah, you can't
have
do
20
whatever
minutes.
you want,
Is
Mr.
that the
Wendell.
end of the
This
opening?
isn't a court, buddy.
Mr. Wendell.
Let's move on to the second part of the bill of particulars.
Where'd that fucking person go that was in
Page
chat?
2.
They just left. Who the fuck was it? I need the app to let me know who left so I can ban people when they leave.
Whereas
Forever.
during this time, Representative Johnson and her colleagues shouted. Again, a false statement for the second time, the second allegation, and both are false.
There he goes.
Please come up and face the people and explain why you perpetrated a fraud on this woman in the state of Tennessee. Where is the sponsor of this document?
Dude, this is serious.
It's unconscionable. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson pounded the podium. Show me where she pounded the podium. Another outright lie.
It's like it's a murder charge or something.
Somebody contradict me in this body. Please, somebody come up and set me straight that the first three comments about this woman are true, because it's an absolute falsehood. You just watched it on the video. Democracy is too precious for a supermajority to abuse it. Whereas during this time, Representative Johnson generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. This is in the conjunctive. Again, an outright lie. She did not display a sign. Isn't it fitting these allegations are made during Holy Week?
What does that mean?
The author of this document should apologize not to her, but to the state of Tennessee. This is an outright fraud and an abomination in the United States of America. And not just Tennessee's watching, America's watching. And I'll yield the podium anytime any member of this chamber wants to come up and defend this heinous action. This document is not only inaccurate, it's an outright distortion of her conduct. Any sessions court in the state of Tennessee in all 95 counties would dismiss this on a simple motion, but this body is going to take it seriously and try to oust somebody and subvert the will of the voters of Knoxville, Tennessee. I mean, do you know who Gloria Johnson is? Does anybody know her? I mean, who is Gloria Johnson?
Action for common sense gun laws, and that a week after mass shooting, the immediate response of my colleagues is not to pass an assault weapons ban or red flag laws, but it's to expel their colleague who is demanding that we act. And whether I'm a member on the inside or a community member on the outside, I will continue to stand with the people demanding change, because this is not the end. But today is a very dangerous day for America.
What's next for you?
What I want to say is that today's dangerous because if it can happen in Tennessee, it can happen anywhere across the nation. And that's why the nation is watching that this is a very unprecedented, extreme measure of expelling duly elected lawmakers for voicing the concerns of our district. I mean, it is a very dark day for Tennessee, but what gives me hope are these thousands of people gathered out here who are not going home, who are not being silenced, but who will continue to show up and hold this body accountable. What is next for you? Is to continue to stand with the people and to continue to show up here at the legislature, because what happened today is not, it wasn't about expelling me, it was about expelling a movement, and they will not be successful in that.
We talked a lot today about the colleagues of yours on both sides of the aisle and what you've been hearing from them over the past couple of days. Can you summarize what this vote and the outcome of this means going forward, and that support and opposition you had?
I mean, moving forward, this is setting a precedent that any member who voices dissent or opposition can be expelled from the legislative body. This is very unprecedented in Tennessee, and this has never happened in our history. But what the nation is seeing is that we don't have democracy in Tennessee, and that if we don't act, we have some very dark days ahead. And so we have to respond to this with mass movements, nonviolent movements. I will continue to hold them accountable and demand action, because this is not about me, but this is about trying to silence and expel the movement that we were trying to amplify on the House floor.
You said today that this doesn't seem like America to you.
This does not seem like America. To expel voices of opposition and dissent is a signal of authoritarianism, and it is very dangerous. And I hope that as the nation watches, that we put this light on Tennessee to say that this should sound the alarm across the nation that we're entering into very dangerous territory.
You have two of your colleagues in there who are still going to face questions today. What would you say to them, your other two members of the Tennessee Three?
I mean, we're in this together. The three of us, the Tennessee Three, we stand together. So I'm going to the balcony to go support them. I can't be on the House floor right now, so I'm going to go to the gallery and stay for the hearing, because we are in this together. And it's so important that we represent, we're multiracial, intergenerational. We represent Memphis, Nashville, Knoxville. We stand united, and the people across the nation are paying attention to what's happening, because this is not the end. But what they did was signal that if we don't act, we will lose our democracy. Today was a signal that we have lost democracy in Tennessee, and that we are on the path toward authoritarianism, to be quite honest.
Republican law.
I have no idea, what are my next steps in terms of responding to this extreme measure, but I will continue to show up with the people and continue to demand action on common sense gun laws, because what we were saying was let us pass an assault weapons ban, let's take action, and they responded by assaulting democracy. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Representative Jones.
I don't have any next steps, but I will continue to show up in this Capitol with these young people, whether I'm in that chamber or outside. And so we don't know what's next. I'm going to consult my legal team, because I believe that what they did was unconstitutional.
Come on.
It violated, many of our rights.
Same shit again.
And so it silenced, more importantly than just me, my district. 78,000 people have lost their vote and their voice because of the extreme actions of this body. And so I'll continue to show up, and we must continue to hold them accountable.
There you go get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's formal
Thank you.
Man.
Dude, he incited an insurrection in Tennessee Capitol, by the way. He didn't do nothing.
a special education school teacher. She's a sister, she's a daughter, she's an American, she's a Tennessean, she's a Farragut graduate, she's a graduate of the University of Tennessee, and a Girl Scout. Let me tell you what this lady is not. She's not a felon. She's not a misdemeanor. She's not a sex offender. She's not a target of a federal grand jury investigation. She's never had a single ethics violation, not one time in her service to Tennessee. She's simply put, she's never broken the public trust. Never, not one time.
All it takes is one time.
Many of you in this room, including me, do not agree with her political stances.
It's hilarious.
Many of you don't. Some of you do, many don't.
Being fired, dude.
However, she doesn't work for you. She works for the people who live on Broadway, Nadine, Washington Avenue, and West Hills. Those are the people that sent her here, and the author of this document wants to take falsehoods and subvert the will of 70,000 voters. I'm sure most of you are going to be surprised that you vote with this woman 80% of the time. 80% of the time, the members of this body vote exactly the way she votes. America was born to protest. Thank the good Lord it was. 1688, the Germantown Quaker protest. 1773, the Tea Party. 1791, the Whiskey Rebellion. 1863, the New York City draft riots. 1913, right here, women's suffrage. 1963, March on D.C. 1969, protest against the Vietnam War. 1970, Kent State. 1973, the March for Life. 2009, the Tea Party protest. And 2011, Occupy Wall Street. I submit to this body that this document is absolute fraud.
Did they force themselves
is going to perpetrate a fraud on America. This is democracy at stake. Please be aware. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, the proposal before you represents a dangerous turn, entirely without precedent in the history of our great state. You just heard the charging document against Representative Johnson contains statements that are just not true. I would respectfully urge you to step back from this brink. President Reagan called democracy the most deeply honorable government ever devised by man. Each of you is here because you convinced your people, voter by voter, that you were best suited to be the guardians of their hopes and dreams. The same is true for the people who elected Representative Johnson and the other representatives for whom expulsion motions have been filed. You each know personally how hard it is to get elected, how seriously our best citizens take that process, how important it is that the people's will expressed in lawful elections be carried out. If anything, you know that our Tennessee Constitution protects the people's will, enforces democracy even more than its national counterpart. What has been proposed today is nothing less than a cancellation of the steady decisions of thousands of Tennessee voters. The charge today, the only charge, is that Representative Johnson and the other members violated the House rules. I, like you, have lived by those rules. Now, today I've heard what happened called a mutiny. Give me a break. Any of you that have served in this body more than a handful of months knows that when tempers are high, rules are bent, rules are broken. I have personally been in this chamber when on multiple occasions members came to blows, when members took videos improperly in violation of the rules. I have been here when members were locked in the chamber, when the speaker had to gavel down members who were directly against the rules, engaging in personal insults. I have been in this chamber when a member was so fearful he had to be guarded by a group of state troopers. In none of these situations did anyone ever even suggest that because the rules had been violated, there should be a significant sanction for a member. No, they just returned the chamber to calm and the chamber got back onto its business. Certainly no one ever suggested the ultimate sanction that you are proposing today. Often, these sorts of things I described happen, as here, when the body is confronting highly charged, critical issues. For Tennesseans, the Covenant school shooting is not just a national tragedy, it's a personal issue. For us in Nashville, we know these people, we know the victims or their teachers or their friends. Representative Johnson's a teacher. As many of you know, she spends an enormous amount of time counseling and working with teachers here in Nashville and elsewhere. For her, the events at the school were a crushing personal tragedy, a huge burden. We saw a tape today. As represents the complete lack of due process in this particular proceeding, we've never gotten a straight answer about who took that tape that we were provided. But what did it show? It showed some members came to a well almost immediately. I hear after 5 seconds a recess was called. The members came to the well. Representative Johnson stood here, did not shout, as is stated, did not pound at the table, and after a short period of time engaged in a discussion with leadership and then peaceably left the chamber. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was threatened. This is the sort of situation that has often occurred on the floor of this House, and no one has ever suggested these grave sanctions. Expulsion under these circumstances, as all of you know, would have no precedent in Tennessee or elsewhere. In Tennessee, the sanction of expulsion has been reserved always for the worst of the worst sort of behavior, for taking a bribe, for being involved in multiple incidents of sexual misconduct. In Tennessee, expulsion has always involved a lengthy process of investigation where witnesses were interviewed, where committees were formed to evaluate the charges. What's happening here, both procedurally and given the accusations, has no precedent whatsoever in the history of this state. And members, our historic treatment of expulsion reflects the treatment throughout the United States. I heard some members suggest that what we're doing is lawful, what you're doing is lawful, what you're doing is consistent with the law.
You have to rate 3 people, not 2.
In 2020, the Idaho House expelled a member. What for? For conspiring to defraud the U.S. government after conviction. In 2018, an Arizona representative was expelled for engaging in a pattern of sexual harassment over many years. In New York, assemblymen have been expelled when they were convicted of felonies like wire fraud, mail fraud. In Massachusetts, a representative in 2014 was expelled after being convicted of assaulting a woman who declined to have sexual relations with him. These are the sorts of grave and criminal activities that have resulted in this sort of extraordinary sanction. I haven't heard anybody on this floor cite a single example of somebody being expelled from a legislative body based on these sort of flimsy charges. This is not just unprecedented in the state of Tennessee, it has no precedent in the United States of America. You can read the proposed resolution. The behavior at issue is that Representative Johnson was standing in the well trying to process with the citizens of this state a horrific attack on a school just down the road. That's what she's accused of doing. Step back for a moment. Can anybody seriously suggest that expulsion from this body is an appropriate sanction for that activity? Members, I'd urge you to pause. This proposal has come very precipitously. In contrast to past expulsions, organized by speakers of both parties, there's been no organized investigation. No committee has been formed. No testimony has been taken. Apparently, nobody even bothered to proofread the charging document to see whether it applied to each particular individual. The press accounts that have been the basis for most persons' understanding of what happened have at times painted an accurate and incomplete picture. They should not be the basis for action by this body. Decisions of this extraordinary gravity should be made, if at all, after a thoughtful investigation and evaluation. Proceeding now without such an investigation is totally unnecessary and completely out of odds with the normal functioning of this body. Tennesseans from Cordell Hull to Fred Thompson to Diane Nash have so often led the fight to protect the rule of law and enforce and protect our freedoms. Make no mistake, expulsion under these circumstances for each individual proposed to be expelled is a grave departure from this tradition. It will damage this body. It will damage the reputation of the Tennessee legislature. Many of you are fully aware that citizens of both parties are shocked at what is occurring today. These accused members have committed no crime, no act of moral turpitude. Their actions bear no relationship to the sort of actions for which expulsion has traditionally been used. You all took a pledge this morning. You pledged to uphold our form of government. You have pledged when you joined this body to uphold the law. That means exercising the power granted to you by the people in a manner that makes sense, that's informed by the facts before you, and that doesn't just entirely depart from the law as it has always been applied. Voting to cancel 3 lawful elections, doing so without any meaningful investigation, is the opposite of upholding the law. This is the ultimate dangerous precedent, and it puts every member's seat at risk. A vote for expulsion under the present circumstances is a vote against due process. It's a vote against the longstanding traditions of this body, against the rule of law, against freedom of expression, and most importantly, entirely against the will of the people. These votes will make our state the opposite of a city on the hill. Step back, reconsider. Don't add your support for this lawless, arbitrary, completely unprecedented action. I, Representative Wendell, and Representative Johnson will be available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Wendell, the rule to suspend was only Representative Johnson would be able to take questions. Your role was limited to just comments under when we suspended the rules. Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, your attorneys have challenged the accuracy of the factual allegations in the resolution. So I'm going to spend my 5 minutes just walking through those allegations with you.
Representative Wendell, But Representative Wendell, the rule, hang on. Hey, stop the, Mr. Clerk, please stop the clock. Mr. Wendell, please, that is not appropriate. The suspension of the rules request, Mr. Clerk, can we just go back over what that was? Hang on, just 1 second, 1 second. Mr. Clerk, read what the motion was.
Mr. Speaker, this was the motion that was made and carried without objection by the body. Motion to suspend the rules to allow Representative Justin Jones, Representative Gloria Johnson, Representative Justin Pearson 20 minutes in such members' opening remarks on the resolution that contains their name in the caption, and that if requested, their attorneys be allowed to make remarks during that same 20 minutes, and that the members named be allowed 5 minutes in closing remarks.
Mr. Clerk, can you explain when we voted on that? Can you tell us what the vote was?
Mr. Speaker, that motion was carried without objection from the body.
All right, Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a point of order here. In regards to whatever some of the line of questions are, is it possible under the rules that the attorney can answer some of these questions? Because some of these questions are being pointed at the attorney's presentation, not the representative's presentation.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the motion that was carried and just made, the only thing that was suspended for the attorneys was for them to make remarks during the opening 20 minutes. That is not to say that the attorneys could not be in the well with Representative Johnson to advise her along the way.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but for clarity purposes, can the attorneys answer questions from the members?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, absent a further suspension of the rules, no, they cannot.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker,
what I don't understand is that how do you have attorneys in the well or in the court, as it's become today, that cannot respond for their client? Now, to me, that makes no sense anywhere you go. They're legal technicians, tacticians, and that's what she needs, or what any member who brought or felt the need to have an attorney need to have happen, is for that legal counsel to be able to articulate to whatever that particular issue is of the day. Now, had that been explained earlier, no one would vote for you to have an attorney here and your attorney not be able to say something in your behalf. That's insanity.
Motherfucker, you voted on the shit.
Looks like
you saw what they could do.
My hands are tied behind my back. I have legal counsel, but my legal counsel can't talk for me.
It's a shit.
That means I'm a man walking the gallows, and I know because I cannot deal with the legal jargon.
You want to vote on it again then, butthole?
So there should be something that we can do at this point, Mr. Speaker.
Fuck, dude. Memphis. I really wish he wasn't representing Memphis right now.
Yes, sir.
My question to you, Mr. Speaker, what is it that we can do at this point where a member, this member, her legal counsel can respond to questions? What is our parliamentary procedure? I know.
Representative Towns.
Yes, sir.
I will let Mr. Clerk answer the procedure. What I can tell you is there was a motion made by Leader Lamberth to suspend the rules. In that he stated such of what the motion was very clearly. We put it before the body. We asked if there was any objections. There were no objections by anyone on the House floor. Therefore, it was approved by unanimous consent. That's where we're at. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this was done via suspension of the rules because, as you know, members, those who are not members are not allowed to talk on the floor during those proceedings. It was for that limited purpose that the attorneys be able to speak during the 20 minutes of opening statements. It would take a subsequent suspension of the rules to allow the attorneys to speak in any other form.
It's true, Ted.
Representative Towns.
So I'm hearing that it would take us a subsequent suspension in order to allow the attorneys to speak on their behalf.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
Representative Towns.
To make that motion then.
Please, nobody second it. Fuck. They're just trying to draw this shit out.
That would be a motion to suspend the rules to allow the attorneys to answer questions for Representative Johnson. That's a proper motion. It was properly seconded. Mr. Clerk.
Get it right, Mr.
And for the record, that motion has been reduced to writing and presented to the clerk's desk, stating I move to suspend the rules to allow counsel to answer questions from the body.
Representative Towns.
As need be.
This is bullshit.
Okay, we got it in right. That's fine.
You know what I mean? They shouldn't be allowed to speak for them. These are our elected officials. We want them to fucking speak, dude. This is such bullshit.
Suspension of the rules, if I could ask the clerk to remind the body
There's no way that
as
passes.
to what would be required for this motion to be successful. Majority or 2/3? I believe it's 2/3, but just wanted to double check.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, it's 2/3 of those entitled, which is 66 votes.
All right.
Oh, they ain't
Representative Bolso. On the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So it's over majority, more than majority.
Oppose the motion on two bases, one procedural, one substantive. First, procedurally, this motion is untimely. We began this process of dealing with these three resolutions with a motion to suspend the rules that was to apply to all three. Now we are in the middle of the process attempting to change the procedural rules
fucked over.
that apply to our
He
deliberations.
didn't get that shot.
That is inappropriate. Second, as a matter of substance, the party to the resolution is the representative from Knox County. It is appropriate for members to address questions to the party the way you would to a party in a civil proceeding, to a defendant. Lawyers are not allowed to testify on behalf of parties or on behalf of witnesses. What we are about to do is to ask the representative from Knox County questions. It would be highly inappropriate as a substantive matter to allow attorneys to respond to questions that the representative is obligated to respond to under our rules of procedure. For both of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this motion.
It's in court. He wants to treat this shit like it's court, the other guy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. To my new representative on the House floor, this is not to be run like a courtroom. This is not
that's how you want it.
That adheres to the rules of the court. This is our body, and we can do those things. They've never been where we cannot make a motion in the middle of a situation or a scenario like this. If it were you there, I would do the same thing, because if she needs her legal counsel to share something as it relates to the law or something that's going to help her defense,
he can tell her to say that.
It's not taking the skin off anybody's back. It was just giving her fair process and making the body admit or adhere to the integrity that it has had. So I still like for that motion to carry, sir. I really would.
Representative Akeem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in this process, a film was shown, a clip,
Democrat,
and had not been shared with our colleagues who were essentially on trial. And I mean, if we're going to have equity, if we're going to have fairness, I really question, I'm asking, were rules and guidelines shared with both parties before this process started? And it appears not, when that film was an example of that. So I would ask some leeway, Mr. Speaker, for the attorneys to address those questions that may be appropriate. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the motion was that the council can respond if asked a question or referred to by the body, not to answer for Representative Johnson. I know that Representative Johnson, under the rules, can seek counsel to answer a question and then respond herself. But the motion is, just to be clear, that if a question is posed to the council, they may respond. I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
The Democrats can use that to ask the right questions to try to get her off the hook. That's what's fucked up about it. They shouldn't be able to talk, dude.
Chairman Clemens.
They're not.
I understand.
Politicians.
Ready to vote?
And they're not, like, they're not.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there was
they shouldn't be able to testify
the statement by the freshman representative was off point on that matter. Thank you.
We'll take that under advisement.
They're trying to allow the lawyers to be able to protest or to
see none. We're voting.
Testify.
All those in favor
for their client
of the motion, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no.
Come on, red. Come on, red. Come on, red. No, wait. Yeah, come on, red. Come on, wait.
Mr. Clerk.
Are we going to start seeing it? There we go.
Ayes 21, 67 nays.
Woo!
Motion fails.
Damn, that was fast.
Representative Bolso.
Man, these things are awesome. They're way quicker than the federal government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Why don't the feds do it like this?
Representative, the resolution states that at approximately 10:49 a.m., you and your colleagues gathered at your desk.
Dude,
that is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I'm not certain on the time, but that's probably right. They're very close.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues moved in unison to the well. That also is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Yes, we did walk to the well together.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues began shouting without recognition. That is true, correct?
Representative Johnson.
You want to know where those words come from? Whenever I first put that list together, they were the Urban Dictionary's top 20 words or something. And then I made them look all weird with the capital letters and stuff to make it harder for you guys to do it.
Without recognition. That is true, correct?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir, that is not true. This resolution is my understanding. It's about me. I went to the well and I did not speak. And as a matter of fact, I will say that when my colleagues spoke, they were not yelling because this microphone was on. And as long as this microphone was on, and I don't even remember which colleague it was, I stood with them. But as long as this microphone was on, they spoke to the microphone and did not yell. When the microphone was cut and the speaker called recess, I think that's when the megaphone came out. But I absolutely never yelled. This is about me as I understand it with this resolution.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's just walk through it slowly. You will agree that your two colleagues, one from Shelby County, one from Davidson County, used a bullhorn to address the gallery, correct?
Representative Johnson.
It is correct that a small megaphone was used, and yes, I stood with my colleagues, but the video showed what I was doing.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the video shows that you were chanting with your colleagues, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I believe that the charges were that I was yelling and I was not yelling.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But my question, Representative, was this. Do you agree that you were in the well chanting?
Representative Johnson.
I agree that I was in the well, but I can tell you that my voice was no louder than the members having conversations all around this room during the recess.
Chanting?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's put volume to one side. We saw on the videotape, did we not, that you were chanting, quote, "Enough is enough," close quote.
Representative Johnson.
That's probably true, yes, but it was not yelling, and my voice was no louder than the conversations going on in this room, even occasionally some yelling a little bit across the floor to each other. That was also going on. I stood with my colleagues. I stand with my colleagues. And we may have broken a House rule coming to the well, but much of this document is false.
You're out.
Representative Bolso.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will agree that you also were chanting from the well, quote, "Power to the people," close quote, and, quote, "No action, no peace," close quote. You chanted both of those slogans from the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What I'm going to say to you is I did not speak in a voice louder than any other member
that's what it means,
on this floor. You may make of it what you will.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, we can certainly agree on this. You were speaking from the well without having been recognized by the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
During the recess, yes, we did that.
Representative Bolso.
You also agree that you approached the well without recognition from the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As I said, I may have broken a rule in approaching the well, but much...
Hang on, she gets to continue. Representative Johnson.
Much of what is in this document is false.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a sad day that I rise, but I'm going to start up really trying to focus on the positive. I'm from Knox County, as is Representative Johnson. I may call her Gloria because we're friends. But for those of you all that don't know, and I like the fact that Representative from Williamson County brought it up, you know, her campaign tag is standing tall. And that's what she does. That's kind of who she is. She's not loud, she's not long, but she stands. And so, you know, she stood through keeping her hands up for 45 minutes and not getting recognized prior to me coming on. She stood through not having an office literally in a closet, to having the smallest office known to man for a lady that is of significant height. She stood through that and she continued to serve because that's where her heart is. Her heart is about, you know, service. And that's what she does. We've had a lot go on here. And you know, folks are holding this meeting today, or the actual calendar, up as this is the way we should do business. And you're right. This ain't what we've been doing all year. I want the folks listening, if you saw today's regular session, this is not how we're treated. Our biggest problem that we've had is just shutting our voice off. We've been begging you all, don't shut our voice off. You know, when you take clothes and you put them in a washing machine, hot or cold water, it's not the water that cleans the clothes. And that's what we've been saying. We've been sitting in water. It's the agitation that gets the results. I don't condone what happened, but it is not worth expelling a member that represents 70,000 people. It's not worth that. Gloria and I are unique compared to the other three and from our county. Plans are being made already by our mayor, W.W.E. Kane, to usurp the process and bring a Republican down. That's not fair. Gloria won her district double digit. President Biden won he won that district double digit. But that's what's going to happen. Is that fair? Why am I saying that? Actions have consequences. Hopefully unintended consequences. But I'm letting you know that's a consequence. She's not from Knoxville. My freshman year, we had another colleague from Knox County come and just, I don't have words for it, came with an asinine Hillsdale College explanation of how the Monroe document was actually a good thing for African Americans. And the next day, I'm on national news radio, on television, and you know what I did? I showed the man grace. I could have thrown him directly under the bus, but I didn't. He actually thanked me for that. People make mistakes. He realizes that that's a mistake today, but he was shown grace. We had another member, when there was another ruckus, saying, put him on a leash. One of my African-American, soon to be expelled colleagues. That was wrong. I didn't make a big deal out of it. Went to that man on man, and said, hey, that's not right. We had a conversation about it. But what we're doing today is just, it's horrific. It is horrific. And I beg you, I'm pleading with you, do not continue with this process. We need sound minds, and we need representation. In Representative Johnson's case, her district would not be represented properly.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And And I appreciate that's very true. The comment you made about how many times my voice has been silenced as long as I've been here, raising my hand for 45 minutes on the floor and not being called on. I was actually told by the speaker that was in retaliation for some other thing he thought was incorrect that I did. And when I was the lone vote against a Republican speaker, I was moved to a closet-sized office and had to stay there for a year. It was during COVID. There was no room to social distance. I couldn't have someone in my office, couldn't close the door, had no work table for the people who came up from my district. You're not silencing my voice. You're silencing the voice of 70,000 Tennesseans that sent me here, that care deeply about gun violence and Medicaid expansion and public schools. And we are continually silenced on the floor on those issues and more. And today, my colleague is right. Today does not look anything like every other day in the legislature. With all of these cameras here across the country, we're all getting allowed to speak, and there's a little more debate on the issues, and this is great. If this is how we behaved every day, maybe my colleagues could have spoken from our desks on an issue that is so incredibly important. You all, I'm just going to bet none of you have been in a classroom waiting for your class to come in, preparing your classroom, when you see a door open up at the cafeteria, children running down the hall, running down the hill. I had an outdoor classroom, screaming, crying, in terror. Kids I didn't even know also ran into my classroom because that's who I was. People in the school who I didn't have in class came to me for comfort. And I stood there trying to figure out what happened because they couldn't even articulate it for quite a bit of time, and found out that one of our students was shot and killed in the cafeteria while everyone was there, including the police, including the principals, including our other security. And I spent that day comforting those children, waiting for their parents to come and pick them up. And when my kids all got picked up, I went up to the circle and stood there. I don't even remember how many hours that day until every child, we connected every child with every parent. And you're just in shock. You're moving in shock. The trauma on those faces, you will never, ever forget. I don't want to forget it. And if I'm not allowed to speak that issue, that is why I walked up to this well, to stand with my other colleagues who were tired of having their voices cut off when we are trying to speak about violence in our classrooms, violence in our churches, violence in our restaurants, and our grocery stores. I have to raise the voice of the people in my district. And I did what I felt those folks wanted me to do. It's not a secret. My folks sent me here because they know I'm a fighter. They know I will fight for them. My friends in school all call me Little Miss Law and Order because I'm a rule follower. And I know that rules sometimes have to be broken, and sometimes you have to get in good trouble, as another one of my colleagues said. And I felt that this issue was in my heart. It was compelling me to come forward and address this issue. And I stood with my colleagues, and they are great at making people understand and making people listen. And I stood with them, and they were a voice for me. And I stood with them because we all feel our voices are being silenced and something had to be said.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You stated just a few minutes ago, Representative, that the facts set out in the resolution were false. Let me just explore that with you a little more, if I could. The resolution goes on and says that once you and your colleagues gathered in the well, that you were called out of order. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I remember, I guess they gavelled out of order. I don't remember. I remember the mic being cut. That's the thing that I remember most.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if in fact the videotape shows that you got to the well and were gavelled out of order by the speaker, you would not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What is my crime, sir? What? You continue to ask this question. I think we've been through it over and over and over. I came to the well. I stood with my colleagues. I fought for my constituents in a quiet, non-desk pounding, whatever the word, whatever it said about holding up signs or whatever. But I came here.
Dude, somebody stole my fucking prescription out of my mailbox or my postman, dude. I gotta fucking go. I gotta figure shit out.
For the kids in this community, and you are continually asking the same question, you're gonna get the same answer.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I'm simply exploring a claim you made here that the facts in this resolution are false. And my last question was simply whether, in fact, it was true that once you got to the well, the videotape shows that you were gavelled out of order. Now, if the videotape shows that, you do not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I think I've answered that question. I've explained it over and over. You are beating a dead horse. What is my crime?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the resolution continues that after you were gavelled out of order, that you proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it is not. We were in recess, and we stood up here for a few more minutes after recess, and then we went and left the floor. So during recess, we were standing up here. You are correct. But it was recess, and we weren't in session.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me approach it this way. Representative, you agree that your conduct violated House rules, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I may have gone to the well without permission, but the charges in this statement are false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it simply a fact, Representative, that you did violate the House rules?
Representative Johnson.
Isn't it simply a fact that I answered that? I may have broken the rule when I went to the House floor, but most of the facts in this are not true.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you went to the well and spoke without recognition in violation of House rules, you expected to be disciplined. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't speak when I went to the well. I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true, Representative, that you expected to be disciplined for your conduct on March the 30th?
Representative Johnson.
I don't know. I knew that it was possible because I did understand the rule. However, I have seen far, far worse in this body. I have talked to colleagues. I actually saw former Representative McCormick the other day. And I also saw, I remember a conversation with Representative Ryan Haynes, where he told me when he was getting sworn in and his mom and family were sitting beside him, and someone started coming and banging on the desk and everything was jumping and going crazy, it scared his mom to death.
Representative Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I want to pose a question to my colleagues. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to have representatives come in here not knowing all of the information that is being proposed against them, and to have this procedure where we, in a sense, making it on the fly as to what is appropriate and what is inappropriate? Now, I'm asking, I keep hearing violating rules. I don't remember them hitting anybody or anything of that nature. But if we think about it, I believe at one time or another, we all have violated rules within this body. And asking my colleagues once again, what are we getting out of it? I mean, if we don't have our way, you're wrong. Think about it. We have to not just think about it, but look at it from the viewpoint of the perspective of a person who is not in agreement with you. If we're going to be fair and equitable, we need to see it from the eyes of the other person. My colleagues, 3 of them, were responding to the changes that many citizens feel that we need to consider, gun laws. And what I'm saying is that mothers, fathers, their children, suburbs, in the rural communities, and in the cities, I believe they are saying to this body, not just we want a change, there has to be a change if we're going to deal with the safety and security of the children of this state. And in my view, my colleagues were responding to that need. And what are we here for if we're not striving to respond to the needs of our people? And, you know, should we give consideration to closing our eyes and saying, if it's a person down the street from me who's been shot, is it a member of my family who's been shot? Would I react in the same manner that is being proposed right now? One of our colleagues, you've already removed from this body. So I'm saying that many of us in this body espouse to be children of God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Now, I strive to say that's the head of my life. That is my leader. And you know, there's this little band that people used to have on their wrist. What would Jesus do? Are we doing that in which our Lord and Savior would do to that average person? We need each other. There are so many perils in this world, and we think we've got it made. We're in control. The world will bend to what it is we want it to be. That's not reality. And I would ask that we give consideration to what they were responding to, the concerns of children in letters that have been sent not only to myself, but to others, afraid to go back to school. Parents afraid to leave their children at school. We are all in this together. And you know, it's interesting that we have not found a way of sitting down, talking about the reality of coming together to make those necessary changes for our citizens. Remind you, we are in this together, and what is being done here today does not bring us any closer together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you bringing up that others have broken rules. Well, just this week on Monday night, what looked like a Monday night football brawl, and when there's a bad call on the field, we had members in here, one who shoved one and stole his phone, and people were having to separate members from each other. Actual physical contact, actual folks coming in, shoving someone, stealing their phone, and having to pull people apart. And it's remarkable to me that that's not being talked about, but this 6 or 7 minute disturbance up here, that whatever you want to call it, what we call coming to the well to lift the voices of the people that we serve, the voices of my district, where more than 50% of the Republicans in my district want red flag laws. More than 50%. An overwhelming majority of all parties in my district want red flag laws. They want safe storage laws. They want universal background checks and closing loopholes. I was bringing their voice to this body, and it felt like the only way possible that day was to join my colleagues and make sure that the people outside, the thousands who would come, the mothers that I talked to before I came in that told me they had dropped off their kids that morning before coming here were in tears about the safety of their children, how hard it was for them to drop off their kids. And I understood what they meant because I saw the faces that day, August 21st in 2008, where parents were coming in, where we lost one of our special ed students, Ryan McDonald, who was always a cut up. Lost him that day. A lot of friends lost a friend. A lot of teachers lost a student that they loved. And certainly his family miss him still every single day. And there's not a day that goes by when I'm sitting in a school for whatever reason. I am retired, but I'm in schools a lot. I'll be sitting in a school and I'll hear a siren, because the next thing I heard after all the kids came running down to my classroom and kind of was just figuring out what was happening, just a rush of sirens. Every single day now, if I'm in a school and I hear a siren, I jump. Every single time. Because you just never get that out of your head. We can do something about this. We are the only country in the world with this type of gun violence problem. We all know what some of the solutions are. We have seen, we have the data. There are things that we can do. And my voters sent me here to speak specifically to that issue, because that was one of the things that I heard on thousands of doorsteps for a year.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you agree that your conduct on March 30th was wrongful?
Representative Johnson.
My conduct on that day was what I felt compelled in my heart to do for my constituents. That is your answer, sir.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you agree, Representative, that your conduct on March the 30th constituted disorderly behavior?
Representative Johnson.
I don't think I'm going to agree with you on anything, quite frankly. I mean, we've voted the same a lot of time in this body, but what I'm going to agree to is that I may have broken a rule, but the words in this document are false, and I did what I was compelled to do based on speaking for the voters in my district who were begging me to bring this issue forward.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me move to a different topic, Representative, regarding coordination. Before the session began on March 30, you and the other two representatives had discussed your plans to occupy the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
That is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You intended to disrupt the House proceedings that morning, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is, Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You knew and expected that the Speaker would cut off the microphone in the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As he cuts off our microphones a lot, I thought that was possible, yes.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And is that why you and your colleagues brought a megaphone to the well?
Representative Johnson.
Is this resolution about my colleagues or is this about me?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you have difficulty understanding the question, Representative?
Representative Johnson.
Oh, I understand pretty well.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you the person who brought the bullhorn into the chamber?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much for that question. I am so happy you asked that. I absolutely did not. A lot of you folks passed a lot of gossip around about where that megaphone came from, and let's just talk about it right now. Because a friend of mine came in the morning and walked with me through the tunnel, and she didn't know if the protesters were going to be inside or outside. Her name is Margot Price. You might have heard of her. Anyway, we got upstairs and the protest was not indoors. So she said, well, I want to go outside where the protest is. And I said, well, here, you're going to want your megaphone out there. So at the doors, I handed her her megaphone and she went outside. Later, she messaged me and she says she's coming back up. I know I can't bring my megaphone in. Can you put it in your scooter? And I said, absolutely. And so we put the megaphone in the scooter. I talked to two troopers who watched me do it. And they watched me put it. And they said to me, would you please not get that out the rest of the day? And I said, absolutely, to them. The megaphone was this big. It had an attached microphone. So much for the gossip. That megaphone never left my scooter. It's on my office now. If anybody would like to go down and look for prints, it'll have my prints and Miss Margot Price prints on it.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on your responses, Representative, it seems that you do not view your conduct as wrongful, and that if you thought it appropriate, there might be another occasion when you'll take the well without the permission of the Speaker and hijack House proceedings. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
You know, you're reading minds again, and it's happened a couple of times today. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but I don't like to have my mind read. And if we conduct business like we have today, where people get to speak, I don't think it'll ever happen again, to be quite honest. Because when people are allowed to talk, when people are allowed to speak up for the folks that sent them here, then we can get things done. We can come to the table. We can talk about the importance of protecting kids' lives, not after the guns come to the schoolhouse, to the gym, or to the library, or wherever it all happens, but before the guns ever get to the doors. Prevent gun violence in schools. It seems like some people here almost want tanks and they want security. They want this violence at our schools. We need to make sure those guns don't get there. And that's what we need to be talking about.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise, first of all, to say that I've been around here long enough to know that when we have these long discussions, we pretty well know how the vote's going to turn out before we ever vote. So I don't think I need to guess how this vote will turn out. But I rise to speak on behalf of myself, Representative Pearson, Representative Johnson, Representative Jones, and all of us in this chamber. I want to share just a little quick story with you all. And I didn't rise to point fingers at who is right and who's wrong in those things, but I just want to share a story that I read that will eventually affect all of us. You may get it by the time you get home. It may be tomorrow, it may be next week, it might even be next year, next 2 years. But there's a story in the Bible about Jesus coming down from the mountain early in the morning. And when he arrives at the temple, and I'm sure many of you read this, these men said to him, "Master, we caught this woman in adultery in the very act. And we know what the law of Moses says. The law of Moses says, stone her, kill her. But what do you say?" The Bible says Jesus wrote something on the ground. And when he wrote that on the ground, the oldest, including all the youngest of those men, start walking out the room. And Jesus asked that woman who was caught in the very act of adultery, "Where is thine accusers?" And she said, "I have none." And he said, "Neither do I. Go and sin no more." Thank you.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Johnson, did you hold up a sign?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you pound the table?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you yell?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
Members, during the opening remarks, Colonel Wendell went through a couple of falsehoods, and he challenged every member on this body to dispute it. And there was silence, crickets, including from the sponsors of the resolution, who did not dispute it. But when it came time, when opening statements were over with, the sponsor, the first thing he did was get rid of the lawyers. Now, I don't know, I wouldn't want to be up against Colonel Wendell or Captain Stewart either. But I've yet to hear anyone challenge those falsehoods that are in this resolution. We can't vote on a resolution that's poorly written. So I would ask you and urge you to vote no on expelling her, because this resolution is poorly written. It cannot be defended, and there is just too many falsehoods within it. Thank you.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you've heard several references to the Bible this morning, primarily from the New Testament. And one thing that is significant is that forgiveness always follows contrition. It always follows penance. It follows someone taking responsibility for conduct. What you've heard here this afternoon from the representative from Knox County is not contrition. She's not even willing to agree with me on anything, that her conduct was disorderly or that she disrupted the proceedings. She wouldn't even agree not to do it again. That's why this issue of forgiveness does not factor into the equation this afternoon at all. What you've heard from these representatives who are the subject of the resolutions is that they believe what they did was right, and we have no guarantee whatsoever that they're not going to do it again. We have an obligation to protect the integrity of this body. What we saw on March the 30th had not happened, so far as anyone can remember, at any time in the prior 227 years of our state's history. That's point number one. Forgiveness follows contrition. It follows penance. We have neither. And then secondly, with regard to the facts, we've heard these broad statements that the facts contained in the resolution are inaccurate. And I think we've demonstrated that's not true. Because I walked through with the representative the first 5 or 6 facts in the resolution, and she agreed that they were all true. And then we got to a point that she wouldn't answer the questions anymore. Because as we continue to walk through the resolution, what we see is exactly what was evidenced by the videotape. We see that they proceeded to disrupt the proceedings. We see that collectively, this representative and the other 2 pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct. That's exactly what they did. They are all 3 in this together. They acted in unison. They acted in concert. One is just as responsible for the parts of the disruption as the other. That is what is in the nature of coordinated conduct or a conspiracy. Each member is responsible for the conduct of the conspiracy as a whole. They approached the well in unison. They disrupted the proceedings in unison. They are responsible together. And then the resolution goes on that these representatives generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and using a sign displaying a political message. We saw every bit of that in the video. Collectively, these 3 did every one of those things. And collectively, that unquestionably constitutes disorderly behavior in violation of Article 2, Section 12 of our Constitution. And so the question, members, whether these representatives remain in the House or whether we put them outside the House, they have already answered for us. They, by their conduct, voluntarily put themselves outside of the Constitution. They put themselves outside of the rule. They are unrepentant about it. They're willing, apparently, to do it again. They tried to shred our Constitution with a bullhorn, but it did not work. We had a speaker and a Constitution that was too strong. It's been here since 1796, and I urge every member to uphold the Constitution and vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, my colleague I'm not sure how many times, was reading my mind again, put words in my mouth and said things that I never said. That might be what he extrapolated from my words, from something, but that is absolutely not something I said. I'm not going to agree with a lot of his terminology because it's not factually based. If you wanted to collectively address us, then you should have put us all in the same resolution. But instead, you chose to separate out the members. So if a resolution was written well, it would have addressed my behavior, because according to this is a resolution about my consequences.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly have empathy for my colleague from Williamson County because I know what it's like to try a lawsuit with a witness who doesn't answer the way that you want them to answer a question. It's easy in a lawsuit because an objection is available, because asked and answered is an objection. In here, unfortunately, in this body, we only have a limited time, but just because you ask the same question 15 times and don't get the answer you want doesn't mean the facts change. Every member of this body, or every member who's a subject of a resolution today for expulsion, must be judged on their own merits. Every single resolution. She can't be held responsible, representative can't be held responsible for the conduct of another member. You can only vote based on what she did. The record thus far simply proves that Representative Johnson walked from there to there. And you want to expel her for that? She did not raise her voice. She did not yell. She did not pound the desk. She did not hold a megaphone. She didn't have a button on. She did nothing. She walked from there to there. And ladies and gentlemen, the only rule in our rules that speaks to this is no crowding about the clerk's desk. Members shall not crowd or stand about the clerk's desk. Well, every one of us is guilty of that. Everybody in here has walked up here without permission from the speaker or from anybody and stood up here, talked to the clerk, or when somebody else was introducing a bill. You don't expel someone for that. That's the only fact that has been proven. And you can't hold collectively. That's not a standard. That's not the standard to which she's supposed to be judged. You can't judge her for what others did. Her conduct, it's her conduct should be judged on the merits. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we had to suspend the rules for every part of this process today. That's because our rules don't even speak or lay out a process for this type of conduct, because it's that rare. We never even think we're going to have to use it, so we don't even put rules in place to govern this. That's why we had to suspend the rules, because it is an extraordinary event reserved for extraordinarily bad conduct. Walking from there to there does not rise to the level of expulsion. And that's the only fact that has been proven today. Now, I'm limited on time here, but ultimately, I don't know if you're upset about the message that was trying to be conveyed. I don't know if you're mad at the messenger. I've heard many of you say in reference to Representative Johnson that you can't be an activist and a legislator. Well, guess what? That's not your decision to make. It's the people of Knox County's decision to make what type of legislator they want representing them. You don't get to make that decision. At the worst, you were inconvenienced for a few minutes on that day, and apparently that seems to be grounds for expulsion. This whole process is disrespectful of the rule of law. It's disrespectful of the victims of gun violence, who we should be discussing today rather than this nonsense. It's disrespectful of the cause of so many deaths across our community. We should be spending this time on legislation to protect our communities. But instead, you're asking to expel somebody for walking from there to there. Now, in this last minute I have, I want to tell you this. You may not agree with Representative Johnson. You may not get along with Representative Johnson. Trust me, Representative Johnson has given me the what's what more than any of you can ever dream of. And rightfully so. But let me tell you, I have 24 members, 23 now, and you were looking to expel one more, one of only 2 women in my caucus, a woman, a teacher, and a woman who has the biggest heart of anybody in this body. You are depriving this body of her perspective. She drove some of you to tears weeks ago, and that voice is necessary, and you want to silence it. Shame on you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think that one thing that we have to look at, I'm 60 years old and my colleagues are much younger. The younger generation, I am so proud of. I love them, I love working with them, and I trust that they are going to make a change. And we're starting to see that change in this body, and I stand with them. We may not do things exactly the same. The younger generation is not going to do things the same way that all of us do of 1 and 2 generations down the road. But they're strong, they're going to fight, they are smart, they are amazing speakers, and they connect with their voters. And they connect with their voters by speaking directly to them. And they did that during a recess. And I was there with them, and I stood with them because our hearts were the same. Our hearts were there for our constituents who cared deeply, for the children that begged us to do something to protect them. I was out there at 7 a.m., conversations all morning with moms and kids, people, staff at Covenant that I wasn't able to recognize on the floor that had reached out to me because I was a teacher. And we just have to do something. And as long as we are not allowed the voice to represent our districts on an issue so critically important that has impacted my life. I went to Denver, Colorado in 2001, the year after Columbine, to take a job at Dakota Ridge High School, which was about 2 miles away from Columbine. And some of the kids from Columbine who could not go back into that school went to Dakota Ridge. Some went to Chatfield, which was about 2 miles in another direction. I was at Dakota Ridge. When I got there, I saw the trauma that these kids had been through. I wrote a program. I wrote a grant for a program very similar to a program we had in Knoxville that addressed mental health. It did wonders. We had a counselor, we had a psychologist, and we were able to help those kids. And we are looking for solutions so that it never happens again. It should never, ever happen again for any parent, for any child, for any classroom. And many of my colleagues walk past those folks without ever making eye contact with them. I cried with them that morning. I told them that I understood. I told them we would lift their voices and try to get something of substance done, something that would keep the guns from never getting to the schoolhouse doors. And that is why I walked to the front with my colleagues who felt the same, because their generation is a generation that has come up in this gun violence. I'm going to stand with them. I've seen it. I've heard them. I've tried to work with them. We can do better. We are better than this, Tennessee. We are. We can acknowledge that there are things that we can do to get guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. There's plenty of research out there. We can do that by having those discussions. But folks weren't even willing to recognize those folks, who they were, why they were here, and tell them, we see you, we hear you, and we care about making your communities and your schools safer.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 71, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. Representative Johnson has 5 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say some names. Evelyn, Hallie, William, Cynthia, Catherine, Mike, Ryan McDonald. I've spent much of my life dedicated to helping children. Appreciate you guys. You just made me get teary-eyed. And I really want to thank you for standing with me, because I know you care about children. And I hear a lot of talk about caring about children, but I continue to hear no one having conversations about things that will prevent gun violence from coming to our doors. There are so many things we could do that would change the trajectory of where we're headed. More school shootings, more church shootings, more Waffle House shootings, all of these, theater shootings. It's happening everywhere, folks. There's one common denominator. It's the guns. It's the people that have the guns, because we are not doing anything to make sure that people who are not safe don't have guns. I'm a gun owner. I have a gun. I took a class so that I would know how to use that gun. I trained with my nephews, a Marine and an Air Force member. I shoot regularly because I think you have to be responsible. It's responsibly stored. It was my father's service revolver. It laid on his dresser every night when he came home, and we didn't touch it. And we knew not to touch it. But we grew up with that. But my father believed in things that we can do to prevent gun violence. My Marine nephew came home from losing his best friend in Afghanistan, went to live with his best friend's family because they were without their child in Massachusetts. And his business was manufacturing guns in Massachusetts. He told me about the restrictions that they had there. And he said, as a gun manufacturer, these are protecting us. These are protecting kids. I sat down with him for hours to talk about what things made sense to you guys as manufacturers, and what things did you think were a bridge too far. Not only did he talk to me about it, but he collectively got online with a lot of his colleagues in the same sort of business and sought agreement from all of them. This is the way we get to solutions. But we've got to have those conversations. We have got to be allowed to stand up and speak for our constituents. And we have to welcome this younger generation who might do it a little bit differently, but they are fighting like hell for their constituents. And that's what they sent them here for. That's what they're doing. It's gonna look different, you guys. The next generation always does. Respect the human dignity of every citizen in the state of Tennessee, and not just the ones that look like you, and not just the ones that agree with you. We've done so much damage up here to vulnerable communities this year. And now we're doing damage by not addressing the concerns of the families and the children. I cannot tell you how many phone calls I got from Republicans and Democrats and independents from my district saying thank you. And from outside of my district in Knox County, from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisles districts, Republicans I heard from. We want action. Our hearts compelled us to come up here for action. We need to allow people to speak for the 70,000 folks that sent them here. And earlier when my colleague said 200,000, he was talking about the combined total of the three of us. That's what he was talking about. So be careful about putting words in people's mouth. I have words.
Thank you. We are voting on House Resolution 64. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 65, 30 nays.
House Resolution 64 fails. That's out of order. Out of order. Out of order. Representative Farmer, you are recognized in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Resolution 63.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of House Resolution 63. Probably seconded. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 63 by Chairman Farmer, a resolution to expel Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with the permanent rules of order of the Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor, 19th Legislative Day on March 30th, 2023, Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox County and Justin Jones of Davidson County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Pearson and his colleagues, having gathered at Representative Johnson's desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Pearson and his colleagues proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and his colleagues shouted, pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and Representative Jones used the bullhorn to amplify their protestations. And whereas these actions are done in open session in presence of and witnessed by the members and staff of the House of Representatives. And whereas it appears to the satisfaction of this body that Representative Pearson's conduct on March 30, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on part of Representative Pearson reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, place a cloud upon the action of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and where it is deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives, and whereas Representative Pearson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District for his disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 86th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Justin J. Pearson, the legislative body of Shelby County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the state of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized in the well.
To God be the glory for the things that God has done and the things that God's still doing. It is indeed a sad day for us in the state of Tennessee with the loss of Representative Justin Jones from this body. It is a victory of this movement that still says it matters to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. This movement that still says it is time for just action and just reforms in our state, and to still have Representative Gloria Johnson serving in this House. That's the power of justice. There's been a refrain and a song going around in this movement. Power to the people. Power to the people, power to the people, power to the people, Hosanna. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked advance against me to devour me, it is my enemies and foes who will stumble and fall. Though an army besiege me, my heart will not fear. Though war break out against me, even then will I be confident. One thing I ask of the Lord, this only that I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to gaze upon the beauty of the Lord and to seek God in God's temple. For in the day of trouble, God will keep me safe in God's dwelling. God will hide me in the shelter of God's sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. Then my head will be exalted. Above the enemies who surround me at his sacred tent I'll sacrifice. With shouts of joy and thanksgiving I'll sing and make music to the Lord. Hear my voice when I call, Lord. Be merciful to me and answer me. My heart says of you, seek God's face. Your face, Lord, I will seek. Do not hide your face from me. Do not turn your servant away in anger. You have been my helper. Do not reject me or forsake me, God, my Savior. Though my father or mother or siblings or colleagues might forsake me, the Lord will receive me. Teach me your way, Lord. Lead me in a straight path because of my oppressors. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me, spouting malicious accusations. I remain confident of this, that I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. I give thanksgivings to Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, Reverend Jason C. Pearson Sr., my fiance Oceanae, my brother Keyshawn, who stands in the gap for Jason II, Temperance, and Jalen, and to everyone in District 86 in Memphis and Millington of the community who is here demanding justice. We are here because of a tragedy. Covenant School shooting victims Catherine Kuntz, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn Deekhouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney. We're here because of a tragedy, because we spoke up about the tragedy of gun violence that continues to perpetuate and persist in our state. We're here today witnessing injustice against the First Amendment. We spoke up for gun control and the end of gun violence. We're here today. We're being sought to be expelled from this, the People's House, for speaking up about the need for gun control because we broke some house rules. We're here today because of House Resolutions 63, 64, and 65 rules. I will tell you that I was never told about. I learned about more rules in this House and our state constitution in the last 5 days than in my entire tenure. And as you have seen, and as we unfortunately have seen, the rules can be wielded to bend to the desires of a few, and it is not sacrosanct for the protection of everybody. I do, before I continue, have a few parliamentarian inquiries. If you will indulge me. One, when is it that evidence can be presented into the record? Evidence for our expulsion. As a point of order, you can stop the time. I got a few parliamentary inquiries before we keep going.
This is part of your time because you're asking the clerk questions during your opening. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, I'll retract those questions and then we'll ask them after. Thank you. It said that I broke the Constitution. Article 2, Section 12, saying that each house has its own proceedings and you can punish members and things like that. Again, never informed about even these proceedings, denied due process, didn't know anything about this. I was never given an overview of these rules or informed the speaker, the chief clerk. Nobody reached out saying, hey, this is what you can expect. I've been serving officially District 86 for 10 days since our swearing in. I was sworn in the day of the Covenant shooting. And now being brought up against charges, if you will, that we broke the Constitution. Told in paragraph 2 that members of this assembly have permanent rules of order. Now, when did we sit down and we talk about these rules? I think they were voted on before I got here and was appointed by the Shelby County Election Commission. Was told that we were crowding around the clerk's desk. And I got to be honest with you, I just realized they're talking about this desk and not the one up there. It's a lot of things that are in these resolutions that seem to assume a lot of knowledge about what I am supposed to know or what we are supposed to know without real facts about what we have been provided information about. I'm told that I did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. Knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. When we went up between bills, I walked to this hallowed house near this well, went up between bills after not being called on during welcoming and honoring to say we've got to listen to the people. We've got to do something. We've got to take action on gun violence. We've got to elevate this issue in order that we can create the necessary change that we need because we're exercising, and I exercise our First Amendment right. We're being told that that deserves an expulsion from the House because it broke a permanent House rule. And still, when we learn that a member of this body broke a permanent House rule in order for a video to be shown, there was no discussion even about what potential retributions might exist. If rules will be sacrosanct, if rules will be the end all and be all of this House, then that needs to apply equitably to everyone. But there is something that tells me it is not the rules being broken. It was what we were advocating for that folks have gotten very upset about. That we were advocating for people who have been murdered in our communities. We're advocating for people like my own classmate, Larry Thorne, who was slain by gun violence. We're advocating for people who are suffering in our communities. We're told in this resolution that I proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 until approximately 11:42. And my fiance, she's a lawyer to be. And I have to tell you, if you go back, and this is one of the questions that I have, and we can start working on pulling up. If you look at the video, At 10:50 a.m., this House is in recess. And the question that I'm pondering is it possible for House members to break permanent rules of order when the House is in recess? It's important that we unpack this. After SB 638 was passed at 10:49 a.m., I walked to the well. And the Speaker section immediately said, "You're out of order. I call for a 5-minute recess. Leadership, come up here." There was no disruption of any House proceedings or business. We were in a recess where members were relaxing, went for walks, left the chambers, ignoring the cries of people asking for gun reform, asking to end gun violence. I didn't disrupt proceedings between 10:50 to 11:42 because it wouldn't have been possible. We were in a recess. But if you want to count the recess and say that our peaceful protests for red flag laws, our peaceful protests for gun control storage laws, our peaceful protests for the safety of kids like the ones at Covenant, our peaceful protests for the communities that we serve and the people that we represent deserve expulsion, then let's go through the timeline. There was a 10-minute peaceful protest on the House floor. And it was at exactly 11:04 where we walked back to that room with Leader Camper. Again, in the resolution, it says that we refuse to leave the well. In fact, all of the quote-unquote protest, except for maybe the first second or two, was called during a recess. And we still finished the business for the day. You keep going, and they say that we shouted and led chants with citizens. They said that we refused to leave the well. We had signs displaying political messages, and none of us believed that we were doing anything to deserve expulsion from this House. Speaking up on behalf of the last, the lost, the least, those who've been left out, those who've been ignored, those who've been silenced, but who refuse to be silent any longer, does not deserve expulsion from this House. The mic was cut off. We did use a mini bullhorn to listen and to project to the people in our community who were asking for change. The reality is, we were told this happened in the open presence of witnesses, but the gallery was cleared. The video and audio during this time, and you can see this with the chief clerk, and we can pull up that video. The video and audio during this peaceful exercise of our First Amendment was not even broadcast online. We're told that this was disorderly behavior and it justifies expulsion. Well, I've been looking, colleagues, at our permanent rules of order. And if you read Rule 19 of the permanent House rules that this body has voted on and have been mentioned several times today, there is a blatant contradiction in these resolutions that are asking for our expulsion and the permanent House rules for the 113th General Assembly. If you go to section 19, transgression of rules by member. Transgression of rules by member. And it reads this, and I'll read it into the record. Any member who, in speaking or otherwise, transgresses the rules of the House, the Speaker shall, or any other member may, call such transgressing member to order, in which case the member so called to order shall immediately sit down, unless permitted to explain. And the House shall, if appealed to, decide the case without debate. If there be no appeal, the decision of the chair shall prevail. If the decision be in favor of the member called to order, such member shall be permitted to proceed without leave of the House. If otherwise, such member shall not be permitted to proceed. And here's the important thing, and which is really important for we who are being told we deserve to be expelled because of a breaking of these rules. In case any member objects and continues, stays at the well, you might say, for more than 30 seconds or something, without leave of the House. And if the case require it, such member shall be liable to the censure of the House, not expulsion. Those are the permanent House rules we voted on, or I've been told. It is not the fact that we walked up to the well. It was what we came up here talking about. That's what's at issue here. We're told that we have hurt the integrity and dignity of the House that our people elected us into. We've received letters from Evan and Johanna and Evabel, Lucy, Heron, Nuseba, Lily, Makata, June, Jana. We've had folks like the Robinson family, the Fitzgeralds and others who come and reached out to us and said, thank you for standing up for right. Thank you for speaking up for such a time as this. And the reality is each of us have a responsibility to do so, to speak up for such a time as this. There is something I take issue with in paragraph 9 of our resolution. It says that it's deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and the body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives. I want to be clear. We are not relinquishing our seat. With this vote, you are taking it. You are disenfranchising the people of District 86. You are disenfranchising tens of thousands of people in our state. We are not giving anything away. A few of my colleagues have talked about the Tennessee State Constitution in Article 2. But I invite each of you to go to Article 1, Section 2 of the Tennessee State Constitution. And it reads this way, that government being instituted for the common benefit, the doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. That's what the forebearers of the state of Tennessee wrote. That's the Constitution you're talking about, where they said that to have non-resistance against arbitrary power, against house rules, not criminal acts, is oppression, is absurd, leads to the destruction of the good and happiness of mankind. We've heard from thousands of people asking that we do something about gun violence. We must answer them, whether it be in Memphis or Millington, whether it's conversations with folks like Mama Easter Knox or Sarah Gladney, or thousands of people in this chamber, outside this chamber, up top, who are saying, we've got to do something. We've got to do something. It is those who are demanding and should be telling us what's in the best interest of our people. And what is in the best interest of our people, from what we have heard, is the end of gun violence. What's in the best interest of our communities and of our people are folks who are willing to pass just legislation. It's folks like those grandmothers who couldn't make it today but are watching today, who want to be ensured that they will be safe and our communities will be safe. It's Jermaine, my intern, who shadowed here at this Capitol, who said, I want to make sure that going to school isn't going to lead to my death. Our silence about gun violence is the antithesis of what is in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee. This week especially, Holy Week, we remember also Dr. King and the forebearers of the civil rights movement who taught us about civil disobedience as a way to get action. Dr. King taught us that sometimes there's a consciousness above rule, above what you might say is law, and that the true forms of protest is nonviolent disobedience. For less than a few minutes, we and you are seeking to expel District 86's representation from this House in a country that was built on a protest. In a country that was built on a protest. You who celebrate July 4th, 1776, pop fireworks and eat hot dogs. You say to protest is wrong because you spoke out of turn, because you spoke up for people who are marginalized. You spoke up for children who won't ever be able to speak again. You spoke up for parents who don't want to live in fear. You spoke up for Larry Thorne, who was murdered by gun violence. You spoke up for people that we don't want to care about. Get to the chopper! In a country built on people who speak out of turn, who spoke out of turn, who fought out of turn to build a nation. I come from a long line of people who have resisted. I come from a long line of people who have fought injustice. I come from a long line of people who know what it means to face adversity in difficult days, who knows what it means to have words that mean something, that doesn't call peaceful protesters insurrectionists, doesn't call people who advocate for the end of gun violence the folks who would actually kill law enforcement officers, talking about children and teens who are being persecuted by the words that we speak. And I must say to you, as I wrap up this portion, that we all have a responsibility. We all have an obligation to do what is just, to do what is right, and to do what is fair. And what I can promise to those of you who have cried today, those of you who mourn the seeming end and assault on our democracy, what I can say to folks who are worried about whether or not, as one sign said, am I next? What I can say to you is that the movement for justice can never die, because the heart for justice can never be killed, because it lives and it beats in each and every one of us. It cannot die because we will not let it die. I'll tell you that folks have tried to kill it. They tried to put it on a tree called Calvary. They tried to kill hope and love, but resurrection is always guaranteed after persecution.
Representative Farmer, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson. Representative Pearson, right here. Do you know why you're standing in the well today?
Representative Pearson.
Yes, hold on one second.
Representative Farmer, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to ask to pause my time if he's going to.
No, I'm actually not doing what y'all typically.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I'm actually not trying to run out of your time like y'all do to us or to me. I was actually just looking for a piece of paper. I'm here in the well right now because I came to this well using our First Amendment rights to speak up after the violent killing with assault rifles of beautiful human being Catherine Coons, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn Deekhouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you're wrong. You're in the well today because you broke rules of decorum. Wouldn't you agree?
Representative Pearson.
I believe I'm in the well today because you have put forward a resolution that says that it's more important to expel voices of dissent than do the work of justice, which is fighting to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because I, with the courage of ancestors and family and loved ones and community, stood up and spoke up for folks like my classmate Larry Thorne, who can speak no more because of the proliferation of guns in Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because you have decided that it is not right to have debate. It is not right to listen to the voices of the minority. I believe I'm in the well today because on the day that we wanted to honor the thousands of people who protested, we were denied that opportunity. I believe that I'm here because you feel in your heart that it is right to persecute someone who has committed no crime, who has only broken what you call the House decorum rule, which according to Section 19 of the House Permanent Rules of Order say that at worst the thing that should happen is censure. But instead you have brought forward a terrible resolution to deprive and disenfranchise thousands of people in Shelby County of a representative who will and can speak and advocate for them. And I believe, Representative Farmer, that that is wrong.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just remind you of a letter you sent the members of this General Assembly on April 3rd. I recognized I did not follow decorum this past Thursday on the House floor, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. What changed between the letter you sent the members and the account you just gave, because either A, you were telling a lie here, or you were telling a lie right up there at that podium. So what's the truth?
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Farmer. I did write that letter, and I still stand by it. We broke, I later learned, rules of House decorum by coming up to the floor, and I do take full accountability and responsibility for my actions, because I don't want the names of Catherine Kuntz and Mike Hill and Cynthia Peake and Evelyn Deekhouse and Haley Scruggs and William Kinney and folks like Larry Thorne to go into an ether of silence. You're right that coming up to the House floor without the speaker saying something broke a rule of House decorum, but it did not break a rule that deserves the expulsion of members of this body. We committed no crime. We did nothing but came to this floor to say we need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us to end gun violence. We need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us as they chanted to do something. And that is not a crime. In fact, that is our responsibility, our obligation, and I would even say it's our calling.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you said earlier, you've admitted that you've engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, correct?
Representative Pearson.
That's not correct. I believe the rule of House decorum that we broke was walking up to the well without the speaker's permission. But I think, and I'm going to ask that we do get the video of what happened on the House floor that day, because I believe you will see, as we saw in the video earlier, that most of the things that are in this resolution, which really make it challenging, I think most of the things that are in this resolution happened during recess. And what I'm being told now, or what it seems to be happening, is that you cannot be held to account to the permanent House rules of order during recess, or another member of this body would have had a resolution against them, or will be having one pretty soon. And so I think there are a lot of contradictions and questions that are coming up, Representative Farmer.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson, what day were you officially sworn in?
I'm sorry, Representative Pearson.
I was sworn in on the 27th, so Monday last.
Representative Chisholm.
The 27th of March. So I bet you've learned a lot about the House rules over the last few weeks, huh?
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, most certainly have learned a lot, and we're really fortunate to also serve in an interim role to see how this House operates. And I have to say the way that it operated today was quite different than what I've seen in past sessions.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm standing here to fight for our member. I'm standing here to fight for all of our members, because we have a new member standing in a well defending his right to even be here. A member who was sworn in less than 2 weeks ago. A member that is just learning the decorum of this body. A member who has proven himself to be hardworking, articulate, eloquent. And although this member moves a little bit different than most of us, matter of fact, I even go as far to say he moves different than I do. But this is a member that deserves to be a part of this body. This is a member that I've seen with my own eyes works so hard for his community, who I've seen fight tooth and nail the injustice in his community, who fought gun violence, who fought for clean water so that the state could continue to have it. A member since over the last 2 weeks, I've seen study more than I've seen many of us who've sat here for years. So members, many of you all know that it's rare for me to get up into this chamber and speak, but I have to speak to the humanity of everyone in the room. Forgiveness, we're all taught to be forgiving. Well, let's take the opportunity to forgive a new member who maybe, yes, he broke a rule of decorum. A member that I believe in a short period of time will be an asset to this body. Who I see as an asset to this body is even now. Members, we've seen, it's been said many times that we've seen many members of this body violate rules and are still here, who violated decorum in a much severe manner than a member just standing in the podium, who are still here. And members, let's remember that as we talk about forgiveness and as we talk about the member in question right now, let's remember who's watching us right now. Let's remember who's in the hallway. And let's not forget about those children that lost their lives. Let's not forget about the reason he felt like he had to get in the well. Because when a generation is penalized for telling the truth, we teach them how to lie. So, members, let's be careful what we're teaching, not only the people who are here at the state capitol right now, not only the people of Tennessee, but remember, please remember, there are people all over the world who are trying to find examples of Tennessee that they can copy and use for themselves. And let's not give them something they'll end up being ashamed of from seeing us. Thank you for your ear, and I ask you for your consideration. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Chisholm. And I do take issue with some of these things, particularly some of these rules. And I think some of the, not necessarily the rules in and of themselves, I realize it was passed by this body before I got here. One of the things I do wonder is, as a part of being here, especially when you come in on a special election, how much effort is given to help educate members, right, who are new here. How much attention is given to actually support folks to be good members of this body, as you all see. But there's also a need when you get new folk, when you get people who are different than the status quo, when you get people who don't particularly think or see or speak the same ways that you do, how might you change too? Because this is not just about a young generation needing to conform to this body's principalities and the ways that it operates. It's about how this body has to change and transform to meet the needs of this society, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of this generation, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of people who deserve health care, who deserve adequate educational opportunities, who deserve safety. It's how this body has to transform. It is not just about how we need to think differently or operate differently. It's about how this body can operate differently. And I'll tell you what, today was the first day in about 2 months that I've been here, that there has been actual debate on the House floor. This is the first day where the Speaker hasn't ignored hands of Democratic members. This is the first day where everyone who wanted to say something doing welcoming and honoring, as we wanted to do on that Thursday, where I walked to this well, had an opportunity to do so. This is the first time where the question wasn't called by my colleagues in the Republican Party almost immediately after something was brought up. This was the first day that I've seen something that was a semblance of democracy, even on a day that seems to be so filled with anti-democratic operations. And that didn't happen by chance. That happened because a few folk had some courage to stand up and say the way we're doing things is wrong. That's people power. But that's the responsibility of all of us who serve people. It is not just to go with the status quo in and of itself because that's the way that things have always been. It's actually to push for things to be better. to push for the voice of the minority. And I mean that in a couple of ways, not only politically, but today, 2 African-American members, 1 woman, 1 of 2 Democratic members had resolutions for expulsion. It's an opportunity and a necessity that this body become more democratic in order that all voices all the time are heard. So that folks don't have to stand up person after person after person saying, the way we're treating this person's bill is different than this person's. And the only difference that's obvious is the fact that 1 is black and 1 is white. 1 is a Democrat and 1 is a Republican. Those ways of operating that entrench the status quo only lead to further division. And to persecute people who are advocating to stop the proliferation of gun violence in our communities. That's wrong. That's wrong. And so while I know I do take responsibility for coming to the well while the speaker said out of order, I also take responsibility for the people in our district and in our communities who are asking for us to do something, who are tired of going to funerals of their brothers and their sisters and their grandmothers and their cousins. Are we not responsible to them too? I'll take any other questions.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I'm listening, I'm thinking to myself, you don't understand. You don't truly understand why you're standing there today. You don't truly understand why I authored that resolution. And it wasn't an easy thing for me to do. But I'm hearing you blame this on your youth. But just because you don't get your way and you grab a couple friends, doesn't mean you can come to the well while we're conducting business in session. Other members are waiting to have their bills to be heard. They have constituents too, 60, 70,000 times another 80, millions of people. Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn. It doesn't give you the right to enrage folks that are here to watch this body conduct business and talk about things you know good and well that we've worked very hard to protect our children here in the state of Tennessee. Very hard. You know what? And what you could do, you could file a piece of legislation that maybe you'd do that instead of sitting back and criticizing folks that's worked really hard for the past decade to do so. That might be a place to start, but certainly don't start by commandeering the well while we're conducting business here in this Tennessee General Assembly. That's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day, for that yearning to have attention. That's what you wanted, but you're getting it now. So I just advise you, if you want to conduct business in this House, file a bill. Be recognized, stand there and present it, and pass it. All you got to do is pass a bill.
Representative Pearson.
Now, you all heard that. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? We're not talking about politics. We're not talking about even gun violence. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? The reason that I believe the sponsor of this legislation, of this resolution, spoke that way is because he's comfortable doing it. Because there's a decorum that allows it. There's a decorum that allows you to belittle people. We didn't belittle nobody. What we said was that we cannot be beholden to gun lobbyists, to the NRA. We can't be beholden to organizations that don't want to see us make progress on gun violence. We can't be beholden to folks who don't want to see us help save our communities and protect them. But there's something else I think that the sponsor of this resolution has alluded to, and there were a few things here that you said that I want to address. He called a peaceful protest a temper tantrum. Is what's happening outside these doors by Tennesseans who want to see change a temper tantrum? It's Sarah, whose son Noah was at the Covenant School. He survived. He's 5 years old. And she showed up here demanding that we do something about gun violence. Is that a temper tantrum? Is elevating our voices for justice or change a temper tantrum? But there's something in the decorum of this body that makes it okay to say that folks who are exercising their First Amendment rights to speak up for the hundreds of thousands of people collectively that we represent. There's something in the decorum of this body that says it's okay to call that a temper tantrum, to call people we disagree with on the issues, to say that all they want is attention. But I'll tell you what, I don't personally want attention. What I want is attention on the issue of gun violence. But instead, we're here with the resolution you put up talking about expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I'd much rather be talking with you about legislation to protect Shelby County and to protect our communities than talking about why we don't deserve to have our representation lost because we came to the well of this house saying we've got to do something. That's what I would like to be doing. And so you brought attention or tried to bring attention to me, but I want to turn the attention to the people. The people who will never be able to throw a temper tantrum for gun violence. You know, the Larry Thorns, the Catherine Kuntzes, the Mike Hills, the Cynthia Peaks, the Evelyn Decaus, the Haley Scruggs, the William Kennedys, who will never have a chance to throw what you call a temper tantrum for justice, for gun reform, for the ending of gun violence. They'll never have a chance because we haven't taken our oath seriously. Because we don't take people who we disagree with seriously. We tell them, you just are throwing a temper tantrum. And again, these are the same folks who live in one of the greatest democracies, as we've been told, in the United States of America. A place, in an institution, in fact, I would argue, that was built on protest. An institution that was built on people throwing temper tantrums against injustice and what they viewed as injustice. It isn't a temper tantrum to say that kids should actually go to schools that are safe. Neighborhoods shouldn't have to have thousands of police officers to be safe. We shouldn't have to worry about going to the grocery store, as in some cases going to the movie theater and someone coming with an assault rifle and killing us. That's not throwing a temper tantrum, sponsor. That's just asking for us to do right. You said something else. You said, you don't understand why you're here. I promise you, I fully understand why I am here. I am here because the people in District 86 brought me here. I'm here because the people in District 86 asked that we might fight for justice against the status quo here. I'm here because we are subversive to the status quo. One that is young, one that is diverse, one that calls into question the ways that we have been operating that are not working. Because if they were working, those kids would be alive. Larry would be alive. People in our communities and in our families, TJ would be alive. If the system was working the way it was supposed to, my cousin would be alive. But that's not what's happening. And look, I wrote y'all a letter. I hand-delivered a letter to everybody. And I said, look, I take full accountability and responsibility for my actions on the House floor and that it broke decorum. I told y'all that. And I also told you that there was in no world or way that I thought that would lead to us being expelled from this house that we got elected into by our constituency. Who would have ever thought that? That for 30 seconds or less before the speaker called a recess could lead to our expulsion from the State House. That is anti-democratic. That is not right. That is not just. So yes, I still take full responsibility for my actions. I know exactly why I am here serving. I know exactly why I'm fighting for our community, why I'm fighting to continue to be in this institution to help create change. I know exactly why I'm doing that. And I know exactly why this resolution was brought forward. And I don't think it has a lot to do with the 30 seconds before the recess. I think it has to do with the issue that we were talking about. You said something else, that we are just criticizing folks and setting, instead of just setting back and criticizing folks, put forward some legislation. Well, some good legislation has been put forward, y'all. I hear representatives on our side have legislation that can lead to protecting our communities, including red flag laws and gun storage as well. And I ask that you might work to actually pass that legislation, because we're going to continue to fight for just legislation. We're going to continue to fight to ensure that more lives are not lost to the epidemic of gun violence in our communities. And so, yes, if I'm expelled from this house, I will not have the opportunity to fight for that legislation as a member, but you can believe that I will continue to fight for our communities and to fight for just legislation in the state of Tennessee. With that, if anyone has any more questions or comments.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been trying to get the podium all day, but I've been cut off, and I know that's part of our democracy. But I wanted to just talk to y'all real quick about when I wasn't here. We've had 3 cases now, 4 of people being expelled from the House. The only one that I've been at was Jeremy Durham up until Representative Jones earlier. But Jeremy Durham, about half of y'all were here then. I kept hearing that Jeremy Durham did not have his due process. Do you remember that, the ones who were here? Due process, due process. So let's talk about due process just a minute. Due process is under the Constitution, where if we take your life, liberty, or property, there's a process that the government has to go through. And obviously, we're not sentencing him to death. Obviously, we're not taking his liberty by sending him to jail. But we are taking his property. His job is his property. His elected position in this House is his property. And because of that, and we are a government entity, he deserves, Representative Pearson deserves, and all 3 of them deserve due process under the Constitution. We've heard a lot about the Constitution today, but this is rock solid due process. And under the due process, you've got to have inquiries. You've got to, we heard about under Jeremy Durham, had a ad hoc committee to investigate it. The Attorney General appointed a committee to investigate it. And yet we still get to months later, not a week later, months later, we get to a position where we are in a special session to expel Jeremy Durham. That was months, years maybe, after the first accusations of the sexual harassment came out and other accusations. But where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen, is that none of these 3 were given their due process. There was no investigation. If there was an investigation, if there was a time, then maybe these articles of expulsion would have been correct, would have been accurate. We keep hearing different things that different accused that are said that they have been done. Well, if we would have slowed this down, given them due process, like anyone that we're taking their property from, then yes, we would be in a lot better position to make a decision on young Representative Pearson. And a point of order, I've got a question for the clerk. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, is it against the House rules to approach the well without the Speaker's permission?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that is not contained in the House rules.
Representative Beck.
So, what
so
happened?
when young Representative Pearson admitted to breaking decorum because he went to the well without the permission of the Speaker, in fact, he was not.
Yo, what's going on? So, here you can read what happened. About that. Outlaws Live. Also, shit. Dude, I'm pretty sure my neighbor signed for my narcotic prescription medication. Pretty sure that's what happened. After all my detective work, I have been to the VA, I've been to the post office. First off, the signature doesn't look anything like mine. It's just it's a J. It's a J, sure, J. And then they put like 3 letters of my last name as the signature. And here's the thing. The post office has geo-tracking of where things are scanned. It was scanned here. Well, I'm kind of not the only one that lives here. You know? So, it would still show up as here if my neighbor signed for it. So what they're going to do is send a postage person to my neighbor's house and try to get it from them, but that's not going to, that's crazy. This is crazy, dude. I'm pretty sure my new neighbors stole my medication. I think that's what happened. They would have known it was mine. Probably what happened, because who else signed for it on my porch? It wasn't me, because at the time it was supposedly signed for, guess where I was? Right here. At the exact moment when it got signed for, I was sitting right here. I went back and looked at the live stream. So unless the postage man signed for it, unless he did that, then they did it. It's one of the two. And I tell you what, it's a bitch dealing with, dude. Not only is it gonna, like, you know what I mean, dude? Like, here's how this all works. The pharmacist has to contact my doctor, and my doctor actually has to approve for it to be sent out again. And he probably will, because I don't do this. You know, this isn't. I'm not the one. I'm not the one dude he has to worry about doing that with. 6 years I've lived here, and this hasn't happened. Just happens to happen on the week that my mailman took off. I saw him when I was on the way to the VA, and I was like, "Hey, man, were you delivering mail on the 1st?" Because it was April 1st. He was like, I took the week off. I was off that day. Go figure. Never would have happened with him, dude. He's awesome. So whoever the person that filled in for him isn't even at the post office. They don't even work for this one locally. He works for some other one, so they couldn't even ask him today about it. But I don't have any, like, it's like my word. All it is my word right now. So it's not a good look. I get that. It's not a good look to be getting extra narcotics, dude. It makes it look like, and now if it happens again, they're gonna be like, this motherfucker, now you gotta come pick them up, and it's not even my fault. They were like, well, are you sure you want us to mail it since the last one got stolen? I was like, yeah, I don't want to have to come out here every time. This isn't my fault. Like, this never happens. Please don't make me come up here to pick my medication up, dude. What the fuck? It was supposed to have been signed for by me. What an idiot. That guy needs to be reprimanded. Whoever didn't get that to me, I'm glad I told on him at the post office box, because that needs to happen, right? Dude, the VA was saying I might have to file a police report. And I probably would. Well, they still might make me. They still might make me, but definitely would if it was just happened more than once. So if it happens again, they're definitely going to make me do a police report, is what I'm thinking. Did they fire that lady, by the way? Is that over with? Is this the third guy now they're going to fire? You're not going to knock and ask? What do you mean?
Bless your heart, Pam. You just do not know how to have fun anymore.
Did they fire the person or not? Hey, you little shits! I'm here now.
Yeah. Just as I said,
man,
you just don't know how to have fun anymore. You don't know
stole
how to
my shit,
life.
bro.
Hun, you have been grouchy since the moment we left. I mean, ain't nothing I can do that me nor my mother has been able to do to get you to come out of it. Lord knows we've tried.
Really? Was it our fault that you thought the sandwich was too sweet?
Here's the thing. I know, dude, here's the thing. I would have heard it. Whenever they deliver packages like that, they have to scan it. And it goes, beep! It's super loud, dude. And I would have heard it sitting here. And I'd have been like, oh, that's out there. I know that's out there now. I would have known to get it out of the mailbox. And I know I was sitting right here when he scanned it, because I went back and looked at the live stream and saw, look, I was right there, man. And I didn't even look over like there was anybody there or anything.
Well, that old sign ain't gonna give me.
I went to the exact moment that it said it was scanned on the live stream, and I'm just back to normal. I don't look over anything. So I don't even think I don't think I had mail that day. I don't even think he came to mind that day. He just gave everything to them.
Whatever it is, I'm gonna slow
What else did they get that was my mail?
Probably 45 if it's a construction, I think. Back there with that sign, where it clocked me at 69, it said 50. Oh. Dude, what the
I certainly didn't see it.
I don't like looking like this to my doctors, man. I don't like looking like I'm losing my meds or some shit. You know, it's hard enough to get stuff like this. You know, like the VA is strict with stuff nowadays. Not like it used to be kind of willy-nilly when the opiate craze was going. When we were in Afghanistan and we were getting a bunch of opium from them, the VA was giving out opiates, no problem. It's not like that anymore. This isn't an opiate though, but they're like this with all narcotics now. They're pretty strict compared to what they used to be like. And it's just, I don't need this extra shit in my life, dude. Looking like I'm a pill popper junkie over here. Like, I don't even notate to be like, oh, you gotta watch him a little closer now. One came up missing. I didn't do anything. I didn't, I was just sitting here. I was doing everything I was supposed to. I'm so grateful for my mail guy. He's badass. My mail guy, I'm gonna tell him that. You know what? I'm gonna give him $20 next time I see him. I get $20 out of it, just so he knows that I know it's not him. You're allowed to give your mailman $20 at a time. I've only done it once since I lived here. I'm past due. He would never done that to me, man. Opposite. He's very adamant about, hey, there's something out here. You might want to come out here and get it. And then I'll have a package on my front porch sometimes, and he'll just let me know. Hey, got something out here. I gotta go back. Or cash. I never have cash, dude. I'm about to go by ATM or something, so I can do that. Amazon did the same shit to me about a month ago now. They delivered $150 electronic equipment to my neighbor across the street. They just left it on their front porch. The only way I was able to find it is because they take a picture of it when they do that, and I was able to figure it out. They didn't even take a picture of the address they delivered it to, just of the ground. And I could see a little bit of the wall color, and I was like looking around the neighborhood, like, where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is! And I was like, oh my god, there it is! I felt like I was in a Zelda or something. But that was Amazon. That wasn't even. Now this is the mailman doing it. I'm tripping out right now though, because I think my neighbors actually stole it, dude. They didn't just accidentally get it, and you know what I mean? Somebody signed for it and it's geotagged to this location. That's what's, dude. If my neighbors are stealing from me, that's a whole nother thing, you know? If they're willing to do that to me.
I think I might have to stop and see if I can find some baby Orajel. See if that problem is. Because I mean, he's not. I mean, unless he pooped his diaper again.
I might have something to talk to the landlord about.
I have to do something, man.
Your new fucking tenants just stole my narcotic medication from the Veterans Hospital. What's up with that?
On a road trip.
That's true. Yeah, yes.
I've always enjoyed road trips.
Do you think some random person just came up on my porch and signed for it and got it from them and walked off? There's no way, dude. They had to have done it. Once I found out it was geotagged, I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting.
All right, son.
I was really hoping it wasn't them.
See if I can find something for you. Okay, sweetie? Hold on, sweetie.
Tomorrow holiday? I don't know. I don't think so. Good Friday? I don't know if it's a post office holiday or not. And luckily I have extra to tide me over,
He sure does keep
or
putting that
this would
finger in
really
his
be a
mouth.
pain in the ass.
Is this, do I? It's getting hot. Hope this was the right exit to take for everything I was seeing over here. I'll make for a long trip home if I can't figure out what's ailing him. Ooh, that is getting hot.
Well, who will tell me that, Brad?
Let's see, there's got to be
I
some.
already talked to the post office.
See, if y'all see a Dollar General or something, let me holler at me.
Yeah.
Any kind of Dollar General, Family Dollar, anything like that. There's a Walmart, but I really don't have to go all the way through Walmart.
Right.
Find something smaller.
Yeah, it's not going to be about me wanting to get anything out of it. It's going to be about me telling him how his fucking new tenants are shitbags. That's all it's going to be about.
Dollar Tree, but they probably wouldn't really have had anything.
I ain't expecting him to fix the situation. I'm just expecting him to know a little bit more about it. That his new tenants like to steal narcotics from people.
Yeah, because it usually isn't a Dollar General by Walmart.
I want to have it go to my P.O. box, dude. I don't want it to... Dude, I get so few things sent to the P.O. box, and it's not like I can walk to it. I'm not trying to... Like, you think I'd get a P.O. box in my back door? It was intentional getting it away from where I live so you fuckers couldn't dox me.
See what I can find for him.
So, yeah, I would prefer not to have to get all my mail sent to the P.O. box. Plus, it has to get signed for anyway, dude. It's a narcotic. It was supposed to be signed for by me.
Seems like it's hurting too much.
They should actually ask for fucking ID when delivering that shit. Probably. At least when you have a new mail carrier, if it's a new carrier, they should ask for ID. You know what I mean? If they don't know what the fuck you look like, don't just be handing it to some person at the house. Because who knows who you just handed it to.
Don't know. I'd be a lot quicker to just run in there and do my thing and run right back out.
You could be a recovered pill addict.
Y'all want to
You
just
just-
stay here with him.
Ooh.
Try to keep him calm. And I will just run right in and right out. Go, probably the home pharmacy that works.
Yeah.
I knew I didn't like these people, man. I need to know. What I really need to know is if he signed for it or if they signed for it.
Yeah.
Because every day I don't check the mail. Maybe he signed for it and put it, like, just threw it onto the porch, and then I didn't go out that day. But I normally would hear the burp. Even if he signed for it, I would have heard that and been like, oh, something's out there. Because that beeping so loud, I can hear it when he does it down the sidewalk.
I'll be right back, son. I'm gonna see if
Surprised
I
I
can
didn't
get
hear
something out, okay? Y'all want to take them out of there?
Yeah, go ahead.
He scanned it here, so I don't know, man. I'll find out more tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, and we'll try to figure out what's wrong besides that.
Apparently, the post office is going to send somebody and ask for the package back. I don't know or anything like that, but
Gas on your stomach. You just do it. No, you don't. No, that might be part of it. Maybe he's got both. Gas on his stomach and teething. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's okay until I moved him out of the seat. Well, gas comes and goes, you know, so that's what he's been doing. He's coming and going, so, but so is teething, so. Yeah, and when it's gas laying in my tummy helps. Rubbing them and stuff, at least does when.
It's like to me, so do you? No, I can only get 1 month at a time, and it can only be delivered. I don't think it can be delivered to PO box. I have to sign for it.
Yeah. He's gone to sleep for me before when he's at gas, laying like that. Yeah.
That is saying that people runs and does. It's so hot.
I wish they had to take a. He said he said he handed it to somebody, you know. So they didn't leave it. He gave it to my fucking neighbor, dude. And it said on the thing, I think it says actually. For the wording on it here, it says. Left with individual are the words used. Left with individual. So that means that they actually handed it to somebody. Unless he lied. He could have lied, signed it, and then just left it on the porch. Because he didn't want to deal with it. Like writing the we'll come back tomorrow note and doing all that. He was just like, fuck it, Jay. Boop! And threw it on the porch and left. And somebody stole it off the porch, but he says left with individual. They need to stop lying, for one, if he didn't do that. Oh, God. Man, what a moron. Dude. If it has to be signed for by the VA, it's actually known, I think, to be a narcotic. So also, like, that in itself, he should have been like, oh, I better be careful with this one. This is going to be a major headache for this guy if I'm not. I didn't ask the neighbors. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I don't talk to them, dude. They just moved in like 3 weeks ago or something, a month ago. Or even know them like that. And quite frankly, I already don't like them. It's the little things. The other day I was about to pull out and she fucking pulled in and partially blocked me in because she was in a hurry. They're very... They seem to be very self-involved. I don't think they're going to do any yard work or to figure that out. Damn it. Fuck. Guess none of us will. They might have it and not sure. My address is on it. They're sure. You know what I mean? It doesn't have their address on it. We have different addresses. It's.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
What do you mean? Dude, trust, dude. It's Xanax. They're not giving me back my Xanax, dude. Okay? Best believe that shit. If they have it, it's gone. He's a DJ. I've overheard through the wall he's a fucking DJ. That shit's gone. I'm just pissed that now I know that he's a fucking thief. They will know you are on to them. They're going to know I'm on to them when the USPS goes and asks for the package back. Which they said they're going to do and call me back tomorrow. Right? I don't want to do it before they ask for it. After they ask for it and they don't give it back, they're gonna see a little different side of me. I'm gonna start saying shit like y'all some thieves. Y'all know me, dude. I'm gonna start being ignorant with it. When in passing, I know you stole my pills. Are you a pillhead? You look like it. You know what I mean? Just kind of like dig into him a little bit. I don't give a shit anymore.
Looking for a minute at work. Well, this knife is wanting to cut me. Trying to. Oh, come on. There's that. Now, this. Go in here. Yeah, I'll throw that down there. Back. I'll just put it back in here, I guess. And do that. And this.
I would rather not have this going on with my neighbor, you know? Honestly, I'd rather not have this issue. And fuck you, I'm not the pillhead. How do you think I have extras? How the fuck do you think I have extras? To where I'm not really like stressing out over this right now. Only part I'm stressed out is about the fuck that they stole from me, man. I gotta live next to them. That's it. That's the only thing I'm stressing on right now, really. That my neighbors are thieves.
Okay. All right now. All right.
Unless the postman is a thief and he just scanned it and took it home. That'd be crazy, though. I can't imagine that being the case. But he's gonna have a ding on his record now. You ain't gonna be able to do that shit again if you did it. I don't think he'd do that, though, man. He had to know this was gonna happen.
There we go. Okay. That's better.
If he intentionally kept it, he would know that I would be like, "Hey, where's my shit at? I didn't sign for that."
Here's a extra garbage
That's why I think they did it. But.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember if I went outside that day and checked the mail. But
Let's see. Hello, Resto guy.
my neighbors are thieves too. I can't unequivocally or undeniably call them
Is
thieves.
that that sandwich? Oh, yeah. And, oh, need to get that out.
That's what sucks about it. I don't know.
No, gotta get this
I don't know for sure.
Yeah, that actually will hurt his teeth now that I think about it. I should have gotten him something to drink while he was in there.
Sometimes
He's
these
out with stuff
postmen
to
will
drink.
sign it themselves, I guess, and just leave it out there.
Well, he hasn't had, other than that, he hadn't really had, and that's not even technically juice.
Because mine used to always do that. But he would put it in my box very well, deep down in that motherfucker, so nobody could see it. I don't know what this guy did. He might have left it hanging out and signed for it. And then somebody was like, "Oh, what's that up there?" in the middle of the night if I didn't check the mail. You know what I mean? So I don't know for sure, man.
And see, I gotta pee anyway.
I need to know if he actually handed that to somebody or if he just put that, so he wouldn't have to put the note that he'd come back tomorrow. I need to know if my neighbors are thieves or not.
Hopefully what I got him there, hopefully that helps.
I probably won't ever find out though, dude. Because he was a temp, he probably won't even remember. Everything was new to him.
Getting to be about time for fuel. Not really. I can make it all get that somewhere cheaper, I'm sure. One first.
I really don't want to hate. I don't want to. I don't want to see them as thieves, man.
Let's see here.
One time, I had an air tool end up missing, like a $150 air tool. It said it was delivered, and it wasn't. Ever since then, that happened, I felt like my neighbor stole it because he loved tools. He's all about some tools. He was a mechanic, so like, I was thinking, I bet that motherfucker got delivered to the wrong house and he just kept it. And ever since then, I didn't look at him the same, dude. And that's what's happening right now, and it's not good.
I have never seen a Murphy's gas station that you went inside for until this one. But also their bathrooms are out.
So love your neighbor, man.
The inside is so small, it's so packed. I couldn't even get in there anyway.
It's making me hate them.
People practically coming out of the door. I lined up. So I'm gonna have to find something else. Sure wish like McDonald's would sell something.
And they're making me look like I'm fucking pill popping junkie over here. Possibly.
Let's see here.
If my doctor actually
Yeah, we
thinks
just
that
paid $4.29
I didn't get them
a
stolen.
gallon for our gas over in Champaign, Illinois. That was not over. Of course, and it was over by the U of I, and I think it was like one of the only stations around. And I think they was kind of taxing the college students, but I don't really know. But yeah, it was a little bit crazy. Well, McDonald's ain't gonna have. I already got him a kids meal at Burger King not an hour ago even, but McDonald's ain't gonna have nothing appropriate for him to drink. Which actually did that kids meal I got him have a toy in it? Yeah. Did you give it to him? Yeah. Huh? Huh. Okay. I'm not really liking this. Boy, let's see here. There's got to be a station back that way.
I gotta sign a new lease in really soon. I've just got a lot on my mind, man. I'm about to have to sign a lease for another year here, and literally, this is the last month of my old lease.
Yeah, I've got an apple juice for him here, but he unfortunately he doesn't do well with juices or milk, so he has to pretty much have a special liquid diet, water, flavored water, electrolytes, that type of thing. And then for food, he's supposed to be, we're trying to, the doctor wants him to have as much fiber as possible. So, yeah.
Be sure to be home tomorrow when the mailman gets here. Might want to talk to me.
Oh boy. Yeah. A brand muffin, huh?
A brand muffin? Yeah, oh yeah, they're good. They're good for you and they taste good.
Yeah.
I love anything brand. They're good for fiber. I mean, I really like loving, quite the right word.
Oh my God, she's not allowed to love a fucking muffin because it's not God. You can't love things, that's not allowed. These people are crazy. Did you hear that shit? You love it? You love the brand?
Yeah. Let me,
That's sacrilegious.
Surely I can find something for
That's
you.
against Jesus. You can't love brand. Not over Jesus.
I shall be back once more. Okay.
You're not allowed to love things.
No, fine.
Not in Jesus' land.
So I'll be right back. Everybody, Daddy's getting you something. Daddy's getting you something. So just hang on. He's gonna try to help you. Yeah. Yep, he's trying to help you. The what? Can you tell me? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Hmm? Yeah, he got you some colorful toothbrushes, didn't he? Yeah. He got you some more toothbrushes. What do you think? Yeah, we're trying to scoop looking boogie down the road, but we got to make sure that you're feeling better. Yeah. What do you think? You gonna tell me something, huh? I don't have anything good for you either, so Dad's getting you something.
I think the only way it doesn't have, maybe it doesn't have to be signed for at a P.O. box.
He's gonna surprise you.
Because I remember when I lived in an apartment complex where I had a locked box, it never had to be signed for. They would just put it in my box. I think they would. Damn it, maybe they would walk up to my door for that one. That's hard to remember.
Not good enough to sleep. Has that been the problem?
They might have walked up with that.
Yeah. That makes it tough. It does.
My regular mailman would definitely sign for me though.
Is that too tight on your tummy?
But the tip mailman, he shouldn't be do that. He doesn't know, like,
Okay.
he doesn't know me like that, dude.
What Dad's gonna get you, okay? Yeah, we'll talk about that. Okay? What you doing with your... What you do? Yeah. Oh, she put a different pair of pants on you. No? No, she didn't. Okay. Yeah. They shouldn't be long. He left the car running, so he's going to be back soon. Yep. Unless there was a long line, either place. How about it? We'll see. Here comes Pam Pam. Here she comes. Yep. Yep, here she comes. Yep. Hey, you got a smile. Just sitting here quiet. He's just been listening to me talk mostly. Mm-hmm. He's just bored. We'll see.
All right,
We'll
got
see
him.
what it is.
Got him some body armor. That was recommended by the
yeah.
doctor, so we can pour out whatever's in his.
Pam was just saying how bored she is. You've been sitting there for 2 hours. I guess in the car. I don't know.
I think you already did. Okay, we can pour that in there. Oh, okay. And that should last him a little while. It's a pretty big bottle. Now, I'm pretty much going to be the driver all the way home because, well, it's dark. It's getting dark.
I got my glasses.
Yeah, late at night. Stressed so much that I wouldn't be able to rest my own eyes. I'd be so worried
That
about
show
you.
just went off. Hey, did they fire the second person?
Or any less?
I'll lose it.
Oh, that's a woman's board.
I love your people with that one.
Yeah. Oh, are you going to be a minute?
I can be, yeah.
There's a garbage can there. This is full.
Okay.
Actually, give me another bag so I can just dump this.
There you go.
That might take less time.
Oh, my neighbors are stealing my drugs. My neighbors are stealing my drugs.
Okay. Okay.
Get all that back there.
They have to wait. The post office has to put it in the mailbox, right? Unless it's an actual box and it can't fit in there. They wouldn't have put it in a box, would they? Nah. It would have been in a bag, man.
Okay. Now.
I want to get down to this. I just want to know what happened, man.
All right. I can tell you one thing. By the time I get back to the house, my body is going to need a bunch of orange juice.
Yeah.
What the hell's that mean? Uh-oh, he's getting coffee.
Oh, look at all these napkins in my pocket.
Let's see. Don't think Burger King has
coffee.
a toy. Always go to McDonald's. LOL. Yeah, actually, Burger King does have a toy. Now, Wendy's, their toy ain't worth anything.
Yeah, look at this dude doing the karate
like
chop.
A paper or cardboard,
Chop,
something
chop.
or other you put together.
Chop.
And,
Oh, he missed it.
and
Never
they
mind.
about meaningless. Grab a banana. There we go. Actually, I should have grabbed him a banana. Man, it would have really given him diarrhea, but
Yeah.
he would have loved it, and it would have been healthy for him. Let's see here. Okay.
Yeah.
Do what?
That's what I'm sticking about.
Alright.
It's alright.
You're amazing. Let me get these headlights on here. I know, because Daddy's a horrible person and never does anything. Thank you, little patriot. I appreciate that holy confidence.
There's no way that package is unopened. Like, I have zero confidence in them being able to get that package back. It's definitely been opened. They could tell by the sound of it that it was fucking pills, dude.
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
And I bet when they opened it, they were like, jackpot! Oh my god, what are the chances that it was Xanax? Holy shit! Dude, they must have been like seeing dollar signs.
She was worse than Benjamin.
Name strange, I'm not. My neighbor stole my Xanax prescription.
Benjamin was just, he was just like us with feeding the food. Yeah. She would not. No, she was throwing it at him basically.
Fairly
She was like leaning way back and
dealing with that now.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, here you go. Here's my hand.
Well, me, I was just like super careful, and I'm like, easy.
Well, yeah.
And I just pull back if they acted like they was going to get, too hostile with it.
I got a prescription, bro. It's just a pain in the ass dealing with this shit.
They pretty much got that.
They don't send me any illicit drugs. I gotta say that. But he said again.
No, but they were trainable.
No, not the ostriches. No, they was just too wacko.
And their beaks were too.
Only edible mushrooms.
Couldn't help it.
Those aren't legal. Mushrooms aren't legal.
Yep, that was one that I definitely did not want.
You better not send those really bad ones, though.
Well, once I realized it won't drop
you better not do that. You get us in trouble.
It won't hurt you permanently. Wow. Okay. I can do this.
One of the things what don't kill you won't or only make you stronger.
Yeah, they're having to hit up my doctor and ask him to refill another one because of this. So it's not a good look for me.
I think it's the sauce they put on. It's not the burger itself. They just need to wipe the sauce off.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. Oh, that sunset's pretty.
It's like you can do everything right, but then somebody else does something, and you can get judged for their action, for their bullshit. I'm gonna be getting upset. Like he's gonna mark it. He's gonna be like, oh, that happened. So now if it happens again, they're gonna be like, oh, well this guy's got a fucking problem. Or something. Like, I don't know, dude. They'll maybe start coming to pick them up or whatever, but I just don't like causing any ripples. Like, dude, I got a checkered past, man. It was hard enough to be trusted with shit like this. Let's be real. Not everybody can be trusted with Xanax. This shit's deadly. Actually, you could ruin your life with that pill. So I feel very lucky to be trusted with something like that. For somebody else to go and try to, or not try, but somebody else to do something that could jeopardize that pisses me off more than anything. They're only 30 days to play, exactly. That's all I get. He has a few missing. Are you from the VA? That should be happening. I'd definitely say something. If that actually happens. You're with the VA too, Strange? See, what it's like having a narcotic and having something like this happen. It's like, Lucky, like, if I was in Tennessee and this happened, it'd be even worse because they're even stricter. So I can imagine it. Depending on the state, this could be worse, probably. Because hell, Tennessee, they won't even prescribe narcotics if you smoke weed. They're so strict out there.
All I gotta do is pull over to the shoulder and give it to him because I got it right here, but I better do it before he falls back asleep. So, I'll go ahead and pull
I
over.
have very understanding doctors, so it should be okay. I think they know, or I don't know. They don't know for sure because they don't know what's happening like from day to day with me. But I don't have a history of doing anything like this. But I do have drug and alcohol history, so you know that's the thing. Like I was in programs back in the day. I had to get help. Mainly for weed though, bro. Mainly because weed was illegal and I like to smoke a little weed, man, you know, and I like to be high when I'm at work even, if I can. If I got a manual labor type job where I'm loading boxes all day or some shit, shit. And that was screwing me up though, because they would piss test and then I'd be homeless and like.
Alright, son.
I'd have to go into a program, man. Mainly for weed though. I was that dude that people were like, "You're in it for weed? What? You're in it for fucking weed?" All the time they would say that, dude. Hey, I'm in here for crack. It was like that half-baked thing.
I can hear now. You can see about back on. Okay. Alright. We'll try this again.
Hey, I appreciate you, Lane. Thanks for being here. Just being here, you're helping, bro.
Here we go.
Hearing your experiences.
Thank you. Alright, try this again.
Yeah, I went up to the pharmacy, I talked to them, and then I talked to them. So I've done what I can. It's not going to be a problem. This only happened once, the first time, and they're going to probably be like, it happens. It's just I don't like it.
Just peachy, she said.
I would much rather not have this on.
I'm doing just Applebee's.
On my record.
Or oranges.
That's all.
Well, I just had a.
I'm sure it happens. It happens.
I don't
It fucking happens.
Well, what I am. I don't know.
Yes, we love Pam.
I gotta feed Simon more food. He's not gonna eat the rest of what I gave him. Are you?
Pam is peachy, 3 exclamation marks.
I'm hiding over here in the corner.
I'm not worried about getting it soon. I have, like I said, I have extras. And I even told the pharmacy that. I was like, I have extras. Y'all can kind of take your time on this shit. It's just, I want to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Mom. We love you too. From Marlene.
And I still would like to get that bottle ASAP. I don't want to, I'm not trying to miss out on the bottle.
I'm supposed to be grandma.
Oh, yeah.
I only have so many extras. And I don't like using them up.
But then you get my grandkids confused because my great grandma now.
Because what?
I said, being I'm a
This helps me get extras. If I'm drinking, I don't take it.
Yes, we love grandma, LOL.
Capiche?
Well, Patriot says, this is confusing, LOL.
Yeah. Anytime I drink, I don't have to take it. It's like liquid Xanax.
We're just a big old confusing bunch.
Yeah, yesterday we had 4 generations. Don't think how confusing that was.
Yeah. And me calling my mother my grandma. Probably was really confusing the younger kids.
Oh, really? Dude, they always give me Valium when I get locked up, at least for a little while, to wean me off.
You see some of my nieces growing up thinking that you're my grandma. But I always heard him call her grandma. Oh, no, that's what we didn't do this time. We didn't get any pictures of all of us.
It's the one cool thing about being on benzos. When you get locked up, they give you benzos for a little bit while you're there. I mean, they have to. They're supposed to have to. You could die, dude.
Really, really did.
You could have probably sued them.
Let's turn this down to...
You're on benzos. They didn't give you any. Yeah, specifically benzos, though. Benzos are more dangerous than opiates. You don't die from quitting opiates. You can actually die from abruptly quitting benzos.
Yeah, he looks like he's fighting asleep a little bit. Big species Mirage. Makes me think of Anna and how she took one of those type of cars. Out in the cornfield. Right after it rained. That's some awesome pictures I still got.
This guy's got 8 people watching right now. How is that happening?
Yes, me too. Marlene says 4 generations are beautiful to know or to see in real life. Yes, it is. Still hard to believe my nieces already had.
Fans, everyone. Maybe. Oh, man.
Picture in my mind is held at 1 week old. Or
Yeah.
Not, maybe just a couple days old.
Yeah.
And I was expecting to hold that little 2 or 3 year old or 2 or 3 day old baby again, and yeah, what? No. Like, what would she be to me, my great niece?
Yeah.
Bro, I hope they don't make me fill out a fucking police report, though.
Because I would be a great uncle, right?
Yeah, so yeah.
Tennessee just went offline, so they're done for the day, it looks like.
No, it was only 4 generations. It was the next generation. And then, right, then my niece.
Yo, what the fuck is going on with Kick? Is it completely broken, dude? 0 viewers? You make affiliate, they just fuck you in the ass? Is that how it works? Oh, so you're an affiliate now? Here you go. No, you don't need the grease. Here, just take it raw. It's, you do outlaw no, exclamation outlaw no. It'll cost you money though.
All right, there we're back.
No! Not gonna do anything. No! You want to go now? No!
Like I was saying, and then my niece, one of my nieces, had kids, so that would make the fourth generation. Yes, we are back. Praise the Lord.
I can't get any new follows or nothing. You make a affiliate on Kick and they are like, now you're on your own, kid.
In an hour and 37 minutes, we made it about 60 miles. Hopefully the rest of this trip don't go that way. Normally people, what? This is an old story from 2016, and it says, hundreds of bottles of narcotics have been stolen from patients across Northern California, but not because of break-ins at home or at a pharmacy. It's been found that drugs are being taken from the mail, and military veterans seem to be the target. The mail suit has to says oh, because they know it's certified mail. Only the pain pills require the signature, he said. So it could have been the damn postman that stole it. That'd be kind of crazy though, because they would know that it's narcotics because I have to sign for it. Oh no, this is a different scam though. Different scam.
Warrior, I think, if I remember right, he's been a warrior, I think. Yeah. Hasn't he? Robert Kennedy Jr. One of the candidates has been a warrior. I'd be interested in hearing a couple speeches. Yeah, I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Wow. Dude, postal workers have been convicted of mail theft from stealing prescription medication. And this was in 2016, just in Northern California alone.
Hell, I mean,
he was, yeah.
it doesn't mean he's gonna be.
Yep.
Hell, I mean,
he was, yeah.
it doesn't mean he's gonna be.
That was way back when, you know.
I mean, yeah, we are back. We have been buffering pretty badly, though. I don't know why.
80%? Where'd you get that stat? Were they driving? I don't even know, man. And it was like a temp mailman, so it makes sense kind of that he might have stolen it. And then just being like, no, I gave it to those people. They're the ones that got it.
Mercy.
Well, I've got both of my glasses.
Why would you do that? It's like a mail, that's a hard job to get, isn't it? Really worth it?
What happens? I bought some fresh, non-expired no-dose pills. And took one. I mean, they're supposed to only be equivalent to 1 cup of coffee. Or, well, maybe just a little hair over a cup of coffee. Because it's got 200 milligrams of caffeine in it for 1 pill. Whereas a cup of coffee has, I think, roughly 160 milligrams of caffeine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, but I'm also drinking Dunkin's iced coffee on top.
Damn! This VA's making this dude drive to get his pills after he reported some stolen. So they might make me start doing that.
And I drink the coffee on top of it.
It's already, they're not far away. I used to do that because this happened to me in my last place I lived. And I used to pick them up every time because of this.
The caffeine pill ain't gonna do nothing to the bladder.
First time I had a problem. This dude's talking about
drinking the coffee.
Yeah, that's
being on caffeine pills because he can't do speed anymore. Really?
Looks clear and crisp now. Shall we let him drive? I don't think that'd be a very prudent thing to do, unfortunately. I wish he could.
especially when you don't have a license.
Simon! I want to make Simon some food, y'all.
Not with this car.
Right. Because you drove all this time.
Well, yeah, Missouri, maybe around where you were from. I love it, Oklahoma.
She drove one time, and she made it a couple of miles, and then I had to find another driver. Well, actually, I had to have somebody come pick me up. I had to drive one vehicle to the house, have somebody give me a ride back to get the other vehicle, because she freaked out too much. Huh? Oh, him. Huh? Where's his phone at? His phone. I do. Well, then I don't know, because I don't have it up here. Oh, come on. Okay. All right. All right, yeah. falling in here somewhere. Oh, I can figure it out. Oh, I guess it'd be safe thing if I put the car in park. Yeah. Oh boy. Are you sure? Yep. Alright, the search party begins then. Alright, there you go. Your drop down screen is how you get right down there. There you go. You got the accept. It's like my phone. Which really is not. Yeah, okay. Alright. Now, oh, I gotta put this stuff back in the bag. Turn it on. And this. Oh man, my bag's gonna be a mess. Keep things straight in there. Alright. Tell me we didn't just pull in and get a nail in a tire. No. Tell me not. Well, could something ain't right. Hold on. Okay, we got a problem. I need a sharp knife and ASAP. Oh boy. Hell, this just, see, this is what I was talking about. Problems. Jeez. Gotta have a razor blade knife. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. There it is. Okay, somebody's.
What happened?
That's just got things down there.
Oh man.
Laying in the bed. Oh Lord Jesus.
Help in Jesus' name.
Oh, yeah, no. They might have flat tire.
Well, exit half a mile.
We're gonna take the very next exit and pray to God that we make it.
Half a mile. Right here.
I don't know if that's anything there. It just says an exit. It doesn't act like there's, I don't know if there's, well, surely. I hope this tire don't go flat. The strap hook went into the tire.
Oh my.
Yeah. Ah, boy. And I'm guessing that Walmart's going to be closed, their tire center at this point.
Content.
So guess what? Wait a minute. Did we get a spare, a new spare? I don't know if we did or not. Probably just a donut. Oh, this is going to be an interesting night. This is going to be great. Hopefully we don't ruin this tire driving on it like this. And hopefully they'll be able to patch it. So, this might have just brought us to a standstill.
It could be. Could be a dono thing.
So
He's trying to pull an X-ray.
Be going over there to one of them stations because
He's got 4 viewers, man. He could make a killing right now.
Walmart, but even then, I don't know what good it would do.
No, that can't be it.
It's McDonald's. I hope it's a gas station too.
Yeah, there's a station over there. Just pray we make it before this tire goes completely flat. Oh boy. Jeez.
He pulled off to give this medicine.
No, pulled off to find his phone.
Oh.
No, I'll pull in over here at the pilot, I guess. Ooh. repair a tire, who knows?
I don't know what.
And whatever I do, I'm gonna have to park out here because this tire is gonna go flat. There's no ifs, ands, buts about that one.
Gotta get where you can get to it easy.
Yep. So, I guess for now, I'm gonna just back in over here in the corner and see if I can get something figured out.
Yeah. Okay, start playing. Risk me, that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, well, and I don't even know if we got a jack in this car. I pray we do. Okay, well.
I'm praying. Unless you need some help, I'm busy praying.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll see.
May need to move something for you or something.
All right, now find my jacket. Oh, shitty. Now, at least, praise the Lord, we made it off the highway.
Yes, thank you. That's good. Very good. Thank you, Lord, for that. Now through the next step in Jesus' name.
A little bit. I'm parked right by a manhole and got to unload back here in order to get to the spare tire.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Are you going to box him? Sorry.
All right.
Knowing me and knowing him, it's best just to sit and be quiet and pray. Huh? Knowing me and knowing him, it's just best to sit and quietly pray unless he asks me something. It stresses him a little. Otherwise.
Sling blade.
You need some help?
No, I got it. And I really pray it's a full size in here.
It's not going to be. There's no way it's going to be a full-size spare in his trunk, dude. A 0% chance. Maybe if it was a truck or a van, but that's about it. And those are usually mounted underneath or behind. That Jeep has them.
Well, it's not particularly a full size, but it's no miniature donut either.
Sure.
I've never actually seen a medium size like this.
Medium-sized tire.
Oh man. Alright, I gotta make sure I got a jack. I'm gonna take that. There's a jack. We're good. Alright. Let's see here. Oh, cool. That works. That's nice. Okay. Guess we can take this out for a minute. Now what? What the world? Are you kidding me? What in the world kind of stuff is this? Oh. Hey. You want to go in and see if they have tire service here on hand? I mean, their truck stop, they might.
Oreo's still at J6. Timcast is live now with
and they
Tom Fitton. The hell is that? Fuck out of here, Tim. I said get the fuck out of here. Dang, this is a sad picture. Mountain gorilla passes away as she lay in the arms of her rescuer and caregiver of 13 years. I just want everybody to be as sad as I am right now. Yeah.
Straighten the wheels.
Hope Simon's not dying now. It seems like he might be. He's breathing so fast. Simon, you just made a noise. Why? Keep dripping shit on this painting every time I do that. Oh, that'd be good. Ow. Dang. Think about it. Alright. Okay, whatever. Fix a flat sucks though. It's all inside the rim and shit, causes it to be off balance, and then you gotta clean that shit all out. But I mean, with like what he's got going on, probably would have just done that. Like with an older car like he's got, with a, you know what I mean? My car definitely would not be fix a flat, man. I got $1,000 tires on it, with like $2,000 or $3,000 rims. I'm not trying to deal with all that sticky shit inside of there. I think they're actually 4,000 because they're limited. They're super rare. Our rims are so sweet. The only way you can get my rims is by buying a limited edition STI. They're BBS forged. That's not good shit. Not for the sewer. For outlaw, for sure. Like in an older car, I wouldn't think. I wouldn't even think twice about it. Probably if I had like I used to have like a '90s car before I got this car. And yeah, back then I'd have probably squirted it. Squirt it up. You got to squirt it up. I used to even keep a can of that in my car back in the day when I had an older car. Keep it in the trunk. I got a plug kit now. I need to get a mobile. All he'd really need right now. Oh, it hit the sidewall though. Actually, he's screwed on this tire. He couldn't even have fixed it. Actually, you know what I mean? Even if it's sidewall damage, even fix the flat won't do any good. I think that's what he said. The strap, something hit the sidewall, possibly. Why does he even have a strap? What's going on back there? He hasn't even asked. He doesn't ask for donations. That's the thing with Outlaw, dude. He doesn't really ask for donations like that. He even like talks about how he doesn't ask for donations. Like, this channel's not monetized. There's no super chats. There's not any anything here. Look, there's nothing there, dude. And even look over here. I bet there's nothing here either. Nothing. He doesn't ask for that. That's the one thing you can't really give him shit for. Okay. I don't think he's going to. Personally, he's not really the type to do that, is he? But that's not why we originally started watching him. It's because he tries to be a preacher while not acting like a preacher.
Oh, a tire gauge? Yeah, in the glove box. Just a minute. Yeah, there's one in here. Just a minute. It's in here somewhere.
I have money issues.
Got it. I don't know how
anybody
good
that
it
lives
is,
in like a
but
duplex
there's one
trailer
here.
home has money issues.
Is it cold? No.
You remember when he cut the entire side out of it and he was like making some shit? He had two trailer homes, I mean, and he was making some renovations, so he just cut the wall open. You could see outside all of it. He was like, "This is my new workshop."
Well, that's good anyway.
Well, don't know how long they last. Hopefully they have long enough to get to a Walmart.
I'm the only one who remembers
the regular
that.
small donuts, you're not supposed to go over like
You regret.
40, well, 40, like 40 miles per hour or 40 miles or something like that. So I don't know, maybe this is 80 miles and 60 miles an hour. I don't know.
I heard my finger going through that door.
Huh.
Man.
Hey, props to him for taking care of business though on this tire.
My finger.
Ouch.
Gotta get it done.
Oh, that's no good.
No.
No.
There you go.
He hasn't even gotten the tire off yet, dude. He's using his weight on the chrome or on the tire iron right now to get the lug nuts off. It looks like.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He's doing something weird over there.
Yeah.
It looks like he's either tightening it or he's loosening it by stepping on it. Is he loosening it or tightening it? I mean, is he already done?
Hold on, there.
If you need my phone, let me know.
Grouch. Oh, grouch.
I don't know. Maybe he's still loosening it, but they're coming off really slowly, bro. Maybe he's getting them started one at a time of coming off.
Nah.
Got mud all over it.
You can tell he's stepping on something though. He must be loosening them though, because if you were tightening them like that, that'd be kind of crazy.
Nah.
Ain't that from that one? We got 10 little birds.
What the fuck is taking so long to loosen them? Like, do you see it? How he's like cranking down on it like that? Oh, did he fall? But you wouldn't want to tighten your lug nut by stepping on the fucking thing. So he.
Are you planning on going Sunday?
He put them bitches on with Loctite last time, or what?
Confirmation?
I don't know.
No. Sarah's wanting a video.
You got the Loctite red on them bad boys.
I know. He might. I don't know. I think that's silly. I was.
Sit there and video your confirmation.
I mean, a couple pictures would be plenty to me, but no, she wants the whole video.
Well, tell her she should have come down here.
I know. She says she wishes she could.
I don't know.
My sister didn't care as long as she couldn't be sponsored. Well, she's like, forget it. She didn't want anything to do with it.
Well, you're going there, but I mean, they're only gonna need some air.
I don't know where one is. Air pump.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's one around here.
He was tightening them like that.
You would think that it's probably over by where the
pilot,
by the trucks, but I don't.
Just like that guy. I can come out here in picture tire for $250.
$250.
You have to take it back up there because it's off the clothes.
I'll change it myself, thank you.
Freaking crazy.
My issue is just getting it on the frame where it's supposed to be, the jack. That's all. Or breaking the lug nuts. If I don't have a pipe to, if the lug nuts are put on with an impact wrench, well then, you know.
Quite to me, they were very much.
Yeah. Sometimes they're.
Like he had any problems with it.
Oh, he was jumping on the four-way, so.
Four-way, not a four-way.
What?
It's just a straight.
Oh, yours is just a straight.
Oh my god, why do I have to fucking do this?
That would be even
Come
rougher.
here. What is that shit? Okay, now you're here. Now that you're here, will you smell your fucking food?
Shut either. Barely. It'll work. Good enough.
Don't think it should.
I'm not going to ask. You can always put some more things in the back seat there, I suppose, in the floorboard.
Why are you scared of your fucking food? Oh my god. Fuck off, cat.
At least I dropped off a few things.
Shit to deal with,
Oh
man.
boy, what a mess it's getting me back here now.
Can't be helped.
The cat can fuck off. How about that? I'm tired of having a fucking cat. I'd rather not anymore have that. How about that?
Well,
Can God take care of that for me? Thank you. Bye. Fuck, man. I don't give a shit. How about that?
Alrighty. I think that should do it.
How could he say that? I tell you, Hal, I'm tired. I'm fucking tired of it. Nothing new.
Okay. So hopefully I won't have to be changing that tire again. Hopefully they got an air thing here.
On the record state, he said tire right after I said tired.
This car, that's how low that is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Extremely. Yeah.
So hopefully it'll hold air.
It'll hold air until we can get to an air tank.
Yeah.
And pray like the whirlwind. In the name of Jesus, there's air here somewhere.
Yeah, well, with trucks there should be.
What?
With trucks around here, you'd think so.
And I know I'm going to be super sad when Simon's dead. It's going to crush me. Because I'm only going to be able to think about the good times at that point. And I'm going to be fucked up over it, dude. But right now, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I think you're just trying to make money off of somebody. You ain't gonna do it with me.
Yeah. Usually they're in corners.
It's over there, probably.
By the trucks, probably.
Actually, probably are up there with it somewhere.
I'd ask a trucker, but
I wouldn't ask are them two getting girls in there?
Hard to only think about the good times when I'm surrounded by the same old fucking routine every day.
I could have. Well,
I could have walked over there too.
I was gonna say he'd go one way, I go the other, but you know, if you both don't have phones, if we had each had a phone, we could call each other and.
I think he left his phone in there.
But
yeah, wait.
He wasn't waiting to figure things out, so I wasn't gonna complicate things.
I love him, dude. Fuck, man.
Hold on. There you go. Put it down. There. It's gonna get some sugar. See? That one plays over and over and over.
If I didn't love him, I wouldn't try so hard to make it right.
Here, I guess I better not.
This is what frustrates me even more.
Let's see.
Try so hard.
35%. No, I'll leave it alone.
Mine's getting down there too, but it's because I'm playing the hotspot.
Oh, yeah.
And he sit there and said that doesn't do any good. It doesn't do it. Yes, it does. See, he's got one of them things that charge up his batteries.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We don't.
That makes a difference.
So what she's saying is their phones are dying and they're left
I know
with
I'm
no...
trying to save money, but I shouldn't even listen. I should have just been buying one. You know?
Yeah.
She doesn't... Her phone dies.
I have no idea now.
Yeah.
I seen one for the same size as his was for 15, 20 bucks.
And then she's bored.
But I was trying to save money, so that's what I was trying. I wanted to get so much stuff, and I couldn't get any because I was worried about things.
That's horrible, dude. They're so broke. She doesn't have enough money for a battery pack, dude.
I feel bad about spending $20, but well, I had to spend 20 on the power steering.
Dang, really?
Okay.
They're so broke. They feel bad about spending $20.
Got a weird looking air thing.
God dang.
I've never seen one like it, but I'm gonna go over there and see what happens. And then we're just gonna creep. We don't blow this thing out.
That's
all
the
the way
next
over
level
there.
broke. I feel bad about spending $20 on something I need to enjoy this trip. I'm blessed, dude. I'm so fucking lucky to be in the position I am, and I realize that
This thing
because I
gotta
could be
look
where
at my
they're
tire
at.
before
I'm
I start
drinking
putting air in. before you
$100 bottle scotch
run my
right
credit
now.
card
I didn't
and
pay
see
that
how
much.
many pounds of pressure it's supposed to take. And then I don't know, but it's $2 for air, so I mean, you probably ain't got no 8 quarters.
Yes, I do.
You do? So I gotta look at it, see how many pounds of pressure it's supposed to take, and then on the machine, after I pay for it, I'm supposed to set the pressure for how much pressure I want. Then it'll beep apparently when it's reached that pressure.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So it's weird.
Oh yeah.
And use your credit card yet. So I got partners.
I don't know.
Apparently it's already planned. Yeah, I hope it works.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
Something's trying to tell us something.
Ugh. I hope the spare's good. Oh,
This fucking whiskey is really easy to drink though. The Macallan, I think that's why it's so highly regarded. Like it doesn't need water even. Pretty fucking smooth. It's not extremely complex, but it's very easy drinking. Little sweetness to it, so it can appeal to women even. Especially the sherry oak cast finish one.
You don't like that one?
yeah, he didn't like that the other day. Last night he changed that.
Oh, that's
one
not
on
a
me.
finish.
I went back to it, and I think he changed it again. So,
Aged for
yeah,
12 years in sherry
He
oak
doesn't want
cast.
his ABCs yet, I guess.
How about this? How about Will's on the bus?
Oh, he always likes that.
Yeah. So sweet.
Of course, they have so many versions.
Macallan used to be my scotch.
He's
It
trying
used
to
to be
figure
the
it
only
out.
scotch I bought, really. Probably 10, 12 years ago. I hadn't had it in years either. Probably 5 years.
Ah.
He's pissed. Oh, he's pissed at Pam. I think I'm clairvoyant when it comes to these people. Is that the right word? A person who claims to have supernatural ability to perceive events in the future or beyond normal sensory contact. Yeah. Clairvoyant. You all are? That's because y'all were here for season 1. Probably.
This is insane.
Where's Granny Joe's ass at? Busy hanging out at the streamer where I used to hang out? Fucking Granny Joe. You know what Granny Joe did? Because remember, this is where we met Granny Joe, really. She now only hangs out in a stream that I used to hang out in when I wasn't streaming. It's a gaming stream. Remember? She won an Xbox over there. She's like a member. All kinds of weird shit. I went off on Granny Joe, and Granny Joe decided to pretty much like start fucking my best friend. You know, that kind of weird shit. That's what Granny Joe's ass did. Fucking weirdo. I even called her out on it. Like, you're fucked up for what you're doing. Kinda, you took my, like, that was my spot. That was my friend. You, now all of a sudden you're like his right-hand man? Like, what are you doing, bitch? Pretty much. Granny. Oh, more like it. Simon, stop licking that. Here, lick my foot instead. Here. Granny, oh. Fuck you, Granny Ho. I can hear it leaking.
Well, so we're sitting here with another flat tire, an actual flat tire. The one I just took off actually wasn't flat, funny enough. It just has a hook from a strap in it.
I could hear the new
spare
one
I just
leaking.
put on
Yep.
went flat as we drove over here. That air thing, though, will not put any air in it. But I imagine that tire's probably been in this car as a spare tire since the day it was manufactured. And nobody's probably ever checked the pressure in it. And that thing will not shoot air into it. It keeps like shooting air out for a second and then stops. Shoots out air out for a second and stops, but won't give enough to do anything at all to that tire. I don't know, but I'm on a flat tire. So if I drive on it, it's just gonna come off the bead.
Dude, you're at a fucking truck stop, man. There's probably other truck stops. You as long as you drive extremely slow and there's some air in it, it won't come off the bead.
So, but I can't sit here
flat,
either.
It will, possibly. Completely
Well,
flat. He said
this
that
is
it
a
has air
fine
in it,
mess.
though, I thought. Some air.
I just went through all that trouble to change a tire that's that I can't use because I can't get air into it.
There's gotta be somewhere to get air around
right.
there. My fucking neighbor stole my medication, dude. Because he wanted to get high. Man, I just how did he know to sign the J on there though with the partial last like anyway. Let's just read it real quickly and just like, what are you doing, dude? Who would, man? It's got to be the mailman did it and just left it out there, and it probably got picked up by somebody. That's the thing, man. All
right, Lord.
I did. Both of them seem crazy though. Like if you're a temp mailman, you don't sign for the fucking person.
I don't even know if I still have a Good Sam membership or not, but I can't keep sitting here like this. And I don't know what Good Sam can really do for me. I don't know, but I'm gonna have to pull off and.
You only sign for the person if you're the permanent mailman and you've been given approval.
Why move?
You know what I mean?
Do what?
Why move? Because
Mom, because I can't park here. It's Mom.
He was
we're on a donut.
He was a fucking
Tire
fill-in.
Ain't gonna air up. It ain't gonna air up. Okay, there's nothing I can do, but I have to move from there.
Okay.
Other people are going to need air.
I wasn't sure whether it was because of the tire or because the air machine wasn't working.
It's a possibility.
The
It's
world
both.
is going
I don't
crazy lately, bro. I told you, Amazon delivered some package across the street about 3 weeks ago, worth $150.
Wow, that thing is really throwing us for a loop here. Well, back up into this
While I
parking
was at
spot
the
here.
post office, the guy in front of me that needed to talk to
See what the
somebody
good Lord has
said the
intended
package
for us
showed it as
tonight.
being delivered or something, but it wasn't. No, I forget, but he thought his package was there at a totally different post office
I
than
know that Good Sam has
he
deducted
used
every year
or anything,
at the
but he
most
thought it might be there for
inconvenient
some weird reason.
from my account.
Shipping
But I
is
don't
getting
recall
whack.
them deducting this year.
It's not just me.
Oh.
Dude, another time,
Yeah, and I'm
I went to
sweating.
pick up a
I need to
package,
get this jacket off.
and they handed me somebody else's package out of the back. And I was at my car, and I was like, shit, this isn't mine. What the fuck?
Okay.
I had to go back in and
Well.
swap it.
Let me see here. And how did my son's medicine get in the dash?
These are all United States Post Office deliveries. Well, except for the Amazon one. That was Amazon delivery. I bet. That was it. Actually, the Amazon truck thing.
Let's see. Well, first off, I guess I'll start by looking
The United
at my
States
wallet.
Post Office shouldn't be fucking anything up, though, honestly. Because
find my Good Sam card.
they were highly regarded back in the day. When they
Then
first started
and go from there.
as the
So,
Pony Express, they were highly trusted and respected. And I respect my mailman.
cards, but I don't have AAA no more.
Lately, some of these fuckers
I don't even know why they're still in the
acting
wallet.
stupid.
Yeah. I had them in a few years.
My dude, he makes the post office look good.
That would be the membership for the.
My postman is the best I've
Wait,
ever
the same
had.
number for both.
He was on vacation that week. He's the only postman I've
I
ever
guess
tipped.
it's the same number
He's
for
so
both
good.
the Camping World store and
He's
the
from Panama. He's a citizen, though.
roadside. And I'll just call it and see what
America
happens.
now.
Oh, you found a Good Sam's?
Well, I mean, it's, but see, for some reason, I renew my policy, or they renew my policy on auto renewal every year. But for some reason, it takes me, when my policy for the new year renews, didn't they send me last year's card with the expiration date
Goodness.
of the previous year?
No, they don't.
So I never have a current
They
roadside
don't
card.
do that.
Oh,
Shut
that
up,
is-
you
Even though I pay
weirdo.
for
Why would they do that?
That is really...
And if they do that, why don't you
Messed up,
tell them
ain't it?
that you're sending me the
Totally.
weird shit every year?
And I've actually only had to use them, funny enough, one time in all the time I've had them.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well, I guess I don't need to...
He hasn't talked to his son once? Oh. Yeah, that's Pam's job.
Thank you for calling Good Sam. Your call may be recorded or monitored for
They
quality assurance.
feed her. That's her payment.
To value your RV with the Good Sam RV Valuator. Press 2 for Good Sam membership. Press 3.
She might get free cigarettes too, though.
Press 4. If you are currently having trouble with your RV or other
Like, these people are very broke
press 1 to be connected
and
with our
broken.
dispatch center.
Mostly broke, though. Well,
I'm going to have to mute y'all for a minute.
which is it mostly? Potato. It does it. It's probably about the same. They are just as broken as they are broke. That's why they're broke. So it's yeah. It's the symptom of being broken. Usually, I got really lucky, dude. I got too lucky. I'm just like, I'm amazed. I'm blessed. I'm so blessed that I can be broken and not broke at the same time. Because most people that are as broken as I am are broke. That's why I can see the broken people. You gotta be one to know one, right? I'm just blessed because I did certain things in life. I joined the military. Make it through boot camp. I mean, a lot of broken people can't do that. If I wouldn't have done that and spent the time I did in the military to get veteran status, I would be pretty fucked up right now. I don't know. I'd probably be dead, actually. My pituitary tumor would still be there, and it would be affecting me even more. Probably, and I wouldn't be able to get any medications or health care at all. My teeth would all be fucked up probably by now, because I probably wouldn't have seen many dentists. Hemorrhoids would be worse than they are for sure at the moment. I'd probably be homeless. I'd probably be dead actually, or locked up, if I didn't have what I have and being as broken as I am. I'm very lucky.
Because now it's having me do the
This is why I can relate to these people.
something online, and I have no way of knowing if I just don't know. We'll see.
It allows me to empathize with him and his family and Pam, and
oh my mercy.
I'm from the South too, so their accent doesn't fuck with me at all. I'm used to it. I grew up with that southern drawl.
I don't know. Like
I even appreciate how he MacGyvers some things and it actually works. Remember that tow truck he had? That shit was crazy looking.
Oh my mercy, have mercy. Continue. Select vehicle drop off. Look at. How would I know? Oh my mercy.
I do feel bad for the kid though. Why does it have Down syndrome? Like that happened.
Oh my
Possibly
mercy.
because he was on drugs also while it was conceived. He was conceived.
I guess we'll do this here.
He probably was. I'd be the outlaw. No, I wouldn't see. I never really got into meth like that though. It always freaked me out. So I wouldn't have went down that kind of route with it.
Says enter any notes you would like passed along to our representative or your assigned roadside provider. I have no clue. I'm just gonna type help.
I was doing some dumb shit though. Pill popping. And,
I mean,
2 flat tires, help! Well, the other one's not flat yet.
Drinking
well,
and
surprising. I don't know how it's not. That hook is.
I learned my lesson with all that shit though, dude.
Coverage, missing information. Uh-oh. This don't look good.
Can't do both. Thing is, if you do Xanax or benzos and alcohol and a regular,
no,
3.5 miles away.
Oh,
you're in for a world of pain eventually.
Don't know. You need to reach us.
Hell on earth that
Call,
exists,
blah, blah,
and
blah.
it's in Xanax and alcohol withdrawal.
Okay, let's, okay, they're calling me apparently. Hello?
Yeah, why doesn't she have a phone charger? It's weird that she doesn't. The plug in. Yeah, it multiplies it by like 8 or something crazy, depending on what, like how much benzo you take. But it's, yeah, I don't play with that. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, 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 oh. No, no, no. Dude, why? What the fuck is happening? He's calling AAA to come fix his tire. What are they supposed to do? Are you serious right now? They're not gonna have a tire to give you, buddy. Oh, they're gonna have air. What if what if they come with the air and it just goes out the side of it? AAA ain't gonna have shit for you then. He's trying to get somebody to pump his tire up though. That's crazy. I bet this pilot's got something to pump a tire up. No, that fucking tire pump works. He's just retarded. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, the fix-a-flat definitely would be. I'd be going after at this point. For the just squirt the shit out of it up in the spare. Who gives a shit? But he's calling AAA to come out there, which is probably going to take 40 minutes. They haven't went to a Waffle House yet. I'm still waiting. That's going to be the stream of the century. Need to keep asking them to go to Waffle House and chat. Are we going to Waffle House tonight? That'll piss him off actually right now. Do it. Red team, go. Be like, y'all just need some Waffle House. He'll be thinking about some waffles all of a sudden and be like, damn it. You want some Waffle House? Lord doesn't want me to have the Waffle House right now. Maybe he forgot that it's muted. Oh, there he goes. Simon, I wish you would eat, bro. Where'd you go? Alright, come here. Simon, come here. Oh shit, it froze. Did they shut it off? Did he shut it off? What just happened? Dude, he was laying on the couch like sleep. Go to sleep in there. What the heck, man? Or if it's possible he still has some paper stuck in his throat or something from that time he ate all that wrapper, that muffin wrapper. That's why he's breathing a little faster. I don't know, I'm just tripping on everything, dude. Shit. Are they talking? No. Out of breath. Alright, so I've been 10 hours and 14 minutes. I wonder how much longer he's gonna be alive tonight. I'm sorry, Simon. You're probably like, what the fuck was that, bro? What the fuck was that, bro? Hey. Drinking McCullen. Always drinking McCullen. Cup is empty. Egg infused joint peanut butter bread. Alright. Out there in Illinois. It's had a great dinner. Oh my god. Dinner break. Oh my god. Waffle House meme. Y'all went all. Oh, wait. Oh. Why are you biting your hand like that? No one's telling them that they're muted. They don't even know for sure. Like, probably should let them know they're muted. Tamale, 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 tamale. I got you tamale. You want tamale? Bam, bam, bam. You want some tamale? I got your tamale. Bam, 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 bam. Do you want some tamale? Tamale. Bam, 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 bam. Do you want some tamale? Tamale. Bam, 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 bam. Tamale. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Do you want some tamale? Tamale, lolly. Bam, 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 bam. Do you want some tamale? Tamale, lolly. Bam, 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 bam. Tamale. Bam, 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 bam. Tamale, lolly. Bam, 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 bam. Tamale. 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 Bum, 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 bum. Tamale. Dum, bum, bum, dum, bum, bum, dum, bum. Tamale. Bum, bum, dum, bum, dum, bum. Tamale. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, dum, bum. Tamale. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 dum, bum. Tamale. Do you have the tamale people? We have all different kinds of people that sell stuff. Got the horns, they got the bells, ding, 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 ding. The busy street I live on. Ice cream trucks with all the different music. Dude, the ice cream trucks have gotten way less. Number, like, there used to be 5 ice cream trucks a day. I would get pissed off. I would be on stream like, motherfucker, another ice cream truck. They would crank it. They would put it to 11. Sometimes the speaker would be like clipping. It would be so loud. A window would be vibrating. And they would leave it on while they were serving people. A couple times I went out and yelled at them. Shit was like, are you serious right now? Who do they think they are? Tamale. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Dude, sometimes the lady with the tamales comes through at like 10 o'clock at night with a megaphone, just driving by with her car. Tamale, 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 tamale. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Simon.
Gonna have to.
Oh, come here, buddy. It sounds like Mexico, though, like straight up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
it's
to
pretty
put
cool.
the other tire back on. I guess
it's kind of
that's
cool.
The only choice I've got.
It's weird.
So much for good Sam. Oh boy. Well,
I guess I'll go in here and use the bathroom, and I'll get to putting that other tire back on.
I need a tank and then we change it. I've been backfiring for the last 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, well, if you want to take care of that for me while I go use the bathroom and get started on this tire, then that would be awesome.
Tamale.
I'm going to have to drive on this tire. That is crazy.
And you better know where Walmart is.
Yeah, well, apparently 3.5 miles.
Why isn't anybody buying this
We get
guy
over there. They're not going to open up till 7 a.m. at the earliest.
I know.
So that puts us way behind. So,
yep.
I mean, and we hope that there's a motel, I guess, over there somewhere. Well, Lord, you know what you're doing here. So, Lord's got a reason for everything. It's like, I mean, I have to accept that. So, I guess I'll go use the bathroom and get started.
Hold on, let me have that. I'm going to go change your diaper, okay? Okay, oh, you big lad. Oh,
Jeremy, dude.
Come on, Come on, Hold your potatoes. Come on. We go. And we have this. And you come here to me. You come here to me. Yeah, you're gonna hit me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't tell this tire to get flat.
I tell you.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. I said, yeah, really. I'm just...
Let go.
You've been doing so much here. I need to be taking a turn.
Come on, let go. Let's go. Hold on.
Oh, you muted again. What day was the water out? Was that the same time that he would have had those pills? Was that on April 1st? My water wasn't working and shit? Come on. That would be funny. Wait a second. Oh, it came back on April 1st. No, wait. No, wait. When was it? Oh no, it came back on the 1st. Interesting. But they had that person over there, I think. Interesting though. Back on the 1st. That was the day that they ended up missing. Huh. Man, did he turn the stream off? Why would we get disconnected?
Well, I guess I'll go in here and use the bathroom, and I'll get to putting that other tire back on.
I need a tank and then you change it. Then backfire into the glass.
Boys.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to take care of that for me while I go use the bathroom and get started on this tire, then that would be awesome.
Is there something I can do?
I'm going to have to drive on this tire. That is crazy.
And you better know where Walmart is.
Well, apparently 3.5 miles. But here's the thing. We get over there, they're not going to open up till 7 a.m. at the earliest.
I know.
So that puts us way behind. So,
yep.
I mean, and we hope that there's a motel, I guess, over there somewhere. Well, Lord, you know what you're doing here. So, Lord got a reason for everything. It's like, you know, I mean, I have to accept that. So, I guess I'll go use the bathroom and get started.
Hold on, let me have that. No. I'm going to go change your diaper, okay? Okay, Oh, you be quiet. Oh, come on, come on, Come on, Hold your potatoes. Hold your potatoes. Come on. We go. And we have this. And you come here to me. 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 Yeah, you gonna hit me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't tell this tire to get flat.
I tell you.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. I said, yeah, really. I'm just... You've been doing so much here. I need to be taking a turn.
Come on, let go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on.
going to do any good.
No!
You ain't going to jail.
No!
Well, shit. Looks like that's where I left off. What was on cooldown, dude? Think he's gonna come back? Maybe come back. Dude, he's inside where he's lagging. There's nothing here. Is he gonna come back? Man, come on, bro. Did he say his phone was about to die or something? Why is this happening?
Okay.
Hey,
What's going on?
I'm here to turn myself in.
Okay, what's going on?
I had an accident last night.
Okay.
I was showing an old friend of mine how to use this gun that she was needing, that she asked for, and it went off and it shot her in the chest.
Okay.
And I've been running around scared all
Where is this
day.
at?
Up on Miami-Montgomery County Line Road.
Okay. You just want to set your water right there?
Sure.
You put yourself up there. You got any weapons on you right now?
No.
Okay. Just put your hands behind your back for me.
Okay.
I'm just going to detain you right now based off what you're telling me.
Right. I understand.
If you want to talk to me, I'll still talk to you. Okay.
Right.
Does this person need assistance or help or?
Do you have 2 sets of cuffs?
I can put 2 sets on you in a second, okay? Does this person need help right now or are they deceased or what?
They're deceased.
Does anybody else know about this?
No. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I've been waiting.
Where is this address actually that you?
It's True Crime
I don't know
Thursday.
the actual number.
Is this her house or your house or?
No, it's a friend of mine's house.
What county is it in?
It's on the Miami County side, but it's on Miami-Montgomery County Line Road.
Miamisburg 311. I'll be in the back lot with 1. Can you do a miscellaneous call? I have 1 detained. Could you start 310? What's your name, sir?
I'm Brian.
Brian?
Brian.
I'm Officer Dooley. I'm just gonna check you down.
Go right ahead.
I'm in the back lot of the PD in the parking lot.
Y'all knew this is. This is from last month, man. This is from like 5 days
Okay,
ago.
good. No weapons on you, right?
Right.
Not even a
10
pocket
days
knife?
ago.
No.
Okay.
No, I left that in the truck.
Okay. Brian, what's your last name, Brian?
Mason.
Is there a weapon in your truck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you dropped a quarter.
Okay.
Yeah, this is hurting my back.
Okay. I'll try to, yeah, when you're done. Pick you up in 1 second, okay, buddy?
When you feel
I
safe?
appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I wouldn't be here voluntarily, but I've been so scared since it happened.
Okay. What's your social security, Brian? What's
Yo, Anthony, hey, man.
Officer Small?
All right, let's have a seat in my car for 2 seconds and I'll switch the cuffs on you, okay?
Sure.
All right, hop up there. It's a big step. Just give me 1 second. What's your last name again?
Mason.
Mason, okay.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
I'm on. This guy walks up, he's like, turn my body came on, get out of the car, I walk up, he's like, what's going on? He's like, the lobby's closed. I'm like, okay, what's going on? I said, hey, I'm just here to turn myself in. I said, for what? He said, I accidentally shot and killed someone last night. So he says that he was on County Line Road, doesn't know the exact address, said he was shown a friend a gun, and it went off and shot her in the chest, and she's deceased. I said, does this person need assistance? They need help, or are they deceased? He said they're deceased. So I detained him. I said, hey, if you want to talk to me, I'm just detaining on what you're telling me, and I'll read your Miranda, and talk to you. But he said there's a gun in his car. I haven't confirmed that's the gun he used. He doesn't even know the address at this point. That's as far as we got. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're the perfect guy to be in charge right now, so. I'm going to read him Miranda and see if he wants to keep talking. He said he wants to know his pair of cuffs on. I think I'll just put another set on if he's willing to keep talking to me at this point. So, he said it's like on the Montgomery County, Miami County borderline. I believe is what he said. So.
Miamisburg.
All right, well, we're going to need to try to find out where this happened.
I know, so I'm going to try to keep talking to him. So. Okay, if you want to hop out, I'm going to put the other pair of cuffs on you, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think that you're causing any problems. Just.
Obviously, you came in one of
Oh, those are ours.
You want to tell us about this? Yeah, I understand.
Dude, just so you know, those are the worst cuffs in the world. Those ones that are like that, because they don't like do this at all. Dude, they're so bad. What the fuck? Those should be illegal. That's torture.
Just relax.
Yeah, I'm not. Officer Dooley here is going to read you your rights just because you're not detained at this point. Right. You told us this, we're not just going to let you go walking down the street right now. So Officer Dooley's going to read your rights, and then we're going to talk to you and find out where this is and some details, and we'll go from there, okay?
Oh, they don't even cuff him? Whoa.
Read off this card, okay?
Trivia.
I'm a police officer, sheriff's deputy. You are hereby advised you have certain rights as follows. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements or answer any questions. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford, you have the right to speak with a lawyer for advice. Before you're asked any questions, you have the right to have a lawyer with you during any questions. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer appointed by the court, or a lawyer from the public defender's office will be provided to you before and during any question without any cost to you. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk with a lawyer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, now that you understand your rights, are you willing to answer any questions without a lawyer present?
Minimal. I mean, to be fair, representation is needed.
But at the bare minimum, we're trying to figure out this address. This person needs help. You're telling us that they're beyond help at this point. So.
But she collapsed instantly, and I got scared. I got frightened and ran out. Brian Mason.
Brian, he asked you a question, and we do need a yes or no on that. You can refuse to answer any question we ask you, and you can stop answering any.
He's being very careful right now so that they don't lose the case.
Time, like he read you. So if you say minimal, I mean, we need to know if you want a lawyer or if you're willing to answer some questions. You can always refuse to answer any question that you want to refuse to answer.
You know, I appreciate your guys' respect. Thank you very much.
Their respect, by the way. They don't want to lose the case, because if they ask him shit when he asks for a lawyer, then they can lose everything he just said.
Yes, at this time I can answer some questions.
First of all, let me ask you this. Has this been reported to law enforcement at all?
Well, that was timing.
I'm walking in because I know this is the right thing to do.
Shit, they're back, y'all. I'm sorry, we have to get back to this one. This is good, though. Here's a link to this if you want to just watch it without us. I'm going to have to get back to that one.
As soon as I let this jack down, that's going to put pressure on the tire. And we got to get going. We just got to move.
Okay. Guess what? He got Happy Meal.
Alright.
He got Happy Meal.
Alright.
This guy was buying his kids Happy Meal, and I walked in there and he says, "Can I buy this kid a Happy Meal?" I said,
Oh,
"Sure."
wow, that's
Why not?
neat.
Somebody said, ask if they can buy him a Happy Meal?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because he went like this.
Huh?
He kept waving at everybody.
Aww.
That's awesome.
So he said, "You don't mind if I buy this kid a meal?" I said, "No, I don't mind."
That's cool.
He
I
said,
love it.
That's weird,
I've never
actually.
seen a little kid wave at him.
Why did they
You
think
got
that they
kids and
needed
you
money?
And you don't know they wave?
Do what?
He said, "My kids never wave at me." I said, "Oh, wow."
Okay. Oh, my mercy. Oh, yeah, I gotta look at that yet. Don't let me forget to take this thing off the jack after I set the MapQuest.
Oh, don't worry, we won't.
I just remember the People's Convoy people bragging about getting the free baths, the free showers. Big D and what's her name? And
Put all this back in here, just unpack
I
it
think you
again.
get free showers at the
Oh my.
travel centers or whatever.
And they got you some apples.
Oh, boy.
Because the truckers will get a free shower with their fuel up, and oftentimes they wouldn't use them, so they would try to get that trucker free shower.
Here.
Very good possibility that this happened in order to spare one or all of our lives. Well, I mean, maybe the
They
Lord
said
knew
they
something
never
was
had to
gonna
pay
happen
for
that
showers all the way across the country from doing that.
Yep. Well, it's a testing. If it's a testing, we pass the testing, we get blessed.
No, but you got some apples.
So you got blessed.
And we got that little sorry looking. And he got me some milk. I knew I wanted milk.
Yo, I gotta be here with these, Anthony. I am
Jack,
the watcher. these people, dude, you don't understand. Dude.
Somebody got a brand new pair of shoes?
It's the calm
Yeah, I do.
before the storm.
I needed black for
Don't slide down.
the monster.
now.
I mean, the
Don't forget to take the death
convent.
Look at history. These are people convoyer, dude. These are
Well, with
people
car
from
coming
the
in like
People's
this,
Convoy that got kicked out.
forget.
He got kicked out because he's a pedo.
And then after you let it down, you need to take the
He was the original OG
apparently had it
kick
tied
out
up
from
against
People's
the
Convoy. He was like the first
concrete
pedo
that
to
it
get
didn't
kicked
move
out.
when I tightened it down.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay.
Got history, man.
Okay, I need to reduce the brightness.
Do you know who this is? And it's the three of them, the same three that were in the People's Convoy together. Pam, his mom, and him.
Okay, get you off of there. You over there, over there, over there, over there. All right, man.
They're nostalgic.
Well, wait a minute. Why did I do that?
And this guy's crazy. He's good content. He's
do it this
dude.
way.
He's there's nobody else like this guy that is willing to live stream it that I've ever seen.
I like to know how to get little bitty things in place.
He talked to his mom like she's his daughter, and his girlfriend like she's a servant.
So,
and he's a
like
preacher.
that, like this.
Very good.
Okay.
His
so,
child
yeah,
has
all right, that's not so
Down
bad.
syndrome.
As long as we can make it. We'll see what happens. Pray, pray, pray.
Yep,
Jesus.
yes.
That's what I'm working on.
Yeah, he was getting out, so I figured that's what he was doing. Okay.
And they are getting to the limit.
I don't know what else he said, but
See, she's starting to get back talky. Pam's already back talked this morning. They're right on the edge of just blowing up on him because they're in this car for so many hours. That other content will always be here, but I'm never going to go back and watch this. But this could happen. This could be something. I can't believe the tire popped. Oh, geez.
38 pounds. The other two in there. Put the other two in there. Put the other two in there. Not the other two in there. Don't want to put them in there?
Her new hiking boots from Red's shed. I can't believe Red has anybody in his shed that have money. That's crazy. That's really crazy, dude. I'm shocked. Especially that much at once. Wait, was it one person or cumulative? That's probably everybody that was willing to donate. But
All right, we're
still.
rolling. We're just going with it. Okay. In Jesus' name. Right, Lord. Okay, we're going.
you set them up.
Yep. Okay. Jesus' name.
Oh shit, in Jesus' name.
Jesus' name. Come on, baby. Tell me where I need to be here. 0 feet, huh?
Huh?
Dude, what is it doing to me? Oh, it just put me 6 miles over what in the world? No. What is it doing to me? Okay, it's got me back on track. 1 block. Okay. All right. All right, right here. Come on, don't change on me, light. Do not change on me in Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord. Oh, that's great. Ooh, it's about to roast me out of here. Okay, come on. Oh, can you grab my bag, Pam? It's about to fall. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. This is so coincidental that his tire popped.
Jesus' name.
I mean, it's just like,
Jesus' name.
is that the right word?
Thank you. We're gonna make it.
We needed some time
The tire's gonna be fine.
and here,
Terrible.
Jesus
That's
provided
just the way
it.
it is. That's just the way it is. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I might not like the sound of it, but you know what? It's just an appearance. It's just an appearance. We're just going. Okay. That's the yep. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Love you, Lord. Thank 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 you, Lord. Oh yeah? That is awesome. All right, cool. Cool. Okay, cool. We won't be staying there now that you said it. Because we're live and you just gave away that one, so we won't be. We definitely ain't going there.
There's a whole bunch of them. Figure it out, guys. You will not be at either one of them. It's gonna stay us somewhere.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Where are they going, dude?
Where's that Walmart? Come
Oh,
on,
he's going to
where'd it go? It's over there
Walmart?
somewhere.
Oh, dude, I almost poured this outside the glass because it kept
Yeah,
sliding.
well, I don't know if I can get into it from here.
It's
so I have to try
icy,
to
so
go
it slid
here.
further than normal.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
I stuck it in the freezer. I froze my glass, man.
Oh, come on, truck. Come on. You had a green light. I'm going anyway. I have to. What am I hearing?
Oh, shit. What is that? He's already on the rim?
Okay, well, that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. That was
It's all
fast.
good. We made it. We made it. It went flat, but we made it.
Is it flat?
Yeah, it's flat. Well, I heard the hook fly out earlier. Yeah.
Hey, was that a WRX?
Oh, this. Well, I heard the hook fly out earlier. Yeah.
No, it's a Porsche. That's what you level up to after a WRX.
Oh, this tire may very well
If
be
you can
ruined.
fit in it, I don't.
We have a problem, folks.
What? No tires done? Yes,
There's got to be a dead end then. We're gonna have to just creep it on over there, and it'll just be that.
Well,
Which, I mean, it's flat, so it ain't gonna matter whether I drive it over there in the morning or tonight. But for right now, let me just pull in here, and
Dude, I saw a 911 Carrera
see how
today, a
badly
brand
it's,
new one.
How bad it's flat.
Whoa, that's pretty sweet. It looked futuristic, man. I thought it was like a hybrid Porsche or something, but it wasn't.
It's also one over there too.
It looked pretty futuristic in comparison.
Well,
I guess
mean,
the
what
wing
did I
pops
expect?
up.
Turn off your thing.
Lord.
I should taking a picture of it, man. But I was all pissed off going to the VA trying to figure
Here we
my
are.
shit out.
We made it.
Yeah. Thank you, little Patriot. Thank you, everybody that was praying.
Oh
So,
no, they're gonna leave us.
Looks like this
turn it
is
off.
yeah. Approximately about where the car is going to stay.
They're gonna stay there.
Yeah, pretty much for the night because I don't want to move it again.
They're gonna stay right
and
there,
we'll just,
dude. Someone
yeah,
should
it ain't
say
gonna hurt us to
something.
get a little exercise.
I see the
find a
perfect
place
place
to
for
stay.
y'all to stay. Say it.
Yeah.
Then they'll be paranoid all
I'll
night.
get even more exercise because I'll be carrying my son.
No, he's got his shoes out here somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
So, folks, thank you for your prayers, and I guess that concludes the events for this evening. I imagine it had to be kind of somewhat boring for y'all, at the same time entertaining. So, yeah.
Whichever way you want to take it, but thank God we made it.
But either way, just have faith. We made it. I had faith, and we made it. It went flat as we was coming in. But that's okay. We made it. And the tire looks like it's still good. So,
Say you're gonna come
So,
see them at the
point
Holiday
is
Inn.
always have faith.
I bet you won't.
Keep your spirits. Keep joy. And just remember, no matter what happens in life, there's a reason for it. Just stay tuned in with God, and eventually He'll reveal the reason. So anyway, love y'all, and good night.
Man finds thousands of scorpions in abandoned house. Say what? Look at this shit. Wait a second. We're going to go back to the other shit, but check this out. This is wild. These things are crazy looking. I just upvoted it. Here it is. Hey, follow me on Reddit if you want to see all the shit I upvote. I don't know what you can see, actually.
Olha isso, gente. Meu Deus do céu, essa casa que eu achei aqui, cheia de escorpião. Me diz aí o que eu faço. Tá doido, velho. Tem escorpião demais, olha só.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I would feel bad about killing them, honestly. Like, I'm weird like that. I feel bad about killing bugs. Okay, we're back to this guy. Okay, to catch you up if you missed it, this guy killed his friend accidentally, and he just turned himself in. They've had him handcuffed, but then they unhandcuffed him because they were too tight. They had the bullshit cheap ones that they don't do this or anything. So they took it off, but they haven't recuffed him. They have read him his rights already though, and now they're making sure that he doesn't want a lawyer because he was a little wishy-washy. But he's now said, I do want to talk. So now they have to go ahead to get their information and fuck him over later in court. Okay, now you know where we're at. Let's get right into it.
But
where do you live at?
I've been living out of my truck and motel rooms since I quit my trucking job last year.
I'm just trying to figure out why you came to this police department. Were you just driving around? Or?
Yeah, I've been all over the place.
Okay.
I've been all over the place.
Where did this happen?
Up on the Miami-Montgomery County Line Road.
If you leave right now, you're a fucking weirdo.
I don't know her house number.
What's her name?
I think it's in the
Never
9000
leave.
series.
Never fucking.
Okay.
I'll find you, believers.
Her name is Michelle Elliott.
What's her age, approximately?
57. Same age as me. I've known her for 50 years.
Is this her address?
Yes.
But maybe if she lives in the 9000 block Miami County Line Road, and her name's Michelle Elliott.
Yes.
What kind of cars are in the driveway?
Yeah, none.
There's none. What does the house look like? If you could describe it to me, so I could describe it to somebody else.
3-bedroom brick ranch.
Like what color is the garage door?
You know what I should do when I black it
I'll
out?
hold up like Google Maps or something. Would you be able to show me the house? Okay, let's go do that.
You want to go basement?
Do you mind? Will you come downstairs to the interview room with us?
No problem.
I'm just gonna pat you down one more time. Is that cool with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, anything to make you feel safe.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure that you don't have a gun. You said there's one in the car, so I just want to make sure you don't have any other weapons.
With find out where this happened, and then we can go from there. Tell you what you want to say. We need to get this. Find out where it happened. Okay.
I know. We can get this taken care of. And I'm so scared of what the system's going to do to me. I'm not scared of you guys. Do your job.
I'm just gonna grab your stuff and bring it down.
Okay. I'm scared of what?
What kind of truck did you come in? You said there's a truck.
White S10.
Okay.
It's unlocked because it won't lock. If you do lock it, you can back into it.
Mommy's for 11. Can we get another unit to respond to service?
You got a weapon in your show?
Is this the weapon that you used?
Didn't know.
Yes.
Didn't know.
Okay.
All right. You mind staying up here? Just keep an eye on it until the other crew gets here, and then come back.
Yep. We're not gonna have that crew respond to the public lot on 2nd Street. Three 11. Could you add a plate to the call, please? This guy just walked up to me and said he shot and killed somebody.
Oh my God.
So I'm on, by the way. So he said the gun he used to kill her with is in this car, or accidentally. So Justin wants you to sit in this car. We're trying to figure out where this happened. He doesn't know the address.
In the city?
No. But he said, huh? No, Justin's with him right now. He said it's in this car, so Justin said you need to sit with the car. So, can you get a property bag real quick so we can throw all this stuff in there? Then we'll switch to records. Yeah, and you just walk in the back lot. So. Justin wanted a mess.
Can you show me around 4179 King Circle on a PTO vacation? You want to see the generator that
Soldier's almost Carrollton. Miamisburg 311 for Noel.
I'll be about 5 minutes.
Oh, Billy.
Add both to the call for me.
Okay, you make myself slightly bigger when it's like this.
Use the truck. And I have a question for you. Break. Can you try to find a Michelle Elliott? Both common spelling in Leeds, and her age is around 57, and she lives in the 9000 block of County Line Road. I'm not sure if that's in Montgomery County or if that's in Miami County.
Do you have a date of birth?
I do not, but she's 57 years old. You can run it, don't tell me you can't.
Stand by, alright?
Alright, don't go in the car, just sit here with it. Alright.
Why is the McCullen so easy to drink? Is it because I'm sad?
If that is, once I get the address, I'm gonna call Miami County Sheriff's Office and have them go out there and check the situation. I'll be back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
In the area, the only one I'm showing
You stay with them a minute.
Montgomery County, born in 93.
I'm gonna see what I can find. I know, like, I want her to see if I can get an address for this.
Never drink and drive and carry drugs in your brain. That is something.
Okay. Do you know about what month she was born in?
November, I think. I'm not sure.
Do you know about what year?
Oh, yeah, 66?
Miamisburg 311. Can you try November 1st, 1966 on that Michelle Elliott?
Why do they have to make the whiskey
We never exchanged cards and
taste so
stuff like
good?
that.
So you don't live on
not fair.
Soldier's Home anymore?
No, I do not.
Okay, I gotcha.
No, I've been, I was living in my truck, and then, after,
I've been there.
my health started failing, and I couldn't keep a med card because my blood pressure was too high, Yeah, I quit and then took my savings and
A med
just
card.
been staying in rooms or in my truck.
Okay, I gotcha. Were you staying at that house with her?
No.
And was she letting you stay there, or?
No, well, she offered, but because of her debilitating disease, I couldn't. It was too tough to be around her. It was too tough to be around her when she was drunk and high. And I don't drink and I don't take pills.
Yikes! You just killed her and you're saying that?
That's what we argued about all the time. You know, if I ignored it, it was fine.
Oh my god! Oh my god, bro. Man, this is brand new. This is gonna be a case. Actually, I bet this gets on. Law and Crime's definitely gonna have this. This is just from last week, dude. This dude is saying shit he doesn't like about the person he just killed. How he gets in arguments with her over her drink. Like, oh my god, they're going to be using all this. They're going to be like, oh really? Whoa, let's look into that. Let's look into this. It could, for motive and all that shit, for it to be not an accident, because he's claiming it was an accident.
Yeah. I had to put up with the way she acts when she was under the influence.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I'm getting pretty dry mouth.
Oh, he's drunk or something. He must be, dude.
Let me get your water. Be right back, okay?
He's so stupid right then.
I'm gonna just shut this door. If you need something, just knock on it. Be like 2 seconds.
Okay.
This cop's like, oh my god, he's actually giving me everything. I gotta give him whatever he wants.
Hey, Justin. He said that he thinks she's born in 66.
Are you asking for a middle name? Does he know a middle name?
I'll go ask. He said, believes November something 66. Dispatch can't find anything. Try to run
They don't want us to see their secret room.
I'm gonna get him a water.
They're racist. They got a Blue Lives Matter flag. Blue people aren't a thing. Oh my god. That's all gonna come back probably 2024. Why do they have so much space in this
All right,
place?
here's your water for you.
Thank you.
Do you know her middle name by any chance?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay, but you said it's a brick ranch, white garage door.
Right.
Does it have is it like way off the road? Is it close?
Yo, they got the
close to the
Kirkland
road,
water.
And it's approximately maybe a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile east of State Route 49, just north of Tulsa.
Okay, I'm sorry, say that again. You said it's about 3/4 of a mile east.
East. It'll be on the Miami County side, the north side of the road.
East of Phillipsburg?
North of Phillipsburg.
But east of what road, I'm sorry?
Oh, State Route 49.
49. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up an image of it.
Okay.
A god dang tasty beverage. The McCullen Sherry Oak Cask. That's full 12 years, man. That's
he said it's like
12 years. In the Sherry.
Hey, Cashy, I'm local.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you respond back to the PD and come to the basement to the interview rooms? I'm still recording, by the way. He said he thinks it's a 3/4 of a mile east of 49 County Line Road. Oh, you got Google Maps or something?
Burger sounds delicious.
Is her name spelled funny or something? Is her name spelled in an unusual way or something?
Why the fuck do they care so much about the spelling of her fucking name? God dang, this is weird.
I'm not finding it by Michelle.
Why don't they just go out there and look?
Yes.
Elliott, Elliott.
TT.
Two T's?
I think it's 2 L's, 2 T's.
Oh.
Germantown 311. Check out.
They gotta be already sending somebody out
The other
there.
officer here asked for her phone number. Oh, you did. Oh, you did. Yeah.
It doesn't really make sense though why they're so hung up on this.
What's
If you want to pull Google Maps, I'll show you.
Let me get her phone number again real quick. I'm sorry if you got it.
I'm sorry.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah.
Let me just write it down.
We need her birthday too.
884.
We need
5778.
her mother's maiden name also, please, sir. Are they gonna try to steal her identity later? What are they up to? What are they fucking crooked cops up to?
I'm gonna see if I can pull up a picture here or something to show you.
He's wearing a life preserver. Oh, they wear it outside their shirt.
Hey, if you want me to, I can try to have the dispatch sergeant do emergency plan on this.
He's still not even handcuffed. Yeah, more than likely this dude didn't accidentally kill anybody. Yeah, right. If this man is telling the truth or not, it was an accident. He totally screwed himself by not calling 911 right away. Yeah. Well, and with what he said just there about it being like, yeah, sometimes he pisses me off. He gets a little too drunk. Yeah. Miami County, y'all. Oh, it's in Ohio, y'all. I thought it was in Florida. Living in the home in which she was killed. Brian was homeless, living in his car. They had known each other for years but were not dating. She had offered him a small job at the house to earn a little money after they ran into each other in the small town they lived in. Everything else is still pending. He is in jail with no way to pay the high bond as of Easter 2023. That person's. If I could fucking give that person money for their comment, I would. Like Reddit. It's like you could pay money to get these things to give people. It's like that person would deserve one of those awards for karma for giving us the down low. Dude, this guy is so fucked. I don't know. I think he's fucked. Wait, I had another one. What else did I have? Where'd it go? I'll have to find it. Hold on. I had another interrogation that looked like it was good. I think I put it in my history. Let me see if it's in here. Where is it? Never gonna give, never gonna give. That is? What is this? Oh, wait, that's not the one I wanted though. Dang it, I lost. But what is that though? Hold on, where do I just saw go? Parents of Olm.
Did you hear the video that was played? Did you hear the video?
What? Oh, this is old, dude. Why is this getting on my shit? Get out my face, man. Asshole. Alright. I can get it. I gotta go to my light, maybe. Oh, by the way, those people that killed XXX Tension, the 3, they got charged. They got life. You probably saw that, but they got life. In prison. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright. So, what are those ones? Did I not like them? Did I not like any of them? Oh, I forgot. So, Pink was dog sitting. Dogs are like, "Arr, arr, arr, arr." No. Alright. Oh, I forgot what that channel was named now. Okay, I can figure this out. I'm a fucking detective, bro. I could have been a detective. You betcha. There it is.
Tell me, don't go over there by.
Shh. Hush. Shh. Is this the most recent one? Okay, it is.
On April 25th, 2009,
I'm running out of time,
17-year-old Brittany.
Hold up. No, I don't even have time for this one. I only have fucking 35 minutes left. That was actually exactly 34 point something minutes long. So if I'm gonna continue this, I gotta start a new stream. I don't know if there's that much desire for me to do that. Start a chest. Is that what happened? You know what I mean? If I started the stream, there might only be like 2 people here. That was all up, man. You gotta do it like they get the full flavor sometime. Get the aeration on it. I'm a jet engine. I am a jet engine. Can nobody hold me down? Oh no. I'm a jet engine. That's fast. So should I restart the stream or what? Now that everybody thinks I'm stupid as shit. Fuck! I got a yes on kick. Fire. Burn it all down. Yes. Already started. Alright. Fucking. Alright. You're making me do double shift. No. I'm gonna remember that. The time is tough. Right. I'll be right back. Much love to you all. Thanks for your support. Super chats. Kelly DePatter. I'll be right back. Kelly DePatter! MVP.
Chopper!